Okay, we are live. I think we are live. Yes, good evening. Thank you very much to everybody for joining us. And welcome to a 3-player tutorial and playthrough of Mage Knight. We are going to be playing through the walkthrough scenario today with a twist. I haven't told anybody about the twist. Well, I told you, but there's going to be a little twist in this. Welcome to Rob, Andy, and James. Or Curly, as you prefer.
Yeah, Curly's fine.
Curly.
Fine by me.
I'm just going to fix a little bit. I've just noticed on my camera. I just need to shuffle that across to the right a bit. There you go. So it's perfect. So, Mage Knight. This is a 1 to 4 player cooperative or competitive plus game. You can play it in all sorts of different modes. It is a game in which you play a Mage Knight, which is somebody of great power. Nobody can quite understand who the Mage Knights are, where they came from, what their motivations are. But effectively, you are going to be completing a scenario. In this scenario, it's the first reconnaissance scenario. So the Atlantean Council has given you all this job to go here. You're going to arrive on this portal here, and you're going to find the city. That is the objective of this scenario. This is a walkthrough scenario that is designed to teach you how to play the game. It will teach you the rules as you play, which is exactly what I'm going to do today. We're going to do a little bit up front, and then I'll be teaching the rules as we go along. But there are multiple other scenarios included in the game, and we'll touch on that at the end of this video. This game is probably going to take 2 rounds, maybe just over 2 rounds. Now, a round is half a day. So the game plays over alternating day and night phases, and the full conquest game, which is the main game that people will play, is 6 rounds. So it's 3 days and 3 nights. Your Mage Knight, you don't sleep. So, you know, day and night, it's not sleep at night, it's you play a day, you play a night. And this scenario will last 1 day, 1 night, and then probably just a bit into the next day.
Okay.
Just to give you an idea of how it plays out. We've done most of the setup, but what I'm going to do for those people watching this video who don't know how to play the game, and for you as well, I'll explain what you've got. Each player has a character. There are 4 characters included in the base game. There is an Ultimate Edition, which has the expansions and there's extra characters, but your character consists of a character card, which has got some level tokens on it. You also have a deck of cards, which is 16 cards. Now, 14 of those cards are very similar to what other people have got in their decks, but 2 of your cards are unique to you, which are improved versions. So when somebody plays a card and you're like, oh, that's really good, why don't I have that? That's probably one of their special cards. You've also got off camera, you've got a whole bunch of shield tokens. We'll be using those to mark things in the game. And you've got 10 skill tokens. You don't start with any of those skill tokens. They are all shuffled and put in a pile, and you will gain those as you level up. Speaking of leveling up, this is the fame track. The objective is to be the most famous. So at the end of the game, we are going to be scoring, and whoever's got the most fame wins. We are playing the competitive version of the game today. And just so you know, when you're playing the full game, there is a competitive version of the game where you can turn on PvP. If you really want to do that kind of thing, but you can play the competitive game without PvP, you can play the competitive game with PvP. We're playing the competitive game without PvP today. The objective is to get the most fame. You will gain fame over the course of the game by defeating monsters, but there is end of game scoring as well. I won't go through this until the end, but basically everything you do in the game, like gaining new stuff, is going to gain you points. And we will do that. Also in this track is the reputation. So the reputation track is here. Everybody starts off in the middle where it is 0. And I'm just going to press a button here and make sure I've got the right thing. No, it's in the wrong place. Apologies for that. I thought I'd sorted this and then I moved it around. Right, this is the fame board. So the reputation is here. Everybody starts off in the middle, but certain things you do in the game will gain you reputation. You'll move up here. And other things you'll do in the game will lose you reputation and you'll move down. The modifier number on there will affect how the people perceive you. So if you go around doing nice things, your reputation will go up, and therefore you will gain benefits when you interact with villagers and things like that. If you're known for going around and burning down monasteries, Rob, then the people might not like you. If you then walk into the local village and say, oh, I'm really wounded, heal me, they might go, oh, wait a minute, that's the guy that burned down the monastery. Maybe we won't help him. Yeah. So that's the reputation track. That isn't going to affect your points in the game at all, but it is going to affect how the game plays out. The game is balanced, so don't think this is good and that's bad. I mean, morally, yes, this is good and that's bad. But in the game, I have seen people go down here and win the game.
Right.
There are different ways that you can do things. And it doesn't mean, even though Noroas is a nice elf who's got noble manners and is very polite, there are certain cards in your deck that if you choose to play them, will lose your reputation.
Got you.
So again, Mage Knights are these creatures or beings that nobody really understands their motivations. They do good things one day, they do bad things the next day. Who knows what they're going to do? Right, also here, we have the advanced action offer. So there's lots of different types of cards in this game. These are advanced action cards. In your deck at the moment is basic action cards. You will gain these as you level up. There's always 3 of them on display, and this is the deck of cards here. It should be at the top, but I'm just putting it there. We have the spell offer as well, and down here we have the unit offer. So there's always 3 of these. There's always 3 of these. There's a number of these equal to the number of players plus 2. So we have 5 units in the unit offer. Now the units are from this deck of cards, which are the grey-backed cards. Later on in the game, and we're not going to see it too much in this game, but there are elite units. These will come in at a certain point in the game, but for now we've just got these units. We'll come on to those later. Over on the right-hand side, we have the source. So magic is a thing, and we have the source, which is represented by the dice. We've got 6 dice in there, which is wrong. There should be 5. Number of players plus 2. Cool. And at the start of the day, we roll those dice, and we're going to place them onto here. Now, let's just talk about this briefly. What we have is we have 4 colours of magic. We have red, we have green, we have white, and we have blue. We also have gold. Now, gold is a special type of magic that during the day can be a wild card. So anybody can use that during the day as a wild card. You can only use 1 die from the source each turn, and when you use it, it gets re-rolled and put back. So whoever uses the gold one, it's gone. You re-roll it, put it back. The 6th side on the dice is black. Black is depleted during the day. Black cannot be used during the day. Now, at the end of the day, we're going to flip to the night time. Things are going to be different in the night time. I'll explain that when we get to it, but that's those dice. What else have we got? We have the map. So this is where we start. Now, there are 2 sides to this starting tile. We have this side, which is for the wedge formation maps, and we have this side. If we were playing 4 players today, we'd be using this side. Basically, with this side, it only opens in 2 different directions. This side opens in 3 different directions. So you get a bigger map. This is where you're all going to start. So we don't put the figures on the board right now because they won't all fit there. But on your first turn, you'll appear there and you'll move off.
Oh, yeah.
When you're setting up the board, you will take, depending on the scenario, a certain number of countryside tiles. Countryside tiles have green backs. You will shuffle them all together and you will make a face-down stack of the green tiles. Then you will take a certain number of the brown-backed tiles, some of which may contain cities, and you'll put them on the bottom. For this tutorial, we are using the countryside tiles in numeric order. You only ever do that for the tutorial. You never do it for anything else. It means that you're going to get some nice, easy tiles to start with. But when you play the full game and you shuffle them, and your first 2 tiles come out at number 10 and 11, you're like, oh. Every game of this is going to be different depending on which tiles come out and which monsters are available. So you always start on this wedge formation with the 2 tiles. Now, each tile has a little number in the corner, and you always orient them in exactly the same way. So the number is going to be facing that way.
Okay.
Yeah. So that the stars line up and the circles line up.
Yeah.
Now, this is a wedge formation board. So imagine that there is a coastline there and there is a coastline there. It means you can't go exploring off here, right? You're going to be going in a wedge formation. And I'll tell you this now, just in case we forget. The brown tiles are known as core or central tiles. They cannot be placed on a coastline.
Okay.
Now, the reason that rule is in there is actually quite clever. When you start moving forward and the board is expanding like that, those core tiles contain cities. Cities are what the objective of the full scenario is. If a city appeared on the coastline and another player's over there, too far for them.
Yeah.
So the core tiles cannot be on the coastline and they will stick around the middle of the board. Anyway, that's advanced stuff for when we play the full game, which if you two like this and you want to stay over, we just spend all night playing Mage Knight. I might be asleep by midnight, but you're welcome to. Yeah, the full game does take a long time. It is a day game. That's how it is. We have a turn order token for each player. So we're going to decide at random the initial sequence, which is going to be first is going to be Norowas.
Okay.
Second is going to be Arathea, and third is going to be Goldix.
Clockwise makes it easy.
Except that isn't actually the turn order.
Okay.
That is the order in which you're going to choose tactics cards.
Okay.
So at the start of the day, in this order, you are going to choose one of the 6 tactic cards. They are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The number 1 card has no abilities on whatsoever. The number 6 card has an amazing ability on. But this determines the order in which you go in the round.
Got you.
Mm-hmm.
But before choosing tactics cards, you shuffle your deck, you draw 5 cards. And the reason why you're drawing 5 cards is on your level token, there is 2 pieces of information. There's your armor value or your defense value, and there is your hand limit. So your hand limits are all 5 at the start of the game, and you do draw those 5 cards and see what they are before you choose your tactics card.
Okay.
Because if you've drawn cards that you think, oh, these aren't very good, tactic number 2 is rethink. Discard up to 3 cards from your hand, draw 3 new ones, and then shuffle the ones you discarded back in.
Got you.
Or, great start, tactic number 5, draw 2 cards. Immediately draw 2 cards. So depending on your starting hand, if your starting hand is really good and you've worked out, oh, wait a minute, I can go here and do this. This is all really cool. You might just want to take number 1 because then you're guaranteed to go first and do the thing that you want to do before somebody else comes along, because you cannot end your turn on the same space as somebody else. Speaking of the spaces, we have the map here. And if I've got, could you pass me my big remote control? I do have a preset for this, but it might have moved since I moved things around. Yeah, there we go. That's the map. So let's just define this. So we have a board divided into hexes. Each hex has a different terrain type. You will have to spend movement points to move into the type of terrain. So these grasslands here, 2 movement points to move into those.
Okay.
Forest, 3. Hills, 3. The lake cannot be moved onto. Right?
Okay.
That's during the daytime. Things change at night. If you've ever run through a forest at night time, you'll know that it's a bit dangerous. So the terrain costs change depending on whether it's night or day.
Okay.
Okay. So for the daytime, it's 2 to move onto grassland, 3 for forest, 3 for hills, and you can't move into the lakes. Now, speaking of the map, we actually have some things on there. So as soon as the tiles are revealed, we need to populate it with monsters. So what we have is we have various monsters here, and these are rampaging orcs or marauding orcs. So there's different types of tokens and they work in slightly different ways. Every time you reveal a map tile with that symbol on, we take a tile and we place it face up. It's always placed face up. These ones are always placed face up. So you know about them, you know what they are, where they are, and what they're doing. Combat in this game is a puzzle. It is a card game puzzle. You can work out with the cards that you've got in your hand and the numbers that are on these whether you are going to be able to defeat something or not. There is only a few situations in this game where you will go into a fight without knowing what it is. So if you were to attack this and go, oh, I can't kill it, well, you shouldn't have attacked it. Yeah. You'll work it out whether you're going to be able to defeat it or not.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I put that in the wrong place.
Yeah.
So while we're talking about these, let's just talk about these especially. These work in a different way to the other ones in that you never move on to their space. If you move adjacent to them, you can challenge them and that starts the fight, but you never actually move on to their space. Alternatively, if you were next to them and you move to another space next to them, they don't like that. That provokes them.
Okay.
Your movement stops and the fight happens.
Got you.
So the general structure of your turn is you move and then you do an action. But your action would be you fight them.
Got you.
Once they're defeated, then the space is an empty space. You can then move on to it. But the marauding orcs, that's how they work. Just remember, you actually have to attack them or you challenge them from a space next to them without moving onto their spaces.
They never move.
They never move. They never move. Right, other things that we have on the board while we're here, we have a crystal mine. If you end your turn on that space, you will gain 1 green crystal. The colour of the crystals match the colour of the magic that we mentioned earlier on. This is a village, and this is a village. In a village, you can do various things. And it has to be said, the game comes with these reference cards.
Okay.
So this is the village reference card. You can recruit in a village. You go there, you use influence. You'll have cards which generate influence, and you can spend that influence on recruiting units from the offer, as long as it's got that icon on. I know is a little bit small for anybody watching at home, but there is a tiny little icon here, and that is the village icon. So you could not recruit the illusionists from the village. They only live in monasteries and mage towers. You cannot recruit the savage monks, but you could recruit the Utum guardsmen or the peasants from the village. The other thing you can do is you can get healing if you're wounded. And there's pillaging as well. We'll talk about pillaging later on as well. But there are things to do in the village. There's attacking the monsters. These are magical glades. Magical glades do two different things. If you end your turn on a magical glade, you may remove from the game one wound card from either your hand or your discard pile. Normally, healing is from hand. This, if you're on there at the end of your turn, you can get rid of one from your discard pile. And if you start the day, so if you start your turn and it's daytime on a magical glade, you gain one of these precious gold mana tokens. Now, a gold mana token is the same as using gold mana from there, but this is yours. In other words, you can only use one die from the source each turn.
Right.
So if you start your turn on one of these, you've got that, and you can use one of those. That's effectively meaning you've got 2 mana.
Got you.
For that turn. If you don't use it, you go. So there's a difference. You will probably have some cards, or you will hear this. You'll see crystals. I've already mentioned crystals, and I've mentioned mana token. Here's one slightly confusing thing. I don't think it's confusing. Lots of other people do. This is either a green mana token or it's a green crystal. Okay? If it's there, it's in your backpack, it's a crystal.
Okay.
If it's not there, it's a mana token. It does exactly the same thing, but a crystal you can keep, and a mana token will disappear at the end of your turn.
Okay.
So if you ever gain a mana token, you put it there. If you ever gain a crystal, you put it there.
It's like a crystal you crack that gives
A crystal you crack that gives you the mana.
Yeah,
so you
yeah.
can keep that in your backpack as long as you want, and when you use it, you will get rid of it. So this gives you a mana crystal at the end of your turn. Whereas certain other things will give you, like the glade, will give you a mana token, which if you don't use it, it disappears. Anyway, that's all very detailed.
Is there a limit to how many you can have?
3 of each. Yes. You don't ever want to put 4 crystals of the same colour in your backpack, because apparently, boom. It says that somewhere in the rulebook, so you don't want to do that. Now, you've drawn your starting hand of cards.
Yeah.
Let's go through the cards in a bit more detail.
Okay.
Each card has a top effect and a bottom effect.
Yeah.
The normal effect or the stronger effect. To use the stronger effect, you have to power it with mana. And the mana cost is shown on the card. And where do you get the mana from? Crystals, mana tokens, or the source. So generally speaking, at the start of the game, 1 card per turn, you will boost up to make it a better version. Now, the other thing, any card except a wound card can be played sideways for 1 movement, 1 attack, or 1 block, or 1 influence. So the 4 main things you're doing in the game is you're moving around, you're using influence to recruit new units, you're attacking creatures, and you're blocking them to stop them taking damage. So any card in your hand can be played sideways for 1 of those things.
Okay.
A common thing with this game when people start playing it is, I can't do anything. You can, right? You've just got to go, well, wait a minute. If I play these 2 cards sideways for that, then I combine it with that. Oh, I can do this. It might not be optimum, but there's always something that you can do. So the objective of this scenario is to get the most fame. The theme of the scenario is you've got to find the city. The city, I'll tell you now, is on one of those 3 tiles at the bottom of this stack.
Okay.
We are using a certain number of green tiles based on the number of players. If there are 4 players, there'd be more tiles. So the city is there. As soon as the city is found, according to the rules of the scenario, I think we finish that particular round or that turn, and then the game is over. And we're going to add up the fame. Whoever's got the most fame wins the game, right? There is a special rule for only this scenario. Exploring will get you 1 fame. A lot of people think that that is a rule for the actual full game. It's not. It's only for the tutorial mission. Because the theme of it is exploring. So whenever you explore, which you do from one of the edges, and you spend 2 movement points, and you take the top thing. And in this game, we know what it is. I might just move these over here so you don't know what it is. But normally that doesn't get you anything, apart from a bit of advanced knowledge over the other players. But in this tutorial, you will gain 1 fame every time you explore.
Okay.
Right. Do you feel you have enough to make a start?
Yeah.
Let's go through the tactics cards. So we've mentioned tactic card number 1 does nothing. Tactic card number 2, rethink, discard up to 3 cards from your hand, which could be wounds if you had any. Draw that number of new cards and then shuffle those back in. Mana steal. When you take this tactic, you basically steal mana from the source and put it on the card. Okay. It's got to be a basic colour. That is your mana that you can use at some point during that round. So you only do it at the start of the day, but you've stolen a mana from the source. Planning is awesome. Right, this card, at the end of each of your turns, if you have 2 cards in hand, you will then draw 1 extra. Okay. So instead of drawing to 5, you draw to 6.
As long as you keep 2 back.
As long as you keep at least 2 back. Great start. Immediately draw 2 cards, which means your first turn is going to be better. The right moment is really interesting because it's card number 6. You will go last. But once during the day, on your turn, you can say, I'm going to have another go. You flip the card over and you immediately take a second turn.
Okay.
Now, the day will end when somebody's deck runs out. This is a deck building game, or there is a deck building element to this game. You will be improving your deck by getting new advanced actions, new spells, potentially artifacts, if I can find where I put them. Here, artifacts. Not units. Units don't go into your deck. Units will go in front of you in play, but all of the other cards will go into your deck. You will make your deck better. But unlike most other deck building games, when your deck empties, you do not reshuffle your deck and go again. When your deck empties, that means you're spent for the day. You've done everything. You're tired. You need to sit down. At some point, when somebody's deck empties, they will declare end of round, and then everybody plays 1 more turn. So in other words, we're playing probably 2 rounds today, maybe just into 3. You're only going to be going through your deck twice.
Right.
And that's it. For the full game, which is 6 rounds, you'll still only go through your deck 6 times or 5 times. So yeah, there's a deck building element to it, but you are not going to be cycling through your deck hundreds of times.
So in the tutorial scenario, you're not going to buy too many cards because you won't see them very often.
No. Well, you'll still want to buy the cards because everything you buy is worth points.
Got you.
So at the end of the game, every advanced action that you get is worth, it's on here somewhere, 1 point. Every spell is worth 2 points. Units are worth their level in points. So yeah, everything that you gain and everything that you do is all going to get you points at the end of the game. The only thing that you're going to do in the game, which is going to be worth negative points, is getting these. Every wound you have in your hand at the end of the game is negative points. But otherwise, everything else is positive.
That in your hand or your deck? Sorry.
Wherever.
Wherever.
Yeah. So at the end of the game, you basically go, these are all of the cards that I own, and we work out all of the points.
Okay.
There was a message in the chat, say, are all of the players new? James is new, Andy's new, Rob has played a lot.
Not for a while.
Not for a while, but you may have even played the first time with me when I first played it back in 2011.
Probably. Yeah.
Or 2012, whenever it was. Because I was rather excited about the game when I got the prototype of it way back when. Okay, so Norowas. Which of these tactics cards would you like?
Okay, I'm not going to think about it too much because that's one of my things I tend to do sometimes.
And it's a learning game, so...
Exactly. So I'm going to go for planning.
Okay.
Just because you said it was good.
It is good. It is good.
JP will be proud of me.
The terrain deck is face up because this is the walkthrough scenario, and I have just got them face up. It might be supposed to be face down, but the important thing is they're in numeric order.
Yeah.
So the next tile that's going to come out is tile number 3, and then tile number 4, etc., etc. But
on
good
the
point,
outside,
Paul.
if I look at them, I don't know what I'm looking at.
No,
so
exactly.
no advantage.
But I am going to put them face down just to keep Paul happy. There you go.
Yeah.
They're now face down. Okay. Mrs. Arathea.
Yeah. So I'm thinking I maybe want more options, so I'm going to take Great Start.
Yep,
which
so
gives
you
me 2
immediately draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
Not from that deck. That's the artifact deck.
That would be,
The most powerful card in the game.
yeah.
So you've got a choice. If you took 1, 2, or 3, you'd be going first.
Mm-hmm. I think I might actually take 3. It seems pretty good.
So 3 is the best one of those 3 cards.
Yeah.
But I mean that's really good as well.
I quite
Depending
like
on
my hand,
if you like your hand, that's fine. So immediately, steal a mana. Cannot be the gold one. Okay, that is yours. So now we reorganize these. You're number 5. Okay, so it's Goldix's turn. So your turn sequence consists of choosing whether you want to rest or not. We might not even mention, we might not get to that point because it's normally what you do if your hand is clogged up with wounds. So resting is a rare thing. I did it this afternoon because I ended up taking loads of wounds in a fight with a big dragon. But you choose whether you want to rest or not. You're not going to rest.
No.
So what you're going to do is you're going to move. So you're going to start off here. You're going to move, and then you're going to do an action. And the actions are challenging an orc or interacting with the village. They are the only 2 actions available right now on this map. The gaining a crystal from here is not an action. It's just end of your turn if you're there, as is the healing from here. So we do need to explain combat a little bit. And I'm just going to zoom in on these tokens here to show you what they are, because you might be able to work out whether you can kill them or not. So combat is a 4-step process. The first step is the ranged and the siege attack phase. So there are 3 types of attack in the game. There's normal attack, which doesn't have any words before it, it just says attack. There's ranged attack and there's siege attack. So the first step of combat is the ranged attack step. This has got 4 armor. So if you were able to do 4 ranged attack to that, it's dead. That's it. Combat is over. This one has a little tower symbol. That means it's fortified. You cannot use ranged attack. So this one's hiding behind some walls. You can't use ranged attack with this one. You can use siege attack, but I'll tell you now, nobody has siege attack 3 in their starting deck. So step 1 of combat is the ranged and siege attack step. If you manage to deal enough damage to get through its armor, it's dead. And there's no point dealing any less. So it's 4 or nothing, right? But if you do that, it's dead, and that's it, end of combat. The second step of combat is that it's going to attack you. Let's have a look at this one. This here tells you how much it's hitting you for. It's hitting you for 3 points of damage, and it's a physical attack, because you can see the fist. At that point, you don't need to block it, but if you don't block it, you're going to take some damage. Blocking is optional. If you do block it, you need 3 block. And there's no point playing 1 or 2 block. There is no such thing in this game as partial block. So it's hitting you for 3 damage. You need 3 block. If you've got block 3, great, you don't take any damage. If you don't play block 3, you're going to take 3 damage. Now, 3 damage is not 3 wounds. You've got an armor value of 2. So it's damage divided by armor rounded up. So 3 damage is 2 wounds.
2 wounds.
Okay, until your armor goes up. And if your armor was 3, it would only be 1 wound.
Yeah.
Step 4 of combat is where you get to hit it. Step 4 of combat is the same as step 1, except you can now use any type of attack. So if for example, you had ranged attack 2, 1, you can't use it because it's fortified, and 2, it wouldn't have been enough anyway. But you can use ranged attack in the normal attack phase later on. So if you had ranged attack 2 and a normal attack of 1, you could combine those together for an attack of 3, and that would kill it. So, does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. What is Goldix going to do?
So I have to play these to do any of the movement, etc.
So one of the things with this game, if you haven't worked it out, you don't have a base movement value.
No.
You only move by playing cards from your hand. Remember, any card can be turned sideways for move 1.
Yep.
So
I'm
hoping you've got some movement cards in hand. Oh,
yes.
Right, mana draw. So we've already got quite an interesting card to start with. And you're going to power it up. So
Yes.
put that on there. So you want to read what mana does?
So I can take a mana dice from the source and set it to any colour except gold. Gain 2 mana tokens of that colour. Do not re-roll this die when you return it to the source.
Right. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And what's interesting is it says take any die from there. So if one of them was black, which would have been depleted, you can bring it back.
Bring it back.
So you can take the green one, you
So
can set it to blue. So you gain 2 mana tokens.
Yeah.
Which, as we mentioned earlier,
I have
if you
to
don't
use.
use them this turn, they go.
Yeah.
And
I'll roll these.
no, you leave the white one on there.
Yeah, okay.
That will be re-rolled at the end of your turn.
Fine.
But that one won't be
And this goes back
because
to
it
the
specifically says
return to the source.
it won't be.
Okay.
Right.
So I'm then going to use one of those
There you go.
onto that one to move 4.
Stamina. Move 4.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, nice.
I'm
See the
then
village off in the distance.
yeah, and then also going to use the other blue for this one,
Right.
which I'll gain a crystal of any basic colour to my inventory, which is there.
Yes. What colour crystal would you like?
I think if I'm going to start fighting, it's probably going to be red.
Goldix loves crystals.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Goldix has got a thing about
Oh,
crystals.
crystals, exactly. And then I can discard a card at the end, but I think that's me.
So
I've already got red there.
Yeah.
I'm going to say blue.
Okay. There's a blue.
Yeah.
So your options are you've got 2 cards in hand.
Yep.
You could, if you wanted to, play those 2 sideways to move to here. You would then be in that village. You could then, as your action, interact with the village, but you then wouldn't have any cards. You wouldn't have any influence. I don't know what cards you've got in your hand, so I don't know whether you want to keep them.
I want to keep one of them.
The danger is somebody moves through you and ends up here,
Yep.
and then on your next turn you're like, because you won't be able to end the turn on the same space as them. But
we'll see.
yeah, I'll leave that up to you.
Yeah. I am going to.
You
So-
may choose at the end of your turn to discard any number of cards from your hand that you want to.
So
Any that you don't discard, stay in your hand.
I'm going to discard this one to bring this back to my hand.
Oh. Is that what he does?
That's what it says.
This is awesome. At the end of your turn, you may discard another card, including a wound, to take this card back into your hand. Oh, nice. That's his special card, or one of your 2 special
Yeah.
cards. Yeah. So that's the end of your turn.
Yep.
We re-roll that.
Yeah,
we put
and
it
that
back.
one then goes back.
That one goes back as blue. Now, one of the things in this game, which I think was a little bit ahead of its time, is the end of turn admin that you would do, including when we get to it leveling up. You do while the next player is taking their turn. So when you play this game in future, and anybody who's watching this, the first thing you do at the end of your turn is re-roll the dice and put it back, and then you say done. The next player can literally then start playing while you do your admin.
Okay.
We're not going to do that now because we're learning, but that's what you would normally do.
Okay.
So discard any number of cards from your hand,
Yep.
discard
So
all
that's
of your
that one.
played cards, discard any mana tokens, draw up to your hand limit, which is 5, so you draw 3 new cards.
Lovely.
We're done. Player 2, Norowas.
Okay.
What's Norowas going to do?
So one thing I want to double check, and it's just a rules thing.
Mhm.
What is an interaction?
Interaction is when you go to a village or a monastery or a city.
So it's an action. On
It is an action, yeah. It's where you recruit people, heal, and things like that.
Okay, understood. Are we meant to have one more dice here, or am I misremembering how many
No,
dice?
it's mana
So
stone.
Somebody stole one.
Right. And that stays for this whole round, is it?
Well, whenever I
Whether-
use
yeah.
it.
When
I
he uses
use
it,
I'll
it goes
roll
back.
Go back.
Okay. Fine.
Goldix, the mana stealer.
Yeah.
Okay. So we will
Loves a bit
try
of mana.
this one then. So we'll go with that one.
Improvisation.
Yeah. So that's going to use the red from here.
Yep. And you have to discard another card. So
Yeah.
put one card into your discard pile.
So
Yep.
anywhere.
And you get either move 5, attack 5, block 5, or influence 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically one of the main 4 things.
So I'm going to move 5.
Okay.
So I would like to go on to that.
Norowas appears. So you're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's it. Now I don't gain the thing until I
End of the
my
turn. Correct.
So if I want to move more,
You won't then get
I
the
won't
green
then
crystal.
get the bonus.
I mean, that's not bad for your planning.
Now, yeah, that's quite tough actually. I could just end the turn early.
Mhm.
Now, what I'm thinking is a couple of things. So
Yep.
I need 4 movement to go into the village.
You will.
If I get to the village, do you say I can spend one of my extra cards to gain influence?
Turn it sideways for 1 influence. But I'll tell you now, to recruit the peasants, it's going to cost you 4 influence.
Well,
Okay.
But no, I can only spend one of those, can't I, actually?
You can only use one die from the
One
source
die per
each turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, in which case, I think I'm probably going to stop there and leave it.
Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. So the die goes back. It's rolled.
Rolled.
Yeah. Rob can be thinking about his turn
Yeah.
while we
That
do
one
so.
goes
That's
there.
discarded. You may discard any number of other cards from your hand.
Okay.
The only reason you would do this is there's no monsters near me and I've got a handful of attack cards. Just be aware, once you've discarded them, that's it. They're gone for that
They're
round.
gone.
If you then go over the next hill and suddenly, there's a whole load of orcs. And the experience with the game comes with knowing your deck, knowing what cards you've got, knowing which ones to keep for when, and etc. etc.
Hmm.
Got a question. If you move into the village, that won't engage.
So let's zoom in and show you. If you move from here into the village, you're fine. But if you were here and you were to move to the village, then you're moving within its area of control, and it doesn't like that. So yes, from there you can move to the village and you're fine.
Okay, so I've discarded one, and then I'm going to draw,
So you draw up to your hand size,
and then an extra one.
and then an extra one because of planning, and you get a green crystal from the crystal mine. So that goes in your inventory. There you go. Right, Arithea arrives at the portal. Says, "What have I missed?"
Yep. So I think I've got a card here which allows me to draw another card, so I'm going to play that straight away.
Yep,
Just
nice
gives
and
me
simple.
More options.
Yep. So play that card, draw another card.
Oh, not that. I'll be cheating massively.
I've got 14 spells in hand.
Yeah. So I've got this card called Mana Pool, which I think is an upgraded version.
This is an upgraded version of the one that you had.
Yep.
Yeah. And are you going to
I have,
power it
to
up?
use, I have to use the gold one if I want to power it
Yeah.
up.
So just pop it.
Yeah.
Remove your cards down to here.
Sure.
Then you
Yeah.
can put your played cards in that area.
Okay.
So what does your mana pool do?
Take 2 mana dice from the source and set them to any colour except gold. Gain a mana token of each of these colours. Do not re-roll these dice
So
when you
instead of-
return them.
Instead of one die that generates 2 of that colour, you take 2 dice and set them to whatever you want.
Yeah.
What would you like?
Well, as it happens, I do need a blue anyway, so I'm going to take a blue and actually, I'll take a green.
Blue and a green?
Yep.
Okay.
Can I change my mind about the blue one? I think I will take a red one instead.
Okay.
Apologies. Yeah.
I mean, you can still take that die because you
Okay,
take 2 dice
Yeah.
from the pool and set it to whatever you want.
Yeah.
But you don't re-roll them, is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're going to go back as that,
Yeah.
which means you can start thinking ahead. You know that there's definitely going to be red and green in there for
Yeah.
your turn.
So the green's great because I can play this card,
Concentration.
Concentration, which the advanced version of it.
You've both got this. In fact, yours
Yeah.
is better. You've got willpower, which is a better version of that.
So what it means is that I can play another action card and I get the advanced effect for free. So I can play a stamina and I get move 4 for free. Plus it's also boosted according to this.
Yep.
So I get actually move 6.
It's actually move 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's concentrate on moving. So it's when you play this card, play another action card with it, get the stronger effect of that card for free. And if it gives you move, influence, block, or any type of attack, you get another 2. So
Yeah.
that, with that, is move 6.
Yeah. So
Okay, where are you going to go?
So try and not be too annoying because I'm going to move here.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. And then I'm going to provoke the
You're going to challenge.
challenge.
So that's the end of movement. You can't move anymore because challenging is your action.
Yep.
And now we do the combat. So step 1 is the ranged and siege attack. This is fortified. So
Yep.
if you had 3 siege attack, you'd be okay.
No.
So it's going to hit you, and it's hitting you for 3 physical damage.
Yep.
So do you have 3 block?
Yeah. So I've got determination, which is block 2.
Yep.
And I can turn this sideways.
Any card sideways.
Um,
So there's the block 3, so he doesn't take any damage.
Okay.
Now you've got to hit it. You need attack 3.
Okay, so I've still got the red mana.
Yep.
I can play this rage
There
for its upgraded version,
you go.
and that's attack 4.
That's attack 4.
Nice.
It's like
There
he's
we
played it
are.
before.
Okay.
Well, I did have 2 extra cards.
You did have 2
1.
extra cards. Without those 2 extra cards, you probably wouldn't have been able to do that.
Why would it be 3? Is that not the value at the bottom?
No, that's the fame value.
Ah, so that's how much.
That is its armor.
The armor value.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, yeah, let's just have a look at that. So, monsters, every monster that you defeat, however you defeat them, is worth a certain amount of fame. So Rob is going to get 2 fame for defeating that. The starting orc counters range between 2, 3, and 4. The 2 are really easy. The 4 is quite difficult. So that's dead. You gain 2 fame. So we move Arathia's counter up to here. Whenever you go to the next line, you level up. This is how you level up by moving your fame up. Now, the other thing is all of these marauding orcs, every time you kill one of them, if it's a marauding orc counter on the board, you gain a reputation. Because word spreads through the land that that group of terrorizing orcs that were going to, causing trouble to the farmers, Arathea sorted them out. So word has spread and Arathea is a little bit more liked in the land. For now. that might change at some point. So you've gained the fame, you gain the reputation. That's the end of your turn.
I put these 2 back as they were.
And you roll that
And
one.
re-roll this one. That's
Black. We have a depleted diamond. So that's locked.
Giving you limited options there, sorry.
Discard any number of cards from your hand and then draw replacements. Right, back to Goldix.
Cool. So I'm going to move 2 into the village.
Into
there.
the village.
And
So, just as a reminder, exploring is 2 movement.
2 movement, yeah.
Exploring is not an action, and you do not move on to the new tile. So if you had another 2 movement, and you wanted to explore, you can do that now.
Oh, so that's exploring, so that's not... And it's not an action,
It's not
so
an
I
action.
could do that.
It actually
and get
happens
fame.
during
That makes
your
sense.
movement.
Fine.
So if you spend the 2 movement, you explore, you could then spend more movement and move on to the new tile. So it happens during your movement. You want to explore?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is tile number 3. So we're going to put it here. In this scenario, remember, special rule for this scenario, every time you explore, you gain 1 fame. And what we have here is we have a village. We know how villages work. We also have a crystal mine, but this is a white crystal mine. And we have a keep. So we have a new type of thing. Let's just press this button here and show the keep. Yep, there is the keep. So there is a special card that comes with the keep, which is here, which tells you exactly what the keep does. It says, when revealed, we are going to put a random grey token face down on the keep. So that is the keep's inhabitants. If you move adjacent to the keep and it is daytime, we reveal it. If you move adjacent to the keep and it's nighttime, you don't reveal it. If you attack the keep, you have to move onto its space. So, I said that the orcs were different. You never move onto their space. This, if you want to attack the keep, you have to move onto the space. This keep is in the hills, so it would be 3 movement points. Now, the keep is run by the people of this land. So if you do move onto the keep, it's classed as an assault. You lose 1 reputation. Again, questionable mage knights. Who knows what they do? But what you'll do is you'll fight it. These monsters are tougher than the green ones. And if you defeat it, it's your keep.
Okay.
Which means you'll mark it with a token. It'll be worth points at the end of the game. And you can then recruit the Utum Swordsman or the Utum Guardsman. They can be recruited in a keep. So there are benefits to attacking it, not just to get the fame, but if that's your keep, you're going to get benefits throughout the game. Now, I say that's your keep. If you walk away, another player might come along and go, oh, look, there's a keep over there. So although there's no player versus player direct characters fighting, going around and taking somebody's keep off them is fair game. Quite funny to do. So one of the criticisms that this game had when it came out is fiddly rules that you have to remember. I count myself lucky that I've never had that problem because everything makes sense. Thematically, if you go next to the keep and it's daytime, I can see who's in it.
Yeah.
Right. So you reveal the token. But if it's nighttime, we go next to the keep, well, they're asleep. So all of these, quotes, fiddly rules in the game, for me, make thematic sense. And any thematic rule, for me, helps me remember the game and things like that. So yeah, there are going to be a lot of these exceptions in the game. But as long as you think about it thematically, it does actually work.
No, it's just a drawbridge or something that's up at night, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Lovely.
So that was all part of your movement.
Yeah, I'm doing
You can
an action
you can
now.
still do more if you want.
No.
No. He's staying in the village.
I'm going to threaten some people.
So as we were saying earlier on, there are certain cards in your deck, and you can either play the card for 2 influence, or you can get quite angry about it. You'll get 5 influence, but then after this is done, you will lose 1 reputation.
Yeah, it's
So what are you going to do with that 5 influence?
I think I can recruit one of those
The
guardsmen.
Uton Guardsmen require 5 influence. So these... so we need to put your cards up here that you've played.
Yeah, okay.
That's what this is for. So you may have noticed if you're watching this game, everybody has one of these tokens. This is a command token. You may have 1 unit for each command token that you have. So you can't have any other command tokens. Sorry, you can't have any other units. Well, you can, but you then have to dismiss 1 until you gain more of these, which you will gain as you level up. So that is now your unit. That unit has 2 separate abilities separated by a line, and you can use it once per round by doing that. And at the end of the day, or the end of the night, so at the end of the round, it will come off, and then it's refreshed and you can do something with it again.
Lovely.
So you threatened them, you said, oi, you,
Yeah.
come here or I'm going to beat up your...
So I
Yeah.
lose a
So
rep.
you lose a reputation. You're still on the 0.
Yeah.
So it's not actually going to affect you. But that when you gain influence, if you ever gain influence when interacting, that's when this modifier comes in. So in the game we played this afternoon, I was playing Norowas. I managed to get my marker up to there on the +5. What that means is you can play a card, generate 1 influence, and it's actually 6.
Got you.
So that's every time you interact, you apply that bonus or penalty. And notice this one is an X. You cannot interact. If you're down there, nobody wants to speak to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? So,
Okay. And I think that's just going to be the end of my turn.
Mhm.
Not much else to do. That
so
was okay.
we roll the dice, we pop it back. The other player can be thinking about their turn. You discard those cards, discard any number of other cards
So
from your hand.
I can't. Influence isn't used for anything else now.
No.
So I might as well get rid of that one.
Okay. Yeah, good call.
Back up.
And then draw back up. So I mentioned earlier on that there's 3 things you can do in a village. One of them was to recruit, which is what you've done. Notice that the offer does not refresh.
I was gonna
These
ask that.
do and these do, but this offer does not refresh until the start of the next round. The second thing you can do is you can heal. 3 influence for 1 point of healing. And you can do this in any combination. There is a third thing that you can do in a village, and that is pillage.
Okay.
Now, the pillaging rule is done when it's not your turn.
Okay.
So at some point, James, before it gets round to you, you can decide, I'm going to pillage the village. And what it is you get to draw 2 cards, but you lose a reputation. Which, if you're not bothered about your reputation,
Well,
2 cards is 2 cards. So you've got until it gets back round to you
Decide.
to decide whether you want to do it or not. And all you do is you just lose a reputation and draw 2 cards. So you can be having a look at those cards, thinking about what you might want to do, and then choose whether you want to pillage the village. Right. What's Norowas going to do?
okay. So,
It's 11 o'clock in the morning.
unfortunately for me,
Yeah.
James has just taken exactly what I wanted
Right,
to do.
okay.
So the whole point of me heading over there was to get influenced
I mean,
by
there
that reasonable looking
There
person.
are some peasants.
It's the peasants weren't particularly small. I much prefer the Uton Guardian. It looks like that option's out of the question.
I mean, the peasants do have some uses.
Okay, well, I think they're going to get gone regardless.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do mana draw to make any of that possible. So now this one here, I'd like to do the upgraded one, but I can't actually do it because it's
Cannot,
not
because there's
available.
no white or gold mana in the pool.
So I can use 1 additional dice system.
Yeah, so for this turn, you can use 2 dice from the pool.
Yeah. So I'm going to use. Now the one thing I've got crystallize, which I
Yes.
assume is a general thing. Now
Yeah.
I've got to pay a blue one, and then I can gain 1 of any color to my. So it's just about swapping the
So
color,
it's,
really.
it's either converting white, red, or green mana
Yeah.
into a crystal of that colour,
Yeah.
or spending blue to get any colour.
To get any colour.
Yeah, because blue is the colour of magic, so blue is like this kind of wild card. Is effectively what all of that card says.
Yeah.
And it's great. It allows you to convert mana into a crystal, so
Okay.
you can keep it with you.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so I'm going to move as my main thing because I need to move 4 at the very least. And I think now I might need a little bit of help from
Yeah,
you.
that's fine.
Anyway, what I want to try and do is move 4
Yep, and then
Okay.
influence the peasants.
and then try and influence the peasants. But I've got one here that gives me a lot of bonuses, noble manners.
Noble manners
If
is your
I-
special card. Yeah.
If I do it
Yeah.
with the white
Yeah.
type. Now, is there a way for me to do that with
Yes.
the configuration
Yes.
there?
So play crystallize
Okay, so
using
that would be
the blue mana. So take mana draw back for now
okay.
because you might not
Might
need
not
it.
need that. Okay.
Put the blue on there, and you
Okay.
get the stronger effect of that, which says
Gain a crystal of any colour to my inventory, which can be
White.
white. Perfect. Now I need to move
you need 4 movement now.
4 movement, so I can do that via stamina for 2, and then what I can discard
2 cards sideways.
2 card size. So it does mean that I wouldn't be able to benefit from my planning if I did it
Right,
this way,
okay.
I think. Yeah. Red and green. No, I don't think. Unless I'm probably not going to use this now. I could use rejuvenate first and draw a card.
So you've got a green crystal in your backpack. You
Yeah.
could use that green crystal. Oh no, you could just play rejuvenate to
Yeah,
draw a
to
card.
draw a card, and I'm hoping there might be movement on it, but there might not
Mm.
be. But it also, I don't
Or
know,
you could use the green crystal
to get
to
that
draw
mana.
2 cards.
Yes, that makes sense. So if I do that one, spend that one.
So that's your that's your
draw
special
2.
one.
So
Now, one thing that I wanted to mention about this game, there's a lot of planning, calculation, and a lot of it is deterministic.
Yeah.
This is one of the first games that effectively had a rollback rule. You can revert your turn at any point you want to and go, no, I'm going to do that differently, until new information has been revealed.
got you.
Once new information has been revealed, you've got your save point, you can't go back beyond that. That rule is essential for this game because you need to play through it, work out, oh no, wait a minute, I'm one
Okay.
shore. Right, let's do something different.
Understood.
You've just drawn 2 cards.
Yeah.
So that's it now.
That's it.
You-
as
you
far
can't
as that
now-
point there.
That's why I said keep that mana draw in hand,
Got you.
because if you'd played it and then decided, oh, I now don't want to use another one, you've
Yeah.
wasted it.
Got you. That makes
So-
perfect sense. So if I do that one, I draw 2 cards, which I've done, and a lot of that logs that in. But I also get the mana crystal back
that what
because
it
I
says?
upgraded it. Gain a green mana crystal to your inventory. Heal 2, which
Yeah.
I don't benefit from. Draw 2 cards. Gain a green mana crystal
Yeah.
to your
It's
inventory.
all.
No, it's already
Yeah,
level
so-
1, 2, or 3.
It's any of those one things.
Okay.
Okay.
It's either heal 2 or draw
Got
2
you.
cards.
I thought it
or-
was what
No, no,
those
no, no.
things already.
No, no,
in
no,
it.
no.
Okay, that's understood.
Option
So
comma.
that's fine. In which case, definitely want the 2 cards.
Yes. So you got the 2 cards. That's it. You can't now revert anything that you've
That
done prior
makes
to that.
Perfect sense.
But hopefully,
So,
I mean, have you drawn March by any chance?
no would be the answer to that.
Okay.
But I have now got more cards.
Yes.
So it's not the end of the world. Now what I can do is play concentration,
Nice.
and I can gain a blue token,
So you're going to play concentration to gain a blue mana token.
and that will sit outside there because it's not permanent. I'm
Yep.
then going to play stamina, which enables me to move my 4
Yep. So you put that on the card.
on the card.
Yep. So there's the 4 movement. You've arrived at the village.
Right, and then
Noble manners.
noble manners. So
With
I
the
will
white
then
crystal.
play noble manners
Yeah.
with this one.
We're slightly off camera there,
Okay.
so I don't even want to shuffle everything just a bit to the
There we go,
left.
I'll pop it there.
Yeah.
Noble manners. So what that enabled me to do, if I use a white crystal, which I have, influence 4,
Modified by 0.
modified
so it
by
is 4.
0, fame +1, reputation +1 if you use this during an interaction.
You are interacting, and you are going to do that during interaction.
So I get one of those,
Yep.
I
And one
get
of those.
one of those.
Yep. And you
Then
recruit the peasants.
I recruit the peasant.
There you go. Noros is such
Peasant army.
such a nice man.
Yeah.
Word has spread about how nice you are.
Yeah.
And then I guess we'll probably
I just went in and threatened everyone.
Yeah.
Fine.
So we have slightly different approaches.
I don't think there's anything else I can do, but
Okay.
I don't know whether these are useful or not. So
Let's have a look.
would you mana draw, determination, and rage?
They're attack cards.
So do I need to get rid of them? Would you recommend getting?
I
rid
would not
or-
get rid of them because at some point you might explore here. There might be something to fight, and then you'll regret getting rid of
I
those
suppose
cards.
the fact that you're limited to the number of cards in your deck, you don't want to just discard
Now,
them.
if you discard all of your attack cards, and then at the end of the day suddenly you're in a fight, you
Yeah.
got no attack cards left.
Yeah.
Now, one thing you could have done
Okay.
before interacting,
Yeah.
and this you are allowed to revert.
Okay.
You could play 2 cards sideways to explore.
Oh,
You
understood.
could have done
Now I'm not going to
because
I
then your
want
planning wouldn't.
plan.
Yeah, I'm just saying
Yeah,
you
that's
could
what
you could have done that.
Yeah, understood.
So your turn is over. We roll that dice, pop it back.
I assume does this one? I assume can be used straight away.
It can be used
Okay, but that's only once per.
once per day. Sorry, once per round. So
Yeah.
once during the day and once at night.
Understood.
And-
so I'll keep that one.
You could, because one of the abilities of the peasants is influence too.
Yeah.
So if you were wounded, for example, you could have spent 4 influence to recruit the peasants,
Yeah.
then spent another 1 influence with the peasants to buy a point of healing. So
Okay.
literally, it could be used straight away.
Do I gain anything for buying this card, or is it only end game score?
It's only end game scoring.
Got you. Okay. Well, I
But
think
the bottom
that-
ability of the peasants is great, especially when you're short on movement.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. That's
They
me
carry
then.
your stuff for you, basically.
know.
Or they
Yeah.
carry you. Oi, peasants.
So I just re-roll this
Yep,
one.
so that gets re-rolled and put back. Rob, you can be taking your turn.
Yeah, very good turn there.
Discard all of the cards.
All of these.
Yep, discard as many cards as you want from your hand.
I will keep them
Yep.
just in case. So I've got 3 in my hand.
Draw up to your hand size, and then +1 because of planning. And you also have the option of pillaging the village before your next turn,
Well,
which is up to you.
So that's pillage the village.
Me.
Yeah, you've got until it's your turn again to decide. Right,
Okay.
Rob.
I think since you guys have recruited all the stuff that's recruitable,
Yeah.
I'm going to go for that other wandering monster.
Yeah.
You don't want to go for that. You don't want to go for that. No.
I've
So-
got limited options.
Okay, so what are you going to play?
I'm going to play 2 swiftnesses. So this is move 4
Move 4
and sideways threaten,
for move 5.
move 5.
Okay, so he moves 2 into there and 3 into there.
Thank you.
Now, observant people may have noticed that this doesn't have an attack value. This is an orc summoner. So when we get to the point where it attacks you, we actually draw a random brown token. That's what hits you.
Mhm.
Then this disappears, and that's what you've got to attack.
Okay.
So I mentioned that most of the time in this game, the fight is deterministic and you know exactly what you're getting. Not with that one.
Okay.
Okay? But once you know the game, you will know what type of tokens these are. So it won't come as a massive surprise. And the game actually has one of these. So we're not going to go into this detail in this playthrough, but just so you know, experienced players will be like, okay, what could it be? Yeah, and then they'll work out, okay, if it's that, and that, I can kill it. If it's that and that, I'm screwed.
Yeah.
And then you make a educated decision about whether
Yeah,
you want to do it or not.
odds-wise, yeah.
So although it's unknown, it's not completely unknown because that is a list of everything that's in the base game.
Understood.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you can have that over there if you want.
I'm taking a terrible risk here because I think
Are you?
there's a certain % chance that I will not be able to kill it.
We-
And
Oh, well, so let's go through the 4 steps of combat. Ranged and siege attack phase.
Mhm.
Monster hits you. You try to block it. Then you take damage. Then you hit it. Right. Sometimes you need to work backwards.
Okay.
So quite often in this game, you're like, okay, I can kill it, but not block it at the same time.
Yeah.
So that's fine. You take the damage and you kill it. The important thing is you kill it, especially if you're on a magical blade, where you're going to be able to heal a wound at the end of your turn.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So don't go into a fight thinking, I must block it.
Mhm.
The important thing is you've got to be able to kill it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you will take damage from that fight.
okay, so
So are you going to challenge the orc?
I am going to challenge it.
Right. Do you have 4 points of ranged combat? Well, no, because
No.
you played both your swiftnesses to move.
No.
If you didn't,
Yeah.
and you
Well,
had 2 white mana, there's no
that's
white
the
mana at
problem,
all. Okay,
yeah.
so. Okay, right.
So we get to find out whether I
Here we go.
lose or not.
What is it? What is it? It's summoned.
Ooh.
Well, see, that's not going to finish me off.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's good. Let's have a look at this thing. So this is the creature
Will
that
it?
has been summoned. It has a nice big red skull on it.
Doesn't look good, does it?
Looks a bit hairy.
It will.
This
Yeah.
is brutal.
Okay.
So what it means is it's 5 attack.
Yeah.
So it's 5 to block. But if you don't block it, it's 10 damage. It's
Ooh.
double damage if you don't block it.
Yeah.
At all.
Oh, I
Yeah.
think I am screwed.
Okay?
Is that the worst one he could have drawn?
I'm not sure.
Could have got paralyzed.
You could have got the Medusa. The Medusa's pretty tough.
I didn't
Yeah.
realise that because this is not going to knock me out. It is going to knock me out, isn't it?
What's your armor? 2?
2.
Yeah. No. Good job I reread the knockout rules this afternoon, thinking we're not going to need these knockout rules.
Right.
We might.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing. I mean,
Have you got 5 block?
no. Actually, I do.
Well, there we go. So you're probably not going to kill it.
I'm not going to kill it, but I'm going to survive it.
Okay.
If I use that red man,
So that's block 4.
block 4 and one sideways.
There you go. Block 5.
Block 5.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh well, that's a shame. I wasted a turn.
But let's just go through what would have happened if he hadn't have blocked it. He would have taken 10 damage.
Yeah.
10 damage divided by his armor of 2 is 5 wounds. That means he takes 5 wounds to his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Right. The knockout rule is whenever you take a number of wounds to your hand in a combat equal to your hand limit, you're knocked out. So if he'd taken 4 wounds, still bad, but at least he would have carried on playing.
Yeah.
If he took 5 wounds, he's knocked out, which means his turn is pretty much over. And then next turn you're exhausted because you've got a handful of wounds and it's really bad.
Yeah.
So Rob has taken the wise decision to go, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to block this. You've managed to block it. That creature then disappears, but the summoner laughs because you now don't have 4 attack to be able
Yes.
to kill it.
Well, it's a bit of a gamble.
It's a bit of a gamble, but that's how it goes sometimes.
It's the end of my turn. I re-roll.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rob, I'm quite impressed you survived that one. But
Yeah.
Now, the other thing is that sheet that you've just given me back. You now know that there's only one more of that type of monster in this stack. So
Okay.
some of the odds have
That's
changed of you drawing that monster again.
Yeah.
Certainly when you're playing the base game, when you throw in all of the expansions and we've got 30 tokens, you're like, okay, it could be anything.
Yeah, so I'll re-roll that.
You've re-rolled that,
Yeah.
and you draw.
Draw, well, the
Now.
rest of my deck.
Yeah. So how are we doing with deck size? You've still got cards in your deck. You've got
Yeah.
cards in your deck.
2.
Rob's got an empty deck.
Okay.
So here's the rule: at the start of your turn, if your deck is empty but you have cards in hand, you may choose to declare end of round.
Okay.
If you do, the other players get 1 turn and then it's done. If you start your turn with no cards in your deck and no cards in your hand, you must declare end of round. So, Rob has cards in hand, but none in his deck. That means on Rob's next turn, he may declare end of round. But you don't know.
Okay.
So, that's the timer of the game.
Yeah.
I'm going to pillage.
You're pillaging the
I'm
village.
pillaging.
So, Goldix loses a reputation.
Yep.
But you've now got quite a few cards.
Yep.
I'm also going to pillage. the
Oh,
village.
they're all at it.
I've only got 2 cards left, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, so you draw those 2
probably
cards.
won't
So which
get
means if
around
Rob
to
declares
it.
end of round, you're okay.
Exactly, Yeah.
You've got to think what are the 3 cards that Rob's got in hand,
Yeah.
and is he going to be able to do anything useful with them to decide whether he would declare end of round or not? The other thing is, end of your turn, you would have healed.
Yeah.
But it still probably wasn't worth it.
No.
But at the start of your next turn, you're going to gain a gold mana.
Yeah.
So we'll put that there just to
Just to
remind
remind
us
me.
that you
Yeah.
will gain that at the start of the next turn.
That could be quite useful.
When I use this,
It's gone. Yep.
can I use one from
Yes.
there as well?
Yes.
Fine. There
You
go.
can only
I know
use
what I'm
one
doing.
from the
So-
source each turn. That is not in the source.
Cool. So I'm doing that for move 4.
Move 4. Where are you going? Oh, look, there's another village.
Now I'm going to come have a pop at this
You
guy.
can't attack it from there.
No, I've got to move it.
Oh, right. You're going to move a bit more.
Another 4.
Right.
And I'm going to engage.
Okay. Now, working backwards, are you going to have 4 attack to be able to kill it?
I've currently in my hand, I've got a potential of 9.
And you've got the Utum Guardsman.
And I've got the Eton Gardens, which I'm probably going to have to use to block, but
Okay.
that's fine.
Okay. Right. So the summoner.
Yeah.
So you're challenging the orcs.
Yeah.
I'm going to reveal it. See what we've got. It's a Medusa. Right.
Great.
Now, the Medusa has 4 armor, 6
Yes.
attack, but it has the paralyze icon.
Okay.
If you take even a single wound from it, you discard all of the cards in your hand.
Okay.
So, although we've just said you don't have to block,
I can block
this
all of it.
one, if you don't block it, you're going to lose all of the cards in your hand. Now, losing all of the cards in your hand doesn't mean that you can't kill it, because if you had multiple units, you then get paralyzed, but your units then go in and kill it. But in this case,
I can still.
have you got 4 points of ranged? Oh no, sorry, we've already passed that.
We passed that.
We've
We're
passed that.
on the
So,
attacking,
6
which
attack.
is fine. I'm going to use that as the block 4
Block 4,
and block 2. So 6 block.
there's the 6 block.
Yep.
Right, that monster disappears, and you've now got to do 4 damage to that to kill it. Improvisation, discarding another card for attack 5. Makes it
Nice.
look easy.
There we go.
I mean,
Yeah.
it did require you to have that extra mana.
Yeah, there was a lot of
It require
setup
you to
for
have
it.
the blue crystal.
Yeah, and the guardsman as well. So
What's this doing?
I played that earlier.
Okay, right.
That's just one I played into the sequence.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Nice.
So we're all good. So it's killed.
Yep.
You gain 4 fame.
Yep.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. And because it's a marauding orc, he's not quite as bad as we thought.
No.
I mean, sure, he stole all of my tools from my shed, but you know, he did kill those orcs.
Well,
Those
I
orcs.
needed to steal those tools to kill the
orcs.
orcs, so there's method to my madness.
Right. So we do your end of turn stuff.
Can I still play cards, or no? Is that
What
over?
type of card? Special
just gain a
cards?
crystal.
Let's have a look. Yeah, so in the top left, that icon means it's a special card. You can
Okay.
play that at any time in your turn.
Yep.
If it has the hand, it's a healing card, almost at any time in your turn, but not in combat.
I'll play that, and I'm going to gain a blue, I think, to my inventory.
It's gain a blue, white, or red mana token.
Or gain a green
Or
crystal.
gain a green
I'll
crystal.
Please. Oh, gain a blue, and then use that blue to gain any, which I don't know, gain a blue. So I'm getting my hand back because the game's ending over soon.
Yeah.
So I will gain that green. I will spend that green to. I can't spend the green.
No, you can gain a blue mana
But
token.
I know I can spend a mana, can't I? So I can pay a mana of a basic colour to gain a crystal of that colour to my inventory. Oh, okay, so there's no point. There's no point.
You're going to keep that in hand?
Keep that.
Okay, right. So we need to roll those 2 dice. Pop them back. Curly, you can be planning your next turn, but we do have some extra admin to do. So
So that goes.
discard your cards to your discard pile. Before you draw your new hand, you've leveled up. So let's zoom in on this because there are 2 types of leveling up. When you level up to an even numbered level, so you were level 1, you're now level 2, you resolve these 2 icons. And that happens at levels 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. At the odd numbered levels, it's a different icon. So we do 2 things. That icon is you're going to gain a new card, and that icon is you're going to gain a new skill. So let's do the skills first. You've got your 10 skills. You've shuffled them.
Yep.
Take the top 2, pop them face up in front of yourself. You get to choose one of those skills,
I'll read what they do.
and that is going to be your skill that you've got for the rest of the game. If it has that icon on it, it means it's once per round. You flip it over to use it. If it doesn't have that icon, it's permanent.
So, Glittering Fortune. Once a turn during interaction, gets influence 1 for each different colour crystal in your inventory.
You basically turn up and go, look at my nice shiny bag of crystals. You love me.
This influence can't be used outside of interaction.
Yes, it's only when interacting.
Yep. And then flight. Once around, flip this to move into adjacent space for free, or to move 2 spaces from 2 move
So
points.
Goldix has wings. This skill allows you to actually learn how to use those wings. Very useful.
I think I'm going to
So
go.
the skill that you don't want goes into what we call a common skill offer. We'll come to that in a minute. But in addition to gaining the skill, and actually, it's probably not going to change your decision, but you also get one of these 3 cards. So you want to look at what 3 is available before deciding which skill to want, but it's probably not going to.
No.
Which of those would you like? It goes to the top of your deck. One of the cool things with this game, unlike most other deck builders, is whenever you gain a card, it goes to the top of your deck, which means you're going to get it straight away.
Between these 2, but I think I like crystals, so I'm going to go for the one that gives
So
me some
this slides down. and we get a new one. So that goes to the top of your deck.
Yep.
And again, all of this would be happening while you're taking your turn in a normal game.
Does
Yeah.
mean I now have 2 crystals, which would be 2.
Change your mind? Depends what you're going to be doing.
You know what? I
would keep the flying one
You're going to keep it flying.
because you're here.
And I've got one of around.
You're on a
I can use
wedge-shaped
it.
map,
Yeah.
which means you can't explore here.
No.
So you're going to have to go from here. And this is water. So actually, you're going to be a bit stuck for getting around. So I think the flying
Can you
one,
explore from here?
you can explore from... Oh, yeah, so you could go there, actually. True.
It's probably going to go there.
Well, at night time, it's going to be very costly to go into that.
It is.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, I'll keep the flight. That's fine.
Okay. And that's... Yes, so you draw that.
Cards.
Andy, your deck is empty. You could, if you wanted to, declare end of round.
Now,
You're not going to, I know, because you've got loads of cards in hand.
yeah, so if you declare end of round at the start of your turn,
You don't get a
it.
turn. Yeah.
Okay, right. So I definitely don't want to do that. Right, okay, so I'm going to use March straight away to
Yep.
refill the map just because I want to see what's going on. So I get one,
You get one fame.
one of these.
We have tile number 4. So we have an orc. It's another nasty one. So this has actually got a few other things on it that I'll just explain briefly.
It's nasty. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very nasty. And in fact,
Yeah.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in on it just so we can see it in a bit more detail. There you go. So it's got 3 armor,
Okay,
but it's resistant to physical damage. Now, we've not really touched on this yet,
no.
but there's elements in this game. There's fire, and there is ice, and there is something called cold fire. This is resistant to physical. So any attack card that doesn't say fire or ice is a normal physical attack. And any normal attack card played against this is half as effective. So you actually would need 6 points of normal attack to hit it. Because it's halved. It's also brutal. So it's 4 to block. And if you don't block it, you're going to take 8 damage. So it's quite a nasty one. The other thing that we have on this tile is we have a mage tower. Now, we also have another village. And we also have mountains. So mountains can't be passed.
Okay.
They're a bit like water.
Yeah.
So mage towers, these are a little bit like keeps.
Yeah.
In that we're going to put a token on the space.
Yeah.
If you move next to that space during the day, we're going to reveal it. If you move next to it at night, we don't reveal it.
Mhm.
If you move on to it, you will lose 1 reputation because you are assaulting it. But we flip it over and we then fight it. But the purple ones are harder than the grey ones because they are wizardy type things that live in there. The benefit, though, of defeating a mage tower is you get a free spell. So the rewards are greater for defeating a mage tower. Just be aware, this mage tower is in the desert. In a desert, during the day, it's 5 movement points to enter. But as we all know, moving through a desert at night time is easier.
Yeah.
So the movement cost at night is only going to be 3. So forests change from 3 to 5 at night. Deserts change from 5 to 3. They're the only 2 terrains that have variable movement costs. Right, that's 2 movement done.
Okay.
Now,
So,
new information has been revealed.
yeah.
You cannot now say,
I don't.
oh, actually, I wanted to play the stronger effect and get the move 4. You can't do that. You played it for move 2.
Dusted.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you had have played move 4, you could have explored and then used the other 2.
Yeah. Understood. Right. I'm going to move for 2,
Mm-hmm.
please.
I'm going to assume there.
Yes, please.
Now, you are allowed to move from here to here, and the orc will not be provoked. It's only if you move from a space adjacent to it to another space
I'm going
adjacent.
to try and attack him.
Well, we reveal this.
Yeah, go for that. Then.
So we're going to reveal it. It's not going to attack you. It's the fire mages. All right, so the fire mages live in the tower.
This looks quite a dangerous spot, doesn't it?
They are. So these have got 5 armor and they are resistant to fire.
Okay.
So as long as you attack them with not fire,
You're okay.
you're okay. But they attack you with fire.
Okay.
So if somebody's casting a fireball at you, what is the best defense?
Well, ice, I would imagine.
I mean, I know that, yeah, it happens all the time in Thornton, I know. So, yeah. So, and this is one of the other confusing rules that people, well, I don't think it's a confusing rule, but people find confusing. The best protection against fire is ice. So in other words, it's attacking you for 6 fire. If you've got 6 ice block, great. But all other forms of block are halved. Okay, so the best defense against fire is ice. But again, if you don't block it, it's still just 6 damage.
And it will just say ice block.
It will say ice block. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give you a clue. No, nobody's got ice block.
I've got ice attack.
You've got ice attack.
Yeah. So it would be the same, but with block.
Yeah. Now, that's in the tower. That is not going to bother you. You can move around and round and round, do whatever you want, have a dance, have a party, get some vol-au-vents out.
Yeah.
They don't care.
Cool.
You only attack them by moving onto that space.
Understood. Okay, so I think I'm going to use mana draw.
You're going to try and challenge this one, are you?
I'm going to play this first.
Yeah,
if that's
yeah,
right.
that's fine.
And then I'm going to use that so I can use 1 additional mana die from the source this turn.
So, first phase of combat, first step of combat is the ranged and siege attack phase. Do you have fire ranged attack 3 or ice ranged attack 3?
No.
Right. Or siege or right.
No.
So it's going to hit you.
Yeah.
It's coming in for 4 damage. Do you want to try and block it?
So my block, I believe I can go ahead and do 2 block.
Yeah.
And then
2
block.
block. There's the 4 block. You don't take any damage. If you didn't block it, you would have taken 8 damage because it's got brutal.
Okay.
Now you've got to do 3 to it, but all physical attacks are halved.
Yeah. Okay, so let me just make sure I can.
And
there might be a
you
better
played
way
the
of
mana
doing
draw
this.
before, but you didn't have to. You could play the mana draw now
Oh,
because it's a special card. What
You
I'm
can
saying
play
is
that
you can play
anytime.
at any
I
time,
wasn't
even
sure
in
about
combat.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, that gives me more options.
Yeah.
So I will probably do that anyway, but I'm going to use it for its lower ability. So just use an extra.
Use
die.
2 different
So,
die from sorts.
yeah. So I'm just trying to work out what the best thing to do is, because I've got this bit here for block, is whether I'm better off using one of these so that I've got a different one left over in a minute. Because I can't really use influence for anything right now.
No.
So I'm thinking that one's going to be useless. Yeah, I think that's okay. So I think we'll go ahead and do exactly what I said with that
Yeah.
one.
So there's the block
And then
4
we'll do that one for 4 attack
with
One of the
with
reds.
one of these.
one of the reds. Yeah.
Pretty much here already.
And then another 2 attack on that one. Sorry, that's 1.
only
isn't
one
it? But
attack.
I can bump that one up by this.
Yeah,
I
think
know.
we'll do.
Now, is this a mean tactic?
So it is a mean tactic. There are some people who play with a house rule
Yeah.
that you can't use a gold dice from the source if the colour is there that you want. That is a house
Okay.
rule that some people play with. That's not an official rule.
Yeah.
I will let you decide as a group whether you want to be friendly with the mana or not.
Okay. So the rule of thumb is if it was Davey, because I know him,
Yeah.
I definitely wouldn't do it.
Right?
But in this case,
Because it's Rob.
because it's
No,
Rob,
I don't mind.
no.
Use the gold.
I don't really mean it. I wouldn't.
So
do that.
that's attack 4 halved
Yeah, and attack 4.
and attack 4 halved. So you've got 4, which is enough. You only needed 3.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's dead.
So dead.
4 fame
Excellent.
and a reputation.
Very good.
He's such a nice
1,
man.
2, 3, 4.
So you're going to level up at the end of your turn.
Yeah. Now, I don't really think I've got very much more to do here, so I'm just going to move into, because I'm not going to get
can't
another.
You can't move. You've had your action.
Okay.
No more movement.
Well, there we are then.
So you can wait till the next turn or
And there's nothing I can really do from that point there, so there we go.
Okay.
Right.
So we roll those 2 dice.
So take these 2.
Drop them
Stonewall
back.
Black. Okay.
Rob
Yeah.
can be taking his turn, but what we're going to do is we're going to do your level up. So
Okay.
discard all of those played cards. Discard any other cards from your hand, but you don't need to because you've
Yeah.
got 2.
Yeah.
We now do your level up. So reveal the top 2 skills from your skill pile, which again was shuffled for those people watching. And you can get either one of those or, and one of those cards.
Okay.
That is once per turn, 3 influence during the day, 2 influence if it's nighttime.
Okay.
And the other one is count the number of ready units that you have.
Yeah.
I believe. No, you might need to check that one.
Okay. There's this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I will read it out once I've figured out which one it is. So it is this one here. So once a turn, when activating a unit, add +3 to its block, +2 to its attack, or +1 to its range.
Yeah.
So unit would be
That's a
the
unit.
peasants.
Yeah.
So it's basically buff that
Buff that.
or influence.
Yeah.
Now, because it's at night,
It's going to be night soon.
yes, this is of slightly less value.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go ahead and take this
Yeah.
one then.
Okay. Now, I did say I was going to explain this.
Yeah.
So, instead of choosing one of those,
Yeah.
you can choose one from a different player that was previously discarded.
Okay.
So you can never go back and choose your own ones,
Yeah.
but you can take another player's skill that they chose not to have. If
Yeah.
you do, you must take the bottom card from the offer.
Okay.
Okay.
So your choices are you take that and that,
Yeah.
or you take either one of those and then any of those three.
Okay.
So just to be aware that that is an option. Most people normally stick with their own ones,
Yeah.
but that is there as an option. If you
So
want
this
to.
one here does.
You get influence
Based on the number of different crystals you have when interacting.
When
Okay.
interacting.
So I definitely won't go for
No
that
use
one.
to you.
No.
That's a very powerful card.
I was going
used
to say
correctly.
it looks really nice,
Yeah.
and that's more the
It's
temptation.
pretty and it's got lots of colours on it.
Yes, play
This-
when you
this
play
always
this, pay a
costs.
mana.
Yeah,
You pay
Sajid says
green,
there was
green.
no need to play the mana draw because you only needed
Yeah.
6. You didn't need 8.
Hmm.
You only needed 6.
So I could have played one from my hand.
So if you
It would have cost them an extra card.
just take the mana draw back into your hand.
No, because that's only one
Never
attack
only
on
one
the card.
attack on the.
No,
no,
sorry.
two.
It's attack or block 2.
God,
Yeah,
that
I
was-
should have
right, that's
mentioned
why
that.
I misunderstood.
That's why you
okay,
did it.
that's why I did it.
Yeah.
Okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense. I thought it was attack 1 or block.
No,
So did I.
It's attack or block 2.
Okay, so
Right.
in which case, theoretically, then, as long as you're happy,
I'm happy because it's a learning game. Just take the mana draw back into your
mana
hand.
drawback.
And there's already a red
And
one, so
one of those dice would not have been re-rolled, but that's fine.
It's come out red.
Yeah,
anyway,
that's
fine.
why I
Yeah.
misunderstood. That's fine.
Yeah.
Right, so
So you've taken that,
I will take this.
goes on top of your deck,
Goes on top of my. That's where the space was.
and then which of those skills would you like?
I will go ahead and stick to my guns. I will go ahead and grab
Okay,
this.
so the other one goes into the common skill offer.
There we are. Where do you put these? Just
Yeah, there.
there.
That's it. Right, Arithea, are you declaring end of round?
Not.
Okay.
So I'm going to go into use my improvisation. Which
Don't forget your gold mana.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going to use.
So
that in a
you
minute.
got the gold mana at the start of the turn because he's on a
Yeah.
magical glade.
Yep.
So I'm going to discard this card.
Yeah.
That gives me
5 something.
5 move.
5 move. Where are you going to go?
So I'm just going to add another move card to that first.
You don't need to.
Okay.
You do that later if you want.
So let's move here.
1, 2, 3.
3 move. I've got 2 move left over. So I'm going to explore. Yeah.
Okay. Tile number 5. Surprise, surprise. So you gain a fame,
Yeah.
which is going to level you up.
Yeah.
And we have a blue crystal mine, so we know how those work.
Yeah.
We have an orc.
Yeah.
So we have we seen that one before? We have. That's the
Yeah.
one that's fortified, so you can't use ranged attacks.
Mhm.
We have a magical glade. We also have a monastery. So a monastery is another type of location. Where are my location cards? Here. Monastery. Right. So monasteries. First of all, when revealed, we take a card from the advanced action deck and we put it into the offer. So at the monastery, you can interact, and for 6 influence, you can buy that card. The
Okay.
monks at the monastery will teach you how to do stuff.
Yeah.
You can also heal for 2 influence, so it's better healing than the village. Now, monasteries are famous, or should we say infamous, in the world of Mage Knight, because another thing that you can do at a monastery is burn it down.
Oh.
If you choose to burn down a monastery,
Yeah.
you've got to be on the space
Yeah.
to do any of these things. But if you choose to burn it down, you immediately lose 3 reputation.
Mm-hmm.
You then fight a random purple monster,
Okay.
but you cannot use your units because they are disgusted with you. But if you succeed, you get an artifact.
Okay.
The artifacts are the most powerful cards in the game, and there is an artifact in each monastery.
Okay.
It would be good if somebody was to get an artifact by the end of the game, but we're only playing the tutorial. You might not.
Yeah.
If you don't, I'll show you these at the end of the game.
Yeah.
But these
Having
are
a hand
really
strong
powerful.
enough to deal with that purple without
without
that,
your
that's
units.
going to be tricky.
Yeah.
So they are the options at the monastery. Right.
Well, that's
And you gain the fame, so you're going to level up at the end of your turn.
Yeah.
Whatever.
not quite what I planned, but I will play March with
4 movement
the crystal, 4 movement to move into the crystal mine.
onto the hills.
But I think that's where I'm going to stop.
Yep.
'Cause
So you're not going to challenge it.
No,
No, not with 1 card in hand.
not with my card in hand.
I mean, if that 1 card was attack 4
Yes.
or attack
Indeed.
3,
Well,
you could do it.
Well, I'm going to take this
Right.
um,
Okay. So turn is over.
if I have enough time to use it. Yes, turn is over.
Okay. So you roll that dice, pop it back.
Yeah.
There you go. Ready again. Discard the mana token. Yeah, pop it over there. Discard those 2 cards. I'm going to give you a blue crystal.
Thank you.
That goes there. You've leveled up.
Yeah.
So draw 2 skills.
My skills are. Oh, so this one's quite easy to read, isn't it? It's plus
Yeah.
one
Plus 1 movement during the day or plus 2 movement at night. Every turn.
Mm.
And this is.
So Arathea, I mentioned before we started the stream that Arathea's got a thing about taking damage.
Yeah.
Arathea has special skills that allow her to use wound cards.
Right.
So once per turn, you can play a wound card sideways for 2 attack, 2 move, 2 influence, or 2 block.
Oh, nice.
Very
Yeah.
nice.
Once a turn.
Once a turn.
And that goes in the discard pile when you do it. Yeah. So.
Well, you play it sideways.
Yeah.
And then it will go to your discard at the end
Yeah.
of your turn.
So it's a
which-
way of getting it out of your hand.
do you
right?
want
Yeah.
either one of those and one of those, or do you want one of those?
Well, I think because I want to take the Blood Rage
Okay.
because it's a good card for me
Yeah,
as well.
it is.
Because I can deal with wounds in ways that other players
You can
can't.
say that.
I'm going to take that.
Okay. There we go.
Okay.
So these shuffle down. That goes on there. That goes on top of your deck.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What have you done with
That's
your deck?
actually pretty cool.
Sorry, that's my
a
deck.
good
That's your
control.
deck.
Yeah.
You then draw up to
Yeah.
your hand limit.
Oh, was
Okay.
I meant to draw that?
You were.
Okay.
Yeah, so any card that you gain immediately goes on top of your deck,
And then you draw for them.
and then you draw up as the very last thing that you do. Would you like to declare end of day?
Strangely, I don't think so.
You've got stuff to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think if I flip this and then spend
It
these.
should be pointed out that the random purple at the monastery is not fortified.
Okay. So you
Okay.
could shoot them.
So you can shoot them.
Well, yeah, unless it's got the fortified icon on.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right,
okay.
yes, so they're not fortified. It's only fortified if it's in the keep, it's in the mage tower, or it's got the fortified icon on. I think that's right. Yeah, mage tower. Yeah, mage towers are fortified, keeps are fortified, and if it's got the fortification icon on. Okay, so
Hmm.
what you doing?
So I'm flipping that token.
Yep.
Using
2 movement points.
2 movement.
So you can either fly to an adjacent space for no cost,
Yeah.
or you can fly 2 spaces away for a
For
cost
2
of 2 movement.
Yeah, which is what I've done.
Yeah.
Because that's 1 movement point for each card, yeah?
Yep.
And then I'm going to gain a blue crystal to my inventory.
And now you've no cards in hand, so you must declare end of round at the start of your next turn. So you've definitely got 2 turns left.
Yeah. Okay. I
If
haven't
you've got that
too
many
much.
cards.
I haven't. Yeah. This is all I've got.
So
But I think
one of the rules in the game,
Yeah.
on your turn, you
Yeah.
have to play a card. If you don't play a card, you have to discard a card. It's a rule which most people forget, and I'd forgotten until now. The reason why you might want to do that is I just want to wait a minute because somebody might move off a space. So you have to either play a card or discard a card on your turn.
Okay.
But there's no rush now because you know when the round's going to end. You know you've got 2 turns left.
So I could just see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how much is it to move on a desert?
Desert in the daytime is 5 because it's really hot.
Wow.
Yeah. Wait till
Okay.
night time. It's only 3 at night.
Well, okay, that kind of makes my decision for me.
There's a village here.
Yeah, but what can you do at a village?
Pillage it?
Yeah, but I haven't got any cards to draw.
No, but next time.
I've
There's no monsters left.
got lots of movement. I just don't have.
I mean, it's
5
only
plus
3 to go
3,
onto the hills.
But I need that's a total of 8. And then I want
You
to
could go here.
explore.
1, 2,
Oh,
3,
of
4,
course.
5, 6.
And then I could explore there.
You don't have
So
to.
that
go.
would be a total of 8, wouldn't it?
It would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Explore there 8.
Okay.
If you had 8,
so I'm going to do that then. So
Okay.
I'm going to do pure magic. Oh wait, there. Let's get this right. I'm going to do mana draw, and I'm going to do the base ability. 1 additional
so you can use
dice.
2 mana from the source.
I'm going to play pure magic with this blue.
So what does that do?
So this allows you to, when you play this, pay an additional 1, which I'm doing through
Which
this.
you do in mana draw, yeah.
So kind of like that. If you paid white, gain influence 7. Paid blue, block 7. Paid red, attack 7, or move is green.
So you use that gold as green.
So 7
So you got-
movement.
You got 7 movement.
7 movement.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to use. The thing is, I don't know whether I'm going to need influence or
Well,
movement.
hang fire.
Okay.
You've got 7 movement.
Okay.
Spend 6.
Yeah.
We get to see what's in the keep.
Okay.
Then, so in other words, don't make decisions until you need to make
Yeah.
decisions.
Fair enough.
So you've moved there. You've
Yeah.
got 1 movement point floating.
Yeah.
Reveal the keep.
Okay.
It's the golems.
Okay.
So they only attack for 2 because they're really slow. They don't
Yeah.
deal much damage, but they've got 5 armor and they're resistant to physical attacks.
Okay. So they're next to impossible to beat right
Yeah,
now.
well, if
Right-
you've got
right
ice
now.
or fire or anything else.
But you've now got new information. You've got 1 movement point floating.
Okay.
1
so,
more movement point, and you can explore here.
You know what? I think I'm probably going to assume that I'm not going to need influence this round. So I'm going to play that one sideways.
Yep.
And that gives me the extra movement.
So you
I'm
gain a
doing.
fame.
So gain a fame.
We have tile number 6, which goes here. So we have another orc. Right. It's another new monster. So this is the Witch Doctor. Let's just zoom in here on the Witch Doctor. In fact, I'm going to set up
Start
the
throwing
preset.
frogs at you.
Okay, so it's got 5 armor, no resistances. So
Okay.
5 attack will kill it. It only attacks you for 3.
Okay.
So 3 block will block it.
Okay.
But if you don't block it, you take 3 damage.
Yeah.
But that damage is poisonous.
Mm-hmm.
So you take 2 wounds instead of, well, for each wound you would take, you take an extra wound to your discard pile. So right now, this has got 3 attack. Your armor is 2.
2.
So it would deal you 2 wounds to your hand and an additional 2 wounds to your discard pile.
Wow. Okay. So it's 4 damage essentially. So
Essentially,
really, when you get into a fight with
Split.
that, you want to make sure that you can block
All
it
of it.
yeah.
and kill it.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine.
There is a way, and we haven't mentioned this yet, but you are allowed to put wounds on your units,
Mm-hmm.
but they do not heal automatically. You have to heal them.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. We also have a red crystal mine,
Yeah.
and we have this. So I'm going to just zoom in again, and I'm going to show you this. This is a monster den. So this here is a monster den, and as usual, we have a card explaining what a monster den is, which is here. Now, one very important rule about this game. We've talked about the keeps, where you move on to them and that's an assault and you fight the monster, right? We've talked about the mage towers, which work in the same way. Monster dens are what's called an adventure site. An adventure site, you see here, it says adventure site. Adventure sites are optional.
Okay.
You can move on to this space. You can have a picnic. You can host a party.
Mm.
You can do whatever you want, but nothing bad will happen
Yeah.
unless you choose to spend your action and go into the monster den.
Okay.
So the big difference between adventure sites and things that are not adventure sites are totally optional. So you can move onto the space, end your turn on the space, move through the space, whatever,
Yeah.
and you're fine. If, however, you did want to go into the monster den as your action, then as it says on the card, you will fight a random brown monster. But if you succeed, you roll dice to see, and you'll gain crystals. So yeah, if you do, draw a brown enemy token, fight it. If you fail to defeat the monster, you leave the token face up because that's the monster. But if you do fight it, you mark the space conquered by you. So I mentioned at the start, the whole objective is to get fame. And at the end of the game, we're going to give points, and you're going to get points for things on the board. So if you do go into the monster, the monster den and defeat the monster, you will put one of your shield tokens on there to say, I did that. And if you take over a keep, you'll put a shield token on there to say, I took the keep. If you burn down the monastery, you'll mark it with the shield token. So the shield tokens are go on the board to represent the things that you've done, and they will be worth points at the end of the game.
Understood.
That's the new tile.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, I've only got a move 2. Now, as far as I'm understanding it, that means I cannot do anything.
Correct.
So I think I might as well end my turn there,
Okay.
which ends with me rolling these dice.
Yep.
2 blue. Good luck, though.
Yeah, because you need move 3 for all of these things.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm.
Okay, Rob, are you declaring end of round?
So if I don't declare end of round, I'm guaranteed one more turn. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And how many cards have other people got?
I've got 1.
I've got none.
None.
Right.
So
So I've got an interesting situation here. What would be the weirdest thing I've done in the game? I don't think.
Okay.
I'm not going to do end of round. What I thought was I'd attack this and take damage, but I'm not going to actually attack it back or anything. I'm just going to take the damage so that I can use this ability
next round.
next round.
That is one of the most interesting things I've seen happen in the game of Mage Knight, but that's
And then
fine.
I have a plan for next round.
Just be aware.
Yeah.
It will deal you 2. Oh, you mean next turn this round?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah,
next turn
okay,
this
right.
round. Yeah.
Because otherwise, at the end of the round, I didn't
Yeah.
mention this, you're going to take all of your cards, shuffle them,
Yeah.
and make a new deck.
Yeah.
So you can't keep things in your hand from one round to the next,
No, yeah.
only from one turn to the next.
I'm guaranteed to have another.
You are guaranteed to have another turn.
Turn.
This is really interesting.
But you just have to discard a card now.
No, he's going
No.
to fight it,
I'm
yes,
going to fight it.
and you will have to use a card. Because if you haven't
Oh.
played a card
Right.
in your turn, you have to discard one.
Okay, I have to play a card.
You have to play a card.
Oh, then my plan doesn't work.
Ah, right. So that rule has come into effect. It never normally does.
That's unfortunate. So I'm going to attack it and I have to take the wound. 2 wounds.
Right. So you're going to attack it.
Yeah.
You can't use ranged combat.
Yeah.
You could use siege, but you don't have siege.
Yeah.
So it's hitting you for 3 damage. You're not going to
Okay.
block it.
No.
So 3 damage divided by armor is 2 wounds. We have our first wounds in the game. So
Yeah.
those go into
Yeah.
your hand.
Lovely wounds.
There we go. Tasty, tasty wounds. And now you're going to hit it back. You just need 3 attack.
So my blood rage, which I'm just going to
Okay.
play as normal
It just does
for
attack
an
2
attack 2, and
and a card
and
sideways.
a card
There
sideways.
you go.
Well,
3 attacks dead.
See, what I was thinking was with this crystal, I could move 4 to here, and I think I was going to get another move 2 from somewhere, and that's an attack 9. But
Yeah.
You would have had to move on to the keep as well.
yes, so the 2 move would have come. Yeah, I think I was probably 1 short from doing
Yeah.
that. One attack short.
Okay.
Yeah, but
So
Still nice.
the orcs are dead.
Interestingly.
You gain 2
Yeah.
fame. 1, 2, and you gain some reputation. Look, Arathea.
Yeah.
It's the most popular.
yeah, at least I'm seen as a nice person.
And you've taken the 2 wounds, and you've
Yeah.
ended your turn on a crystal mine.
Yes.
Have another blue crystal.
Thank you.
Just don't stay there for 2 more turns, because otherwise you'll blow up.
Yeah, that's bad.
Sajit says, should keep the movement card. You have red mana in the pool and the wound to deal the damage, and then move along next turn.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Didn't need to use that, did I?
Because you had the
Yeah.
the red there.
Well,
Do you have to take a wound
No,
from
I
that
had to
blood
get-
range though?
yeah. So blood rage, you could have used the red mana for just attack 4.
Yes.
And then you take a wound, don't you?
No. It's or
Yeah.
take a wound to make it attack 9.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll do that.
There you go.
If don't
Okay,
mind,
there you
yeah.
go.
Yeah.
And then roll the red.
Roll the red.
I assume it's going to get re-rolled anyway, isn't it?
It's all going to
Yeah.
get re-rolled at
Yeah.
night. Yep.
Oh, but yeah, okay. Yeah.
You declare end of round.
End of round.
Okay.
I think it's a good time for me to.
I don't have anything to do, so
So you're just going to
Yeah.
skip and discard the card?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
There you go, Rob.
And I'm going to do a move 4.
Where are you going to move?
I'm going to move on to the monastery.
Okay.
Thank you.
Or do you want to go here and explore?
I was tempting to explore, but yeah, I suppose that's better, isn't it? Yeah.
It's up to you.
Thanks for the suggesting that. Yeah, I think I'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's a point, isn't it?
It's a point.
might as well, yeah.
Yeah.
So you gain that. We have another tile. So we have another monastery, which means I'm going to take another advanced action. So we now have 2 monasteries revealed. They happen to be next to each other, and we have 2 advanced actions in the offer. It isn't that one's that one and that one's that one. You don't remember which one's where.
Understood.
It's just they
You
are
could have
related.
either of those.
We have another orc on the board here. We have a new type of terrain, which is the swamp, which is 5 movement points to enter, whether it's day or night.
Day or night, okay.
We have another healing blade, and I did mention that these were in the game. Is it a dungeon? It's a dungeon.
Ah.
That we talked about before the stream started, whether this is a dungeon crawler or not, and it is. So we have a dungeon. So this is an adventure site, which means again you can go onto this space. It's absolutely safe. But if you choose to go down the dungeon, then that is your action, and you can do so. You cannot use your units because it's a small dungeon, so you go down there on your own. So you can't use any units.
Okay.
It is counted as if it's at night. So there are certain things that work differently if it's daytime or nighttime. And any fight in a dungeon, again, think about it thematically, it's really dark. So it's counted as if it's night. But you're going to fight a random brown monster, and there will be some very good rewards if you succeed.
Okay.
Either a spell or an artifact. But you're on your own. You can't use your units.
So remind me, in a monster's den, you couldn't use your units.
Monster den you can. Because what you do is
So
you stand
worth
outside
reward.
the den, bang your pots and pans,
Yeah.
the monster comes out and fights you.
Yeah.
It's a random brown monster with no limitations.
Got you.
Whereas the dungeon, it's a random brown monster, but you can't use your units, and it's classed as night.
Okay.
Now, at night, you cannot use gold mana as if it's wild.
Okay.
So that's the main difference between a fight being classed at night time, is that you cannot use gold mana
Okay.
from the source
Understood.
during the fight. But yeah, the rewards for going down the dungeon are greater than the monster den. Right. So you explored, and that was it. And that is the end of the round.
Yeah.
So we do end of round stuff. Everybody takes their entire deck, any cards left in their hand, all of that stuff, shuffles it, makes a new deck. We remove the advanced actions that were in the offer.
Yeah.
We also remove the one from the bottom of the deck. We slide them down, we get a new one there, and we reveal one card for each monastery on the map. We have 2 monasteries on the map, so we get 2 new ones. Just so you know, the game actually comes with a lot more of these, but for the walkthrough, it suggests removing 8 of the really complicated ones.
Okay.
So we're playing with the simpler versions of them. We also wipe the unit offer,
Yeah.
and we're still on the silver ones.
Okay.
We only start mixing the gold ones in once a brown tile has been revealed. As soon as a brown tile has been revealed, we alternate gold, silver, gold, silver. So it's still 5 of these.
Oh, lots of village creatures.
Okay. We also move the spell from the bottom of the spell offer, slide them down, get a new one of those. What else happens at the end of the day? We flip the night board over. There you go. It's now night time. And we roll the dice. Okay, so we have... That is depleted. It cannot be used. We have 2 green and a white. We have black. So black is not a wild at night.
Okay.
Doesn't work the other way around. Black mana is only used for specific things that require black mana.
Yeah.
One of them is spells, which we haven't really got into yet. But each spell has 2 different effects. It always costs mana because it's a spell.
Yeah.
But if you boost it with black as well, you get the awesome effect of it.
Okay.
So we've done that, we've done that, we've done that. I think that's it.
Hand these back, I guess.
Yes, tactics cards come back.
Then is it me first? The player order now?
It's reverse fame order,
So me first anyway.
but it's nighttime,
Oh,
which means we have nighttime tactics. So number 1 is no effect.
yeah.
Number 2, the long night. Once during this night, when your deck empties, you take 3 random cards from your discard pile, make a new deck, and carry on. You basically play a little bit longer. Mana Surge. Once per turn, before you use mana from the source, you can re-roll up to 2 dice in the source. Potentially
Does that
helps
include
everybody.
these ones.
You must use depleted first.
Okay.
So yes, you can choose any dice, but if there's gold there, you have to choose gold.
Got you.
Midnight Meditation. One time during the night, before any of your turns, you may shuffle up to 5 cards, including wounds, from your hand into your deck and draw that many cards.
Keep going.
Preparation. Immediately search your deck for a card.
Very nice.
Just and add it to your hand.
Yeah.
Once you know the game and once you know what's in your deck,
Mm-hmm.
and you're like, oh, I'm about to do this, I know what card I need. That is awesome.
Yeah.
Sparing Power is one of the most powerful cards in the game. This is amazing
Okay.
when you're playing the full game, because the full game is all about taking on the cities, which we'll cover at the end of this video. So Sparing Power. At the start of each of your turns, you either choose to put the top card from your deck under this card, or take all of the cards that are under this card and add them to your hand.
Okay.
So what you do is, turn 1, put a card under there. Turn 2, put a card under there. Turn 3, put a card under there.
Mhm.
Turn 4, draw those cards and have an amazing turn.
turn. Yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense.
More important when we're doing
When
big
you really-
city
yeah,
fights
well,
and
yeah.
everything else.
Well,
But still good. So, Goldix, you are currently the least famous. Which one of those cards would you like?
I'm thinking.
Technically, Arathea could have still spent a wound for an additional move too.
Right. Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yep.
There's so many options in this game, and it's hard to keep track of them all.
Mm.
Move these down here because we're going to be doing a bit more exploring,
So this stays the same until you hit level 3, right?
which we're all about to hit level 3, and then all sorts of exciting stuff happens.
I think I'm actually going to.
Oh, you draw your hand first.
You draw your hand first, because that might influence your choice of tactic that you take.
What choices? Sorry.
Mhm.
I think I need to. Do that one. I'll have a 5 or 2. I'm going to go for 2 because I think what's going to be important.
Okay. Next is Arathea.
Yeah.
And with 2, you are likely to go first, so you're likely to run out of your deck before other people.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, units refresh. Sorry, that's what happens at the end of the day as well.
Happens my skill refresh.
And your skill, your once per round skill refreshes. I think that's everything.
Okay. I think I'm going to take preparation.
Okay, so immediately look through your deck for a card of your choice and add it to your hand.
Okay. There's one way I'm particularly leaning.
So if you were right next to Davey and there was a bit of competition over getting to somewhere first, that's when you take the number 1. But I don't think there is. How are you looking for that keep? Are you considering it? No?
I don't think so. Yeah, because I would need, what would it
Well,
be?
you'd need 10 attack
10
unless
attack.
you had fire. Do you have fire or ice or anything
No,
like that?
no.
No. Okay.
10 attack, and that is not going to be doable. So I'm probably just going to help everyone. Go for mana search.
Mm-hmm.
Because the other ones don't
Okay.
look
So
particularly
turn
appealing.
order. We have the same turn order.
Yes.
Okay.
Make it easy.
There we go. Right. We all ready?
Yeah.
It is night time. So what's changed is forest's movement has gone up from 3 to 5.
Yeah.
Desert movement has gone down from 5 to 3.
First things first.
Flap, flap, flap.
Yeah.
2 movement. Goes there. Now,
Then I think
we still have green tiles left on top.
I think I'm actually going to move into the monastery and try and burn it down.
Oh,
Sacrilege, literally.
don't forget you can't use your units.
No,
Units won't go with you.
no. I'm probably going to take some wounds for it, but
Have you had a look at the potential purple enemies?
no. Let's work out my damage.
Yeah, good point. You can. I said you can't move onto the lake. You can fly across the
Oh,
lake.
can I?
Yes, so
So I could just fly
you
straight
could just fly straight there. Thank you.
Lovely. That actually gives me even more attack. I can use that. That's 3 attack. Yeah, go on.
You're going to go for
I
it.
think so. Let's just give it a
Okay.
go.
So you turn up to the nice, peaceful monastery,
Yeah.
and you're going to choose to
Burn it down.
burn it down.
Yeah.
When I said the word artifact,
Yeah.
there was a glint in your eye.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're going to lose
decided I'm going to be
3
bad.
reputation.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. This isn't the Goldix that I know. So where are we? Monastery. Yeah. So can't use your units.
Yep.
Random purple monster.
Yeah.
Up we go.
Here we go.
It's the ice mages.
Which is annoying because I've got ice damage.
Yeah. So they are resistant to ice.
Yep.
And they do ice damage back. Now
Lovely.
they're not fortified. So if you can do, I mean, they're not resistant to physical.
No. So I
So
can do 5 damage.
If you can do 6
Oh,
points
6
of
damage.
ranged or siege,
Mhm.
they're dead before we even go any
And
further.
annoyingly, I've got ice range and a normal range. So that's 6 points of normal. Do you round up or down?
You don't.
You don't.
So that would be 3, and
Yeah.
that would be 1.5. So that would be 4.5 damage out of 6, which is nothing.
No.
It's all or nothing.
So we're going to go to combat.
So they're hitting you for 5,
Yeah,
and they're
which I
attacking you with ice. So you need
Oh,
5
ice block.
points of fire block.
Yeah. Ice block.
Fire block.
Fire
is
block.
the
yes,
opposite
it's the
element.
opposite. I don't have fire block. That's fine.
Okay. Or any other type of block is halved.
Yep.
So you
How much damage am I going to be? It's not
Well,
double damage.
It's
is
5
it?
damage.
Yep.
You've got 2 armor. That would be 3 wounds.
3 wounds. Fine.
Taking the wounds.
I'm taking
Okay.
the wounds.
Those go to your hand.
Oh, I can wait. Let's work this out actually, because I could. Because that's going to half that block, but that's 7 block. So it's still not enough. So that's only. No, it's fine. It's fine.
So 3 wounds to your hand.
Could have
Right.
been anything but ice, and it would have been fine, pretty much.
Now you just need to deal 6 damage to it.
Yeah, fine.
That isn't ice.
Yeah, which I can do. So I can do.
That's 2. There's 4.
Yeah, and then play that white. It'll be over though.
There's 7.
Yeah.
That's it. So yeah, so you're using ranged attack just as normal
normal
attacks. You
attack.
stab him in the eye with an arrow.
Yeah.
It's a shame you didn't have red in the pool.
I know.
Red would have been great.
Yeah, it would have been.
Well, there we go.
There we go.
You've successfully defeated the monster. So you always get the fame.
Yep.
So it's 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do the level up at the end of your turn.
Yep.
Artifacts. Now you'll notice there is no artifact offer, unlike the other card. So whenever you gain an artifact, you actually take the top 2 off the deck. You choose one of them. You put it on top of your deck, and then you put the one that you don't want on the bottom. Now, I'm just going to show you this just for explanation of artifacts. Each artifact has 2 uses. You either play it for the top effect, and it's played as normal, or you play it for the bottom effect, which destroys it. So it's a 1-use ability on the bottom, or on the top, and it's your card, and you can keep playing it over and over again.
Okay.
And artifacts are going to be worth points at the end of the game.
So if you destroy it, you lose those points at the end of the game.
Because you lose the card.
Yeah.
It's gone. Fine.
I wish I had this card at this turn. At the end of the turn, you may throw away all wounds you received
So
this turn.
throw away is the term for remove from the
Removed
game.
from the game. Yeah. So I think I'm going to take the endless gem pouch.
Okay, so that goes on top of your deck.
Yeah.
That goes on the bottom of the artifact deck.
It was very costly.
Said, well, I hope we were going to find an artifact, and we did.
Yeah.
You also mark that monastery with your token,
Yep.
because that's going to be worth points for you at the end of the game.
And level up.
So yeah, so you discard your cards, pop them in your discard pile. Now this is an odd numbered level up. It's actually a lot easier to do. All you do is you take the top token, your level token, you flip it over, it goes there. So what's changed? You now can have a second unit, and your armor has gone up to 3. And that's it.
So I only draw 1 card now, though, yeah? Wounds count as cards?
Wounds count as cards in your hand. So for all purposes, any time a card says discard a card or whatever, it's not a wound. Unless it specifically allows you to discard a wound or whatever. Wounds cannot also be played sideways. So they are effectively dead cards.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are ways that you can get rid of wounds, which is healing. You've probably seen that you've got healing cards.
Mm-hmm.
Heal 1 is get rid of a wound card from your hand. If you're on a magical glade at the end of your turn, you can remove a wound card from your hand or your discard pile. That's the only time you can get rid of wounds from your discard pile. There is another way that you can get rid of wounds temporarily by resting, which just puts them in the discard pile. You only really want to rest when you've got loads of wound cards in hand. I mean, you've got 3.
Yeah.
So you might.
Yeah,
I'm
probably going to rest, yeah.
And
I burned the monastery down, it's quite hard work.
yeah, and I said at the end of your turn you can discard any number of cards from your hand, not
No
wounds.
wounds.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
You can't. You'd have to rest to discard those wounds, which is effectively skipping your turn.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right, endless mana pouch, but he's also about the fame gained in the fight. Yeah, the artifact. There you go. Right, so I think that's it.
Yeah,
Your go is done.
Reroll the mana dice.
Reroll the mana dice. Right. Right. What's Norowas?
Well, this
gonna
is
do?
problematic because you took the one I wanted, and now you've left me with this.
You've got the mana
load of
search,
rubbish.
so-
Yes,
We got mana
which
search.
is a
Exactly.
very good.
So you have
job.
to take the gold and one other.
So I'm gonna take both of those.
Yep. Reroll them. There you go. Any good?
So one.
Well, you got the one you wanted.
I got the one I wanted actually.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just gonna speculate this one a little bit.
Yep.
So we'll start off with mana draw using this.
Using the bottom version.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, oh no, I have to take it. Okay. So take that one
To put it to
Use
power
that
it
one.
on. Yeah.
to power it up. I then take any one of these.
Which is any dice from the source.
Take a mana dice from the
Yeah.
source.
So you could take the gold.
So I will take. The
Set it
gold.
to whatever colour you want.
Okay, so I'm gonna set that one to red.
So you're getting 2 red mana tokens.
Yeah. Now, like I said, I'm speculating.
Yeah, this is all
a little
just
bit here.
potential because no new information has been
Right.
revealed.
What I'm trying to work out is whether I can take down that fortress. Or
This,
not.
we'd have to 3 movement points to get on there,
Yeah.
and then you're going to need to be able to kill it. Don't worry about taking the wounds from it because it's actually
So
quite.
what I'm trying to work out is this lot here.
Yeah.
Now I wouldn't normally show this. Of
No,
course,
no, no.
but I've got 5 damage here if I discard a card, but that is quite damaging because actually I need the cards. So I've got 5 damage
There's 5.
there with one of those.
Yeah.
Right. Theoretically,
That's 5.
5. Now I've got another 4 from this guy
4.
because I've got this.
Oh, well, there you go then. You done it.
But that's 9. Don't I need 10?
You need-
There's attack 2.
Yeah.
Yes. But I haven't got. I'm trying to work out if I've got enough block as well.
Take
I
some
don't.
wounds.
Wait. Well, how are you getting the move 3?
That was what I
Oh,
was
there's the
having
move 3.
to.
That with that.
Yeah, that's the problem.
There's
I
the
need to
3.
discard one with that one.
Oh.
That's the problem. This is why I was kind of like, can I do it? Can't I do it? So that does block as well.
Well, at the moment, you can't move on there and kill it. So I think forget the block.
Okay. So theoretically, I could use that one and that one to move on there and do it. Move 2, move 1, sideways.
That would be the move 3.
That would be the move. That would be the move 3, like
Yeah.
that.
Then it would hit you and it would deal you 2 wounds. Right.
So I think that's probably what I'm going to have to do.
Yeah.
Is just take.
But can you kill it?
Well, that's the point. 5.
Discarding that.
Discarding that, no. There you go. I don't see of any way I can do it.
You don't need that
I think
extra
I'm
red.
one short. No,
So you don't need to play mana draw.
I did because there wasn't a red there. So I could leave that one there, but that doesn't really benefit me.
Pestilence can be used in some
As
capacity.
attack 2.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to. I'm already using it to attack 4.
Oh, okay.
Because of the +2 on now.
Yeah, so it's already doing 4 attack.
You
I
need
don't.
one more
I
card.
think I'm one.
You're
short,
1 card
One
short.
card
I
short.
think
You are
that's what I
one
was
card
looking
short.
at, and I thought that
If
I
only
could
you
do
were
it.
in a village.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mage it first.
And there you go. And that's the game. Is working
Yeah.
out the puzzle
Yeah.
and working out,
Yeah. So I think I'm
actually,
one short.
you're not going to be able to do this.
Okay. All right. So in which case, I think I'm better off not even having a look at all.
Could you not move here and just
You
kill him?
could
instead?
just move to there or there and have a go at this.
Yeah, that's a lot lower. So I think I'll probably be able to do that. So I will do that. I
Okay.
think. So 1, 2, 3, exactly the same way to move
To move here.
there. That's that bit done.
Yep.
And then I'm still going to do the same, but this time I don't need to worry as
You
much.
can use that for block and.
So how much damage do I need to do to that?
5.
5. So I can do that with that. Discarding that one potentially.
Yeah,
for
so
a
there's
moment.
the 5.
Right, and then what attack are they doing?
3.
So I could use them to block if I want to use all of my stuff. But that would be my whole turn.
Mhm.
One-off's done. Or do I just take 2 wounds?
It would be 3 attack.
+2 in your.
So it would be 2 to hand and 2 to your discard pile.
Oh, because it's poison.
That's minus 8
I will be
points
doing
at the minute.
that. And this was 3 attack, and that one needs 5.
Well, that's 5 because you're discarding a
Yeah,
card.
but if I left it normally...
Oh.
No, they both need discarding. It's just a matter of whether you use that or not. Let's do that. Okay, fine.
So,
I think...
You
I am
played the
gonna
mana
do that.
draw to generate the 2 red crystals. You used stamina and threaten sideways to move 3 to here.
Yeah,
You then challenge the orc as your attack.
yeah.
You need block 3,
So block 3 is
which
coming
is the
from
peasants.
here.
Motivated.
Plus that.
I don't think it flips. It's once per turn.
Oh, yeah, so if I get another unit, I
Yeah.
could use it.
So you've got block 5,
Yeah.
which is easily enough.
Yeah.
You then power up the improvisation, discard another card
Which is
to get attack 5 killed.
Yes.
Right. 3 fate for Norolas.
Level up.
1, 2, 3, which is a level up.
But it does mean I lose that one.
You will lose that one. And it's a marauding enemy, so you gain a reputation. He's such a nice man.
I'm over here.
Not like that dragon. I thought that dragon was nice.
I'm up there, so that one.
It's just
comes
that.
off
Yeah,
like that.
that's a nice easy level up.
Okay. Come back, roll
I don't
this
think
two.
you rolled the red one. I think it said
Keep
Yeah,
it as
that
it
goes
is.
back.
keep it.
Oh, does
one-
it?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
red.
I assumed it was just for that bit. Then another red
It's
for you.
red. And then draw up to your hand size, which is 5.
Okay. Is it me now?
It is. Where are you going to go?
I'm going to start with my irreversible action of drawing a card.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. Well, quite a lot of movement. So I think. See, I don't have a minion, so I could try and go to the monastery, but I don't have the right influence cards.
So the
So-
illusionists can be recruited from the monastery.
Yeah.
They're the only one that can be recruited.
They would be nice, but I just don't have any influence.
I mean, you've got to do it quickly before
Yeah.
Goldix is next door. And
That's
you know
what I was
what
thinking, but-
Goldix is like with monasteries.
Yes. But it's not going to be possible,
Burn
unfortunately.
into the ground.
So I'm going to go with my other plan, which is to attack here.
He is a dragon.
Yeah, you're gonna attack the keep.
Yeah, so I need 5
You
move.
need 5 moves, 2 to move to there, and then
Yeah.
3 to move to there.
So the wound sideways, that's 2.
That's 2 movement.
And I can actually play another 2 move cards, get another 2 movement. 4 movement. in
Yep.
fact. So that's 1 more than I need.
So you're doing it.
Just let me consider for 1 second. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So you're moving on. So that counts as an assault.
Yeah.
So you lose a reputation.
Yeah.
There you go. And then you're fighting the golems.
Golems.
So are you going? They're fortified because they're in a keep.
Yes.
So do you have lots and lots of siege?
No.
I'm guessing not. So it's hitting you for 2 damage.
So
Are you blocking 2 or are you going to take a wound?
I can block 2.
Okay. Sure. You don't take a wound.
And then
And then you need to do
10 damage.
5 damage to it, but all physical attacks are halved.
So I'm going to use the red mana and take a wound to increase this attack to 9
There you go. You get really, really angry.
and turn this sideways to make it 10.
Halved to 5, kills it.
Yeah.
You get 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody's on the same page.
It's balanced.
Okay.
Okay, and that seems to be my turn.
Well, the rewards for the keep. So,
Yeah.
we mentioned them briefly, but we didn't go into them in that much detail. First of all, you mark the keep as your own. So that is your keep for now. And that does a couple of things. First of all, you can now recruit anything that has the keep icon, which is the crossbowman, the guardsman. But also, the keep is supplying you. So if you end your turn on or adjacent to a keep that you own, your hand limit is increased by 1 for each keep that you own. Yeah. So basically, Rob's hand size is 1 extra because he's next to his keep and he owns 1 keep.
Yep.
And if he owned more keeps, I remember playing this game where I think I owned 3 keeps and I was just flitting between them and my hand limit was 3 higher. It's
Really?
just amazing
Yeah,
if you can get that.
It's more flexibility, doesn't it?
Yeah, huge amount of extra cards.
Okay.
All done?
Yes, so I need to do my level up.
You lost the reputation. We did the attack.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I mentioned you can attack other players' keeps.
Yeah.
So you can wait till Rob disappears.
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
Anybody can go in there. You fight a random grey monster.
Yeah.
You get half the fame for it if you kill it. But if you do kill it, it then becomes your keep.
You burn it down?
No.
No.
They only build monasteries out of wood.
Yeah.
Everything else is built out of stone.
So I've done my level up.
You've done your level up.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is my card to re-roll the red die.
You roll the red dice, and you're done. Right, back to Goldings.
Lots of green.
Yeah.
If I move on to the monastery, from that,
It's
it is
still-
spending that to move.
There's still an exploration spot there if you wanted it, because we're a wedge formation, so that is the coast.
Well, this one, burning monasteries just
You
seems
can
like
be
the
able to
way
do
to
it
go.
again.
No, not this round.
Okay,
But if I move on to it, no one else can move on to it.
That's true.
Can they?
that's true.
But it will be using my artifact just to move.
Wow, you're going to use an artifact sideways for one movement. I think there's a law against that.
Well, just to make sure no one else comes over to this monastery. How much does it cost to heal at the monastery?
Two influence. But if you chose to do that, that would be your action. You would be interacting
Yeah.
with the monastery.
Yeah, well, I've
You
got no
can't
card to be able to
then-
burn it down.
You
now.
can't then go and burn it down.
No.
You can burn it down next turn.
Yeah.
Would they do it though?
Yeah. Well,
Thematically?
yeah,
You just
yeah.
burn down their mates next door.
Well, who says it was their mates? It's just another monastery.
Yeah, they're competing.
Right.
against
Yeah,
it.
competing
yeah,
with the
competing
okay,
monasteries.
fine.
Built right next to each
I
other.
wonder what that smoke is over there.
Oh, they've just elected a new leader. That's what it is.
Might just have to take the gamble and
Yeah,
just
there's
rest.
people in the chat just saying if you do use an artifact sideways for one movement, I think the podcast might lose a listener.
I'm resting, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to keep the artifact in my
So
hand.
resting, we didn't mention resting. When you rest, you have to discard one non-wound card from your hand
Yep.
to then discard any number of wound cards from your hand,
Oh yeah.
Makes sense.
and that's your turn.
That's my turn. Fine.
And then you draw back up to your hand size.
Yeah,
Okay, we've had a rest.
it made sense.
To me.
Mm.
So with my re-rolls,
You
I'm
are
going
here.
to do these two.
Okay.
I'll have a
Yep.
look.
Here. Okay, that's not particularly useful. In fact, that's very unuseful. But it's okay, I think I'm fine. So, just speculating here, I'm going to move first, actually, onto that little hole. There was a monster's den.
That's a monster den.
Yeah.
So you need 3 movement because it's hills.
Yeah, so I've got 2 there, and I'm just going to do one more with... Yeah, we'll go with this one. I don't really like spending this one because it's really good, but we'll go with that one.
Okay.
3.
So 3. So again, this is an adventure site.
So I am
You
going to
Yeah,
do it.
you do not have to go down it, but as your action, you can go down it.
I'm going to.
So you get a random brown monster.
Which in this case looks to be
Aha.
a werewolf.
A
or a
werewolf.
rat.
So we have a new icon. This is swiftness.
Okay.
It's so fast, it's twice as hard to block. So its attack is 7.
Okay.
You need 14 block to block it.
Okay.
But if you don't block it, it's only 7
7.
damage.
Makes sense.
So it's twice as hard to block.
Now, if you do a ranged attack first,
If you do ranged attack 5, it's dead.
that's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
So I think this works.
You've managed to get ranged attack 5.
So concentration with
With the green.
green to play swiftness for 5.
Beautiful. And this game gives you those moments.
Yeah.
It's like,
That was perfect.
I am now facing one of the toughest monsters we've faced that's
Yeah.
likely dealing me loads of damage. I'll tell you what, I'll concentrate, get me by twang, twang, dead.
Yeah. That's why I kept rage as well.
So you've
I wasn't
you've
sure.
dealt 5 ranged damage, which happens in the ranged attack phase, which
Yeah.
is before the rest of combat. It's dead.
Brilliant.
Nice.
So you gain the 5 fame printed on the monster.
Okay.
Very
1,
nice.
2, 3, 4, 5, which is another level up, but
Okay.
also monster den. So we're going to pick 2 mana dice. You're going to roll them to decide what crystals you get.
Okay.
So blue crystal,
Yeah.
and the gold means you can have whatever crystal you want.
Oh, I don't know the game well enough.
Choices.
Um.
But you kind of know that red boost attack cards.
Yeah.
You know you've got your pure magic somewhere in your deck.
Yes.
And green was movement, red was attack, white
Yeah.
was influence, and blue was block.
Okay.
So,
Oh.
and you've got a blue one. So,
Okay. So, yeah, between those ones, isn't it? Let's go ahead and grab a green.
Green. Now, if you'd have rolled black, you would have gained a fame instead.
Oh,
So when you're rolling for crystal rewards,
yeah,
gold is anything you want.
yeah,
Black is you don't get a crystal, but you do get one fame instead.
yeah.
Now,
I'm going to swap that for red.
we also mark that monster den with your shield icon.
Okay.
That is it. The monster that lived there is dead.
Yeah.
So nobody else can now go there and do that again.
Okay.
And you're going to get points for that at the end of the game.
Yeah.
There you go.
Then I draw top 2 of these.
Yeah, at the end of your turn, you roll your dice, pop it back.
Yeah. So don't roll those though. They go back to you.
They go back to me.
That one gets rolled though, and that is
Rob can be
another
planning
green.
his turn. And then, yeah, you discard your cards. Pop them in your discard
I
pile.
will keep that one, and then drop.
Well,
are these ones? Yeah.
Yeah, rest of those.
Yeah.
And then we do an even numbered level up. So, top 2 skills. Choose one of those 2 skills or another player's skill from the offer here.
Okay, there are a
Cannot
couple of
choose
really
your
nice ones there actually. So, but let's have a look.
So that is for each unit which hasn't been spent.
this one.
No, the one on the right.
Yeah.
You get movement points.
Okay, but
So
because
no
I've-
use at the moment.
Yeah.
But full game is 6 rounds.
Yeah.
Norowest will end up with 4 units. That is amazing.
Yeah.
Right? And the one on the left is very simple. Every turn, you get +2 ranged attack during the day, +1 ranged attack at night.
So that
Every
is.
single turn.
Oh, okay. And you can use that in conjunction with the normal
With
attack.
anything else, yeah.
But the one I'm looking at as well is this one here,
Okay.
which is +2 movement at night every turn as well.
Every turn. If you take somebody else's skill from the offer, you have to take the bottom card here.
No, I think
Boom.
this is marginally better.
Okay.
So I'll go with that one.
You can have
This one
any
goes
one of
here.
these. Which of these advanced actions would you like?
Um, okay.
And Rob, you can be planning your turn unless you already
No.
have.
Have a look at the brown monsters list.
The brown monster list, yes.
Thank you.
Before you go too far, could I
Yeah.
have a white one instead of that red? Now,
Okay.
theoretically, so it's not too far ahead. I could
No,
do
because
that.
no new information
So
has
I'm just
been.
having a look at
Okay,
which ones.
new information has been revealed.
Oh,
Just guild,
'cause I got
but it's
those
fine.
ones.
It's
No,
fine.
that's fine.
Because it's a learning game. It's fine.
No, that's fine. That's
Okay.
fine. I'll stick with it because that could lead me towards getting this one. What's this one? Oh, take a wound. Oh,
Yeah. Take a wound, but do something amazing.
yeah.
Yeah. Blood ritual's very powerful. And yes, Ajak does make a good point. Although resting was your turn, any card with the special icon in the top left, you could play that before you rest.
Oh, so I could have played that.
Except you would then need to discard a card to do the rest.
Oh,
So yeah,
my artifact.
you could have.
Yeah.
And I think discarding an artifact to rest is probably worse than turning it
Turning it-
sideways for one
yeah.
movement point.
Yeah. At least it's useful for the movement point.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go with agility.
Okay.
So it was
So that
that
was the
one.
middle card.
That
Yeah,
one.
so
So I'll
those
go
slide
for
down.
agility.
That goes
That
top of your
one
deck.
goes to my hand. Oh,
Top of
the
deck.
Okay.
Which is effectively your hand.
Yeah, because
you're
now
gonna
I'm going to draw.
And you've taken your skill and you've done your thing. So draw to your hand size. Right.
Okay. I think I have something like a 20% chance of.
Are you thinking of going down the dungeon?
I am going to go down.
And he's
the
worked out the odds.
Oh,
Are you still going to do it?
Yeah.
20% chance of success or
A
failure.
failure.
Oh, failure,
okay,
right.
yeah.
You'll say.
Yeah. I should have clarified that. Yeah.
So, wound card sideways for 2 movement. You leave the keep. You go to the dungeon, and you're going to choose to go down the dungeon.
Yes.
Right. So, you cannot take your unit with you.
Yeah.
You don't have any units. It's a random brown monster, and the fight is treated as if it was at night. It is at night anyway. So, off you go.
Oh,
It's a
that's-
Medusa.
That's good news, I think. Because I can use ranged.
So we haven't explained Medusas, have we?
Yeah, I had a
Did we?
Medusa
Yeah,
earlier.
the paralysis.
Yeah.
yes.
But yeah, it's not fortified. So you
No.
go down the dungeon,
Yeah.
4 points of ranged attack, and it's gone.
Nice.
Yeah. So if I just play a powered up concentration with
We've seen this before.
my battle versatility.
Oh, your special card.
Yeah, well, I would have played my swiftness, but I don't have the white mana available. So
Okay, so that's
Oh,
ranged
this one.
attack 3. So it's ranged attack 5.
finish that 5
Oh.
instead.
I
Now
could have
that,
played
that
the
you
one
don't
other.
need to
thing
spend the red.
says you don't have to
Only defend the red.
No.
I thought you got the full attack
Oh,
ability
of
without.
course. Yeah,
Yeah,
you get the advance for free, don't you?
So you
yeah.
could do the white if you wanted to,
Could I?
because you don't pay the white cost when
You're
you're
right.
playing
So,
concentration.
so if I use this instead, thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah. Obviously, you should have read the card more carefully.
It's only because that's
Um,
exactly what I
Yeah,
did.
that's it. That's what
Yeah.
I thought was
Yeah.
coming.
Or pay more attention. Yeah.
So ranged attack 5. It's dead.
Great.
So you go down the dungeon, you find the Medusa, wank,
Yep.
it's dead.
Dead.
Nice.
5 fame. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Been left
5,
behind now.
which is another level up. And
Yep.
the reward from the dungeon,
Is...
it's an artifact.
Not.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
so black or gold would have been a spell.
Mhm.
Anything else would have been an artifact.
That's this.
So,
yeah.
take 2. Choose what's 2 artifacts in the tutorial game.
I could have played the artifact though,
You could play the artifact.
which I would have. But
Okay.
it's fine.
It's interesting.
And then we mark the dungeon with your shield token. So that's that. That dungeon is now empty.
Okay.
That goes
and
on
this
top of
goes
your deck.
on top of my deck.
So we've got a shield token.
Yep.
And you want to roll the mana dice and pop it back?
What artifact did you get? Did we get that open knowledge?
No, it's not.
It's not.
But he'll be playing it soon.
Well, yeah.
Right. Are you happy to do your level up while David takes his turn?
Yeah.
Where's that from? Oh, that's the one that you rolled for the thing. Okay, so yeah, if you take your turn, Rob's going to do his level up, which is a skill and a card.
Lovely. So I'm
So,
going to roll
what
the
is
mana
this?
dice 2 times.
What does it do then? It's roll the mana dice.
Gain a crystal for each one.
Oh, it's an endless gem pouch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a fame
That's the thing.
instead,
Yeah.
which isn't what I want.
No.
That's fine.
It's red.
And red.
There you go. Gain that as a crystal.
Lovely.
Okay.
Done. Then I think I'm going to do this and use that red.
Improvisation. Discard another card.
Discard.
So what do you want? 5 move.
5 move, yeah. 2 of it I'm going to use here.
Okay, so you gain a fame for exploring. But we have tile number 8. There you go. So what do we have? We have a village in the swamp. We have another orc. We have another magical glade, and we have some ruins. Now, the ruins are these tiles. So whenever a ruins is revealed, we take one of these tiles and we put it on there. If it was daytime, it would be face up, no matter where anybody is. If it's nighttime, it stays face down. But when we switch to day, it will be flipped face up. Ruins are like the monster dens and the dungeons. They are adventure sites. You can move onto that space and you can then see what it is if it was nighttime. But actually using the ruins is a choice. You don't have to, adventure there if you don't want to. Unlike the other tokens, which are kind of seeded in power order like this, these are variable.
Right.
Some of them will be really, really tough. Some of them won't be tough. But again, you get to see what it is, and then it's your choice whether you want to fight it or not. Some of them are protected by monsters. Some of them require you to sacrifice 3 mana of the same colour to gain loads of fame. But yeah, the ruins are a variety of different things.
Sorry, do you mind if I don't use that and use that instead? Mainly because
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything else
Yeah,
with
yeah,
Canon, so
yeah.
it didn't make sense to use my own crystal.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, other than the 3 movement to move onto there, and then I'm going to end my turn.
So you're not going to do any interaction.
Is there anything that's free on the monastery? No.
No.
It all costs.
I mean, yeah, burning it down is free.
I can't burn it down right now.
It's not going to cost you anything.
No, let's not burn it down right
Okay.
now. Because I can theoretically heal, but it's only stuff in
It's
my
from
hand.
hand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's fine.
So you did all your level up and stuff.
Yeah. So
Okay,
I
then you
took
took a
an
new
advanced
card.
action.
Yep,
And
cool.
I took the siege thing, and that's
Nice.
the thing in the middle now.
Yeah.
Keep rolling really poorly for that.
Okay.
My
Right.
turn. Over to me. So I will use my 2 dice rolls.
Yeah.
I hope to get better than that, which that is good. Right, so now, can you move through each other as
Yes.
long as you end up the other side?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm just theorising this one for a moment. I'm going to try and get to that village. Now, that village is on Swamp.
Swamp, 5 movement points.
Oh.
I
So
mean,
I'd have to move 2, 4, 6, plus 5, 11,
11.
which is a lot. Just
It is a lot.
yeah, I think I'll just rather go through this forest. I'm just a little bit. Can I go here and explore to that place?
You can go from here to explore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There, or I'm thinking
Or you
maybe
can go
there.
there.
That's a bit closer.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm trying to work out. I think I'll go with the pure magic one,
Sorry,
just
can I
to
have
save
the
on
illusions?
movement. Right. So unfortunately, because of its type of color that I need, I don't know whether to spend it straight away or not. The amount of
Mm-hmm.
because it's a really powerful card that is so versatile.
It is. So you're going to need 5 movement to move there and explore. Actually, no, it's a forest.
7,
It's
isn't it?
nighttime. 7.
Yeah, that's what I mean, which gives me 7. So that I think I'm gonna have to probably do, as much as it kind of hurts. But there's forests that way and that way, so the
Yeah.
only other route is round that way or
Which
that
is
way, which
still
is
really
just as
expensive.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I
So
think
you're
I'm
going to
have
power it
do
up with
that.
the blue,
Yeah.
and then you have to spend another mana.
Oh yeah, I do, don't I?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that is expensive. And
But that's the
then
mana
once
from
I-
the source.
Yeah, and then then that's it done. Apart from this red,
It is. Yeah.
that kind
Now,
of doesn't make sense.
we didn't
does
mention
it?
this, but if you remember back what happens if you start your turn on a magical glade during the day,
Yeah,
you get a gold mana.
yeah,
If you start your turn on a magical glade at night, you get a black mana. But as we've discussed, black mana
Don't
is
really do it.
only useful for powering super
so
spells.
pretty much useless.
At the moment, yeah.
Have you got any wound
Uh,
cards in your discard pile? Okay.
Yeah, there isn't much in my position. I can't see there's very much that I can really do.
No, you might just have a turn where you go here, stop, get a red crystal, and maybe come here next turn.
Yeah.
But by you going there and exploring here, I mean, that's so far away.
I mean, I might just
There's
move
a
to that
keep
forest
just
with a
here.
lot.
There's a keep right
I
behind you.
was considering that.
Did you have one to your hand size because of your keep?
Yes.
You did. Okay.
I was considering that. And I think looking at the lack of options, I might actually have to do it.
Yeah. I mean, he's right next door. But it's
I'm trying to spend. I've got a good hand for influence, but
It's a
there's
little
no influence
No,
points anywhere
it's
near.
really interesting the way the maps come out. Is
Yeah.
that we've got nothing over here. We've got no villages.
what
We've
I
got
think-
4 villages down here. There's one over there.
I've got the opposite. I've got no influence.
Yeah, mine isn't doing me any good, to be honest. I think I might.
I mean, the monasteries are both. Where's the monasteries?
But
Oh yeah, both there. So
Yeah, that I was looking at the monastery, but Davey moved into it. That would have been worth it then.
you can have a second unit.
Yeah, but
So,
I can't get
Are
anywhere.
you
to
saying
get
you've got
it.
influence in hand?
Yeah.
So if you were to go onto the keep and you were to be able to defeat the
Oh, I
guardian,
can spend my influence
then next turn you can use your influence to recruit one of these units because it's now your keep.
now.
less of a keep. More than loss.
Yeah, I think I might have to give it a go. They're
Okay.
generally quite hard, though, aren't they?
Well, it's a
Yeah, they're
random grey monster.
Very hard.
You will get half the reputation rounded up. Sorry, half the fame rounded up. And you
Yeah.
replace the owner's shield token with your
I
own.
might have to take some damage to do it.
Yeah.
God, it's which card to use because I don't know what monster's coming.
Yeah.
Don't know
So it's 3 movement to get onto
free
it.
movement to even get in.
Yeah.
Right,
There's a list
well,
of monsters here if you need it.
is it purple?
It's a grey one.
Grey one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right, that's not quite so bad then. I've got a blue and a red there, so I'll tell you what. Let's play this one with this white.
Which is
And then basically I move 4,
Yeah.
and then I can spend movement points in this combat if I initiate one. To during combat this turn, I can spend move points for attack and or ranged attack.
That's good.
oh, nice. So the one
So-
movement point that you've got floating
Yeah.
can become a ranged
And I'm
attack.
assuming I can spend
Movement
other
cards can
as
become
well.
attack.
Yeah, so we'll go with that.
So you're going into the keep.
Yeah.
So it's an assault on a keep.
Yeah.
So you lose a reputation.
Yeah, I forgot that.
And we get a random grey monster.
Okay. So the random grey monster is, I don't know what that is.
Go.
It looks like a
It's a golem.
It's a golem.
Yeah.
Oh, it's another one of those golems, is
Yeah.
it? Okay. There you
So
go.
Nice and easy to block.
So you can't use ranged attack because it's in a keep, so
yeah,
it's
that was what I was
fortified.
wondering. So
So it's hitting you for 2. Do you want to take a wound, or are you going to block 2?
Okay, so let me just work out.
So
So
you
I've got
one
an attack or a block there, so I can consider doing that.
Yeah,
That
work
will
backwards
deal
because
with
you're going
that
to
one.
need 10.
So I'm going to need 10.
Unless you've
damage.
got fire or ice.
So I think I can spend potentially that one and that one to make 7, 8.
Can pure magic not do fire attack or ice attack?
No,
Oh, okay.
Doesn't say so.
Okay.
it's just very versatile.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I assume I can use range attack.
Sajid says, yes, I did forget this rule. Movement points reset between the movement phase and the attack.
So you don't have that one to take over.
But it didn't used to, but with the Lost Legion expansion, they actually did rule that. So you don't have the one.
Oh, really? So it doesn't benefit from itself.
It doesn't benefit from itself. Yeah, they tweaked the rules slightly. Thank you for that. I had forgotten that tweak to the rule. So in the original game, you could do that, but they tweaked it. So yeah,
Bit rude, but we can
Yeah.
let them on.
But your movement still counts towards it.
you can still play movement cards in combat. Yes.
Yeah. I just don't think I've really got any massive benefit from it. But okay, so I need to get 10 attack now, don't
10, which would be
That
hard
is
to
quite
find.
a tall order, isn't it? 10.
Well,
right,
if you
10
don't
green
block-
and white.
And then you take the 1 wound, you're on 9 already,
Yeah,
which means you can just play 1 card on the right side.
9.
And
So
you have it.
what's the pure magic? Is that
Yeah,
going to
let's do
be
I
blue
think
with the red is going to be 9? Is it?
blue plus red equals 9 and 11.
And not block it?
And
No, it's 7, sorry.
Is it 7?
7,
Okay.
7.
8, 9.
Hard
On side.
sideways for 10. So you're not blocking it.
No.
So have a wound.
Thank you.
2 damage and you've got
Thank you.
so yeah, 2 damage and you've got 3 armor, but it's
Yeah.
rounded up. And
Brilliant.
then you deal 10 to it.
Yep.
And it's dead. So you get half the fame.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
It
2.
was 4, so
Yeah,
giving you
so
2 fame.
two,
It
yeah.
is no longer Arethea's keep. It is now Norolas's keep.
sorry.
I'm glad actually we're seeing a lot of things in this tutorial that you don't normally see in a tutorial.
To be honest, if I had any other choice, I'd have done something else. to be
Yeah,
honest.
it's just the way the maps
Just the way it's-
worked out.
Yeah.
So that's your turn done. So
Yeah.
the mana tokens are spent. You roll the white dice and pop it back in the pool. Your hand size is 1 extra. Your hand limit is now 6.
Okay, which is a good job because I've got 1 wound now.
And the agility goes as well. I think you may have forgotten you had 1 from that. Your skill. You
It's
had
only
you-
in range though, isn't
No,
it?
no, no. The range can be used as
Oh,
normal.
yes, of course.
Oh.
So you didn't need to use 1 card if you don't want to.
Yeah. That 1 card you played sideways, you didn't need to because you had
play
that
it back
skill.
into your hand.
Could I have used any of those to block instead then for that extra 1 damage?
I mean, you could have done. You could have played that card sideways and another card sideways as 2 block.
I don't think you had. You only had 1 more card, didn't you?
So I played that one for. I need to play that one for the damage.
Mm-hmm. That was the 7.
Yeah, I used that one initially.
Yeah. Red card was the 9.
That one was that one and that one.
Yeah.
That one was. Say it was that one. It was
Yeah.
that's right. So that was that one.
You had a red attack card.
Now if I use that for block instead,
Okay.
okay, 7, and then that one
8.
does 8,
Yeah. You need 2 more.
9, 10.
Yeah. So the options are you could have blocked it
Yeah.
and you'd lose them 2 cards, or keep those 2 cards in hand and take the 1 wound. I think take the 1 wound.
Because that's my influence card.
Yeah.
So I need to keep that one.
Yeah.
Right, that will make sense. That's brilliant. Thanks for pointing that out.
Did you need swiftness as well?
So all of these, yeah, it's this one that gets left.
You want to discard the swiftness?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
done.
Pure magic's gone.
Yeah. So it just enables me to keep this card,
Yes.
which I do want to do.
Okay. And then you draw back up to your hand limit, which is now 6 because of the keep.
Yeah.
Is that an empty deck?
Oh,
Wow. get moving.
Okay. So this is the timer of the game. If one player is only playing 2 cards a turn and another one's going through 5 or 6,
Yeah.
you're not going to get to go through your whole deck. You
No.
need to watch the other players to see how fast they're going through their deck.
Yeah.
Yes, I haven't explained wounding units. Let's explain wounding units, because that is your other option.
Okay.
Whenever you take damage from an attack,
Yeah.
you may choose to put that damage onto one of your units and wound it.
Mm-hmm.
If you do, you wound it, and then it soaks up an amount of damage equal to its armor value.
Okay.
So you were taking 2 damage.
Yeah.
You could have put that wound on the peasants and not put it in your hand
Okay.
if you wanted to.
Now, would it survive?
Yeah, so units don't actually die, but they become wounded. They won't heal automatically. You have to go out of your way to heal them.
Mhm.
A wounded unit is only worth half its points at the end of the game.
Okay. Now,
So
the
I
way-
could have wounded that on my turn
Yeah.
in the monastery.
A wounded unit can't be activated.
Okay.
Now, your unit has already been activated, and bearing in mind this is the tutorial mission and it's not going to go on that much longer, you might have wanted to put the wound on the peasants.
Tell you the reason why I won't
Yeah.
do that, because that makes perfect sense, is because I haven't got any more cards to draw anyway, so I might as well have a wound in my hand.
Except it's minus 2 points at the end of the game.
In which case, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna-
So you put it over the top of the card.
right, and because it's only worth 1, does that mean it's worth 0
I
or
think so,
rounds
yeah.
up to 1?
I think it's
So in either case, it's still 1 better off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fine.
So that's how it works. Now,
That's fine.
if you were hit for 4 damage,
Yeah.
the armor of that is 3.
Yeah.
So you would have wounded it. 3 of the damage would have been soaked up. You've now got 1 damage point left over. That one would now go to another unit, or it would go to you.
Got you.
So that's how.
So if
you-
I was taking 3 wounds and that
if you were
one had
taking
5,
3 damage,
Yep.
you could put it on there,
Yep.
and no more goes over. But it's a bit of a waste because that could have soaked up 5.
Mm-hmm.
If you were taking 5 damage, that would be 2 wounds to you, or you could just wound them because they're 5.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how wounding units work. Also, just while we're here, any poison attack would double wound a unit. That's the only way that a unit can get double wounded is with a poisonous attack. And that just means you've got to heal it twice before
Got
it
you.
can then
Yeah.
do anything.
Makes
So it's probably not worth you wounding it because you haven't used it yet.
Yeah.
Also, I did mention earlier that you can recruit new units during the game.
Mhm.
And if you don't have any spare tokens, you can just get rid of the old one. So a very common thing is I'll use the peasants, I'll wound the peasants, and then I'll just replace the peasants.
Got you.
Because, you know,
So if the
just-
game would have gone on any longer,
you would have probably just replaced them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
makes
Okay.
sense.
Thank you, Sajat, for reminding me to explain about wounding units because it is a part of the game.
Oh, and during the monastery, units are not part of the attack, so I can't wound
Correct.
either.
Yes.
Ah,
Yeah. The units are they refuse to come with you, so you can't put wounds on them
Fine.
because they're not in the
understood.
fight.
Okay.
Right. Arithea, your deck is empty. Do you want to declare? No, your deck
No,
isn't
it's
empty.
not empty, no.
Your deck's empty.
No.
Your deck's empty.
Your turn.
I knew somebody's deck was empty.
Yeah.
Right.
Um,
what you doing?
So, yes.
Noroas is waving to you from the top of your keep.
This is going to be 2 enemies, possibly a dragon as one of them.
Could be, but remember it's optional. You can go there,
Yeah.
land on the space, see what's in the ruins, and
Yeah.
then choose not to go into the ruins.
Or it could be 2 green things, yeah. And I could, yes. Hand size is only 5, so if I took 5 wounds to my hand, I would be knocked out,
You would.
which is a bit of a problem.
But you can go there, look at what the ruins is. But if you move from there to there,
Yeah, I'm going to provoke.
you're going to provoke that.
Yeah.
The witch doctor. Or the cursed hag, whatever it's called.
I think I'm just going to move to here and provoke this.
Okay, so you're going to spend 6 movement.
Yes, so I'm going to use a mana pool.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't, because there isn't a white mana in the pool.
Ha.
Um,
Well, you can use the
the
basic
basic one, yeah. And I can use it, the black one, as my additional die as any colour, because that's my special ability.
You can use 1 additional mana die from the source. If that die is black, use it to produce mana of any colour. Okay, so
There you go,
very
Arithea
nice.
can use
Yeah.
black as any colour.
So that would be this.
Using
That would be
that
my
as blue.
additional dice.
Yep,
And I've
so
got
4 movement
a normal dice as well. Plus this sideways
for 2.
is another 2.
So wave to Goldix on your way past. Hello. You've arrived there.
Okay.
2 more movement to explore if you want it.
No, I don't think I can afford it this
Okay.
round.
So you're going to provoke. Sorry, you're going to challenge the orc.
Yes.
Right. 5 ranged attack.
Potentially. No, I think I've only got 4 because I've got 1 from this.
You've got 1 siege attack.
Yeah.
Every turn, either
That can-
fire siege or normal siege.
And that could be used as a ranged attack.
It can be used. Yeah, siege can be used as ranged, and ranged can be used as
Yeah.
normal.
Unfortunately, I've got ranged attacks, but it's only 3 ranged attacks. I
3
could use a
plus-
basic one plus this one, but I don't have a green crystal to up. Oh, there is a green crystal.
There is green, and you haven't
So-
used it yet.
Yeah, so
Hey!
I'm all right. Yeah, okay, so I use this.
For 1.
Yeah, I use that for another one.
So this is ranged attack 1. So one siege plus 1 ranged.
Yeah.
Plus siege attack 3.
Yeah. So he's dead.
He's dead. You got rid of it.
Then you get to use my nice artifact.
So 3 fame.
3 fame.
You are Arathea. 1, 2, 3, and 1 reputation.
Yeah.
So yeah, crushing bolt really nice.
Yes.
Siege attack 3. Siege attack is great for taking on keeps and towers and cities, as we're going to see soon.
Okay.
Yeah, Paul Snuggs remind me. Yeah, healing units. You have to pay a number of healing points equal to the level of the unit. So
Right.
it's harder to heal a level 2 unit. That would require a heal 2 just to heal 1 wound off it.
Right. So you'd have to be in a monastery or something like that.
Or a card that says heal 2.
Yeah.
Something like that. Right. So what did you do? You moved there, you challenged the orc, you killed it, you got the fame,
Yeah.
you got the reputation, drawn up to your sand size of 5.
Yeah. I've done that.
Okay.
I can re-roll this.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
Right. What's Goldix doing?
I'm going to pay a mana of any basic colour. Red. I'm going to gain white.
Oh, so it's pay a mana of any basic colour.
To gain a crystal. Oh no, of that colour.
Of that colour, yes.
I keep. Fine, I'm guessing I just use that to gain a. Screws my whole turn. I keep thinking that's better than it actually is on that card.
So you could use it. Do you need white?
Oh wait, I can use
you
the
can use your
part
own
of it.
blue crystal.
Yes, to gain a base colour of
Crystal of any colour.
which is what I want. To the white. Fine. And then, which still works. I'm gonna actually just buy something, and maybe I'm gonna lose another influence, but
So you're interacting, are you?
yes,
So this applies.
yes,
-2.
that's why I need to do.
Okay.
both
So
of
you're
these.
threatening the people in the monastery.
Yes, with a promise.
With a promise.
Yeah, threatening promise.
I promise I'm going to kill you. So you've got influence 5, 9, -2 is 7, and you're going to recruit the illusionists.
Well, I can
Yeah.
go for the Religionist, or I can go for the Swift Bolt.
You could. These are 6.
Yeah, the Swift Bolt gives me a ranged attack of 4, which I'm about to burn it down. Might
Don't
help.
tell them that.
Can I have your spot?
The Illusionist. Can I have another?
Yeah.
Please.
The advantage of the illusionist is it's a unit, so it's not a card in your deck. It's a permanent thing. But yeah, if you need that,
Right. So you still can't use that if you're going into the monastery.
No, especially when it's their monastery.
Yeah. So I might actually just go for the Swift Bolt.
Okay. So that goes on top of your deck,
That goes on top of my deck. Yeah.
and that does not get replenished
No.
until the start of the next round.
No.
Okay, and then your reputation goes down by another 1.
Yep. And done.
All done
Yeah, all
Okay.
done. And I'm going to discard a card.
to get Crystal Joy back to your hand.
No.
No.
I'm,
Oh, just discard it because you want more chance of getting some other cards.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Sajet says you didn't use a die from the source that turn.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Sorry. Do you mind if I have a red
Could have
back?
used
Yes, a red.
a red. There you go. Right.
Lovely.
So, are you declaring end of round?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to take this turn. I'm going to re-roll these 2.
Yep.
That does no good to anyone. Well, maybe to you. Right, so that's... Okay, so that has forced my hand, but I think Davey saved me on that one. Blue to that one. I gain a crystal of any colour. I'm going to gain a white.
Yep.
I'm then going to spend said white
Oh, you ease again.
on
Noble
a
manners.
Noble Manners, because I'm a good
Influence
boy.
4. 0 modifier though, so 4.
Yeah, I'm then going to spend, I think, 3 of these sideways
Okay, for 7.
for 7, and then buy something from the keep. So I can have up to 7. So the keep ones are these ones here.
Utum Guardsman or the Utum Crossbowman.
Now, as far as endgame scoring goes, they're both exactly
They're both
the same.
exactly the same because they're both level 2.
Yeah, both level 2. So
But you don't need 7.
for either
for
of them.
those.
But to be honest with you, I'm probably going to end the round anyway because there's nothing that I can really see
Okay,
I can do.
yeah.
So
So this will be the last thing that you do anyway.
yeah, so it's kind of pointless. So I'll just take the more expensive one just for the sake of it.
Yeah.
So we'll do that one. Technically, then 2 of these sideways,
1 in hand.
1 in hand.
Yeah.
And this one goes on top of my deck. And there we are.
No, that's a unit.
Yes, of course it is.
So you have a
I
crossbowman?
gave that one. Yes, I put that one in that wrong place. There we go. So
Did you want the crossbowman?
yes, I did.
You want the crossbowman.
There we go. And I need to give you that
There you
back. Not right.
You're all done?
I think that's me.
Yep.
So I would just re-roll this one and do another lovely
Roll.
dice for you.
Yeah, it would have been nice to recruit something, but the way the cards come out, it's
Yeah.
just been so awkward. Like,
Yeah. I mean, I've played the walkthrough about 20 times and it's different.
Yeah.
Every time you play just this tutorial
Yeah, it's
scenario,
interesting.
it's different. Even though the tiles are coming out in a fixed order, the way that people explore and the card draw is, makes for a very different game.
could go back to town, it cost me 5 moves. So instead, I'm
Exactly.
going to use a powered up improvisation.
Yeah, just pop it up here so we can see it.
Yeah, sorry. And I'm going to discard the influence card that I might have used in the town.
Where's your discard pile?
So here's my discard pile.
Okay,
And
so that's 5 moves.
5 moves. I'm going to spend 2 of it on an explore.
2 to explore.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the final countryside tile that we have.
Oh,
So you gain fame for
Yeah.
doing it. We have a mage tower, but
Yeah.
it's night time.
Right.
So even though you're next to it,
Yeah,
it's face down. If you want to assault it,
yeah.
at that point it's revealed. We also have a keep, which again, face down, and we have another dungeon. So just as a reminder, we are now down to the 3 core tiles. The city is somewhere in these 3, but a core tile cannot be placed on the coast. So that cannot be a core tile. Also, I believe the rule is that a core tile cannot be placed unless it is adjacent to 2 or more tiles. So you cannot go into here and explore here. I think this is the only place it can go. I will just double check that rule about core tiles.
Okay.
It's to make sure they stay together in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And it's 4 move to go in there, so I'd need an extra move, 1 move to get in there, wouldn't I?
Movement limitations. Core tiles can only be placed such that they are adjacent to at least 2 of the tiles. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think, because I'd have to discard and turn another card sideways to get into that tower, and then I'd have
It's
2 left.
4 movement, because it's a
Yeah.
wasteland.
Or 3 left.
That would be rough.
And then you'd be fighting a random purple monster.
Yeah. I mean, it's the potential I could do it, but it's... No, I'm not going to do it. So
Have you got 5 movement to move onto the forest?
I'm gonna spend an extra. I'm gonna spend 2 cards sideways to go back into the town for a total, because I now have a total of 5 movement.
So you had 5 movement for this, of which you used 2.
Yeah.
So just so people know,
Yeah.
Rob is playing an artifact sideways for 1 movement. Expect to get hate mail.
Well, I would have loved to.
I'm only joking. I'm only joking. So you have 5 movement back into the village.
I seem to pick the ones that are the most difficult to use normally.
Sword of Justice is awesome though, isn't it?
Yes.
So good.
I've already used the mana from the pool, haven't I?
You've used a mana from the pool, yeah.
So that's another problem. Influence 3 isn't going to get me very far. I'm not on +2.
It will get you to heal a wound if you had a wound card in hand.
Terrible.
The peasants are 4,
Yeah.
and you're at +1. So influence 3 will get you something.
I've only got influence 2.
Oh, you mean with the +1?
Yeah.
No other card sideways?
No.
Oh, it probably doesn't matter. Did I gain my plus reputation as well as
No. When
plus
you used your
one?
noble manners.
Yeah, you get plus 1 of both.
I didn't even give you the vote. Yeah, I forgot about the noble manners. Thank you.
There's no way I could use the Sword of Justice and Mage Tower or all the other things. So
No.
I'm going to stop there
Okay.
and just.
Yep. Roll the dice. Pop it back.
Okay, another black mana. Sorry about that.
Ooh,
Okay.
Right.
enjoy.
No, the end of round has not been declared yet,
No.
so you will have 2 more turns.
Yeah. Gonna burn the monastery.
He's doing it again.
Yes, he is.
So reputation is now.
Yeah.
There we go. So you
Right.
can't use your units.
Nope.
Random purple monster.
Yep.
Not fortified. Okay, so
Still 8
it's
damage
the ice elementals.
Yeah.
So they are 2 ice attack
Mm-hmm.
with paralysis. They've got 4 armor and they are resistant to both ice and physical.
How much block do I need to put in for normal block?
4 normal block would be halved, and then that would be what you need.
So I'll block there.
Okay, so they don't deal you any damage, which means you're not paralyzed.
Yeah.
But now you need to do 4 fire attack to them.
That's a tall order.
Every other type of attack is halved.
Yeah. Well, I've got will focus, which gives it. If I play that, and that would be 7, but
Which is 1 short.
yeah.
Oh,
Unless I just don't block
can't
it.
use them. They refuse to join in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
I didn't realise that was paralysed. That's only one of them in there. It's the only one that
There's
I
only
would,
one of those in there.
would lose against. So it was just a poor draw.
So what does that mean then?
So I can block it all and just not play
You
it
just
now.
block it.
Oh, okay.
You
So
don't
just
take any damage.
But I'll get another chance at killing it. So
There it
that's
goes.
fine.
Oh, so no, you don't have to move off the space or anything like
Nope.
that. It's just
No.
just a failed attack. Okay.
Keeps, mage towers, yes. If you attack them and fail, you have to go back to where you came from.
Okay.
But the monastery, it's in your space.
They're
You're
very
already on the
forgiving
space.
people.
Yeah.
And I can do this as well.
Okay, you're activating your long night. So you can have a go if you want with
No.
your 1 card in hand. So you're going to declare end of round. Rob,
Okay, so
oh, you got some cards.
yeah, I can recruit something.
All right. Okay.
So I'm going to use the red in the pool.
You're going to threaten them.
because I lose reputation, but I could get a better card if I
Yeah.
use this as opposed to something else.
Okay.
So
Well, you've got +1 from this. Don't forget.
Yeah.
So you're at 5.
Yeah.
6.
Yeah.
I mean, if you didn't want to use your other cards in hand, you could.
I could.
You don't have to power it up.
But I would have only be able to get the peasants
No.
then.
So
1,
it
2,
doesn't count
3,
your,
4.
your minor
5.
rep straight
Ah.
away.
No, it's at the end.
Okay, so
Got it.
let's not do that then. Yeah, thanks for the. This gains me a crystal, but it's
You need
How
blue
you-
to make it.
trading a crystal for a fame is not great.
Well, it converts a mana.
Yeah.
You have to pay a mana.
Yes, exactly. But if I'm not using a mana, I'm turning these 2 sideways to get the 5 rep. Then I can use a mana from here. But I don't have this card. Then.
You don't have the card then.
And
yeah.
if I use that
You don't have the
for the
thing.
powered up version, I
You
don't have
could take the peasants.
Yeah.
So you
So-
either take the peasants and get a crystal,
Yeah.
or take the foresters.
Yeah, so I'm going to take the foresters.
Yep.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4,
I could take these. as well.
5 because they like you. Yeah, the guardsmen from the village.
I'm not sure which is better.
So
really.
foresters, villagers, foresters, peasants, or the Utum guardsmen.
But it's level 2, isn't it? So
It's a level 2.
better.
Worth more, isn't it?
Yeah.
Take that.
Okay.
You're allowed to look through your discard.
You are allowed to look through your discard. Now, I play with a rule which isn't in the rule book, which is you are also allowed to look through your deck as long as you shuffle it afterwards.
Oh, okay.
Because you would know exactly what 2 cards you have in your deck. Yeah? And when you're learning the game, you're kind of like, I can't remember, So, yeah, I always allow people to do that rule. As long as you shuffled your deck afterwards, you should know what's in there. So you're all done. You didn't use a die. You got the foresters.
Yeah.
Sorry, you got the guardsmen.
So we'll draw 2 cards. Oh, it's a green over there.
Might as well use that one.
Yeah.
Saget has said you could have actually got both units because you could have recruited the peasants and then used the peasants
Yeah.
influence.
Yeah. With my powered up thing. So, yeah. Is it too late to do that?
It is a bit, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, good spot.
Good.
Things
Yeah,
can be
spot,
used as soon as you
Okay.
get them.
That's cool. But I only had 7, but that could do 4 influence as well with the illusionist. So if I had another 2 influence, I could have then.
Yeah, so you could have recruited the illusionists, used the illusionists to get 4 influence to then
Get
do
a
something with that.
Yeah.
No, because they
That's
can't
the
be mocked,
action.
but learn a thing or
Yeah,
heal
yeah.
or whatever.
Okay.
So-
Yeah. Fine. Burn the monastery down.
You're going for it again.
I am going for it again.
Wow.
Well, theoretically, as long as nothing else is paralysed.
And you've already used the mana from the source, but you do have 2 crystals.
I do have a crystal.
Okay, so you can't lose any more ret, but
Well,
here
there's
we go
only two
again.
left, isn't there? Now, is there?
So they don't have paralysed, so
They
it's
don't have
fine. Nothing
paralysed.
else has paralysed, which was the only thing that would screw me. So let's go. Cool. That's
The fire golems.
fire guns.
So they basically it's the opposite.
Yeah.
They attack you with fire. They're brutal instead of paralyzed, and they're resistant to fire and physical.
That's fine.
So, are you going to be able to kill them with 4 ranged ice attack?
So if I do 4 only not ice attack now.
4 no. So you can't kill them with
8
ranged.
then.
Okay, so they're coming in.
Yeah.
They've got 3 attack, but it's fire.
So
So you would need 3 ice block
yeah.
6 normal.
or 6 of anything else, which is then halved to 3. Or not.
So I think I can kill it this time.
It's
So I've
not-
got enough cards. So
Yeah.
basically I can block 2, 3.
6.
Oh, I need to block
So,
6.
so that's
Oh,
1.5.
Yeah, yeah. That's fine. I'll just take the damage.
Okay, so it's brutal.
Yeah.
So it's damage 3, but
Yeah.
brutal. So you
6.
want 2 wounds to you rather than wound the guard. Oh, you can't
No,
wound
I
the
can't
guardsman.
win the guard because I'm
So
there.
it's 2 to
Well,
your hand.
I wouldn't be winning the
So
guard.
they're in your hand. Right.
Right,
And now,
Yep.
ice attacks are normal. Everything else is halved.
Yeah, it's fine. So I'm playing this with this to make it 7. I don't need to do that theoretically because I think I can actually just do this.
Can you do it without?
Oh, but then I still need to get. I have to play that to get a white crystal.
Yeah, but you're not using the green.
Yeah.
Play that to gain a white mana token.
Yeah.
Use the white mana token on there for ranged
For
attack.
ranged
4.
attack 4. 6.
6,
7.
7,
8.
8. Halved. 4. Dead.
Yep.
He's only gone and done it. 5 fame.
A lot of wounds.
So,
Running these
1,
monasteries.
2, 3, 4, 5, which
Yeah.
is a level up at the end of your turn.
Yeah.
And it's another artifact.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody burn 2 monasteries down in a tutorial.
Ooh. Golden Grail. So I can heal off of that
Mm-hmm.
and get rid of the wounds, and then I get fame for them. So I think,
We have a winner.
yeah, definitely.
Okay, so that goes on top of your deck. But you declared end of round, so that's your turn, that's it.
Yeah.
Right, it's the end of the night. So refresh your units. Now, if the unit is wounded, it still refreshes. It just can't be used because it's
Unless I
wounded,
heal it.
unless you heal it. Okay, we're going to take that out of the way. We're going to take that out of the way.
Do the wounds go back in now?
Everything goes back in. Everything gets reshuffled. How many? Oh, we need to mark the monastery. We have done.
done.
So how many monasteries do we have visible? None.
'Cause
So we
you've
don't
done
get any advanced actions here. A core tile still hasn't been revealed. So we're still just revealing 5 normal ones. 2, 3, 4, 5. The only thing we haven't really seen in this tutorial is spells. If we don't, I will explain how they work at the end of the video. I've sort of explained it, but yeah, it'd be nice to see them in more detail. Okay, I'm going to flip that over.
Or do I level up as well?
You level up at the end of your turn.
Sorry. Yeah.
So you gain a skill. This should have happened before I did this.
I actually gain the. I'll say that's one.
About to go into daytime.
Yeah. I can't even buy anything, so there's no point. What is that?
So it's gain a red crystal
Or
and either a red or black mana. And it's once per round. Yours work in a similar way.
yeah, I'm gonna do that one because white seems to be the hard one to get. I'm gonna take. Do like a fireball. Just to get the ice shield. I've taken enough.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
So I've done that. We've refreshed the offer.
Someone says that this needs to not be a fireball, but be a blood ritual.
Okay.
I don't know if that's right.
What's that?
I was doing stuff with the deck and I'm
Oh, right. Choice of that.
Thank
right.
I am
Fireball.
literally taking the word
Yeah.
of it, saying, so I'm sure that's right.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Right.
Now it would have gone.
Oh, and then blood ritual.
yeah, it's
would have
because we
gone.
did it. It's because of the timings of my level up. That's what it was. There was a fireball.
I'll put fireballs at the top. There you go. Near enough.
Lovely.
Oh, okay, right, fine.
Right. Okay. So we did that. We've done the dice. We've done that. Okay, we're back to daytime. So this will be the last round
Okay.
because you are going to find the city, I'm pretty sure. Who's got the least fame?
Me again.
Have a card. While you're choosing cards, I'm just going to take a comfort break. Yeah, does he level up before the end of the night? Yes, he does. Yes. So that's why I was trying to fix it, and then I got the wrong thing. So the level up happens at the end of your turn, and then it's the end of the round. So yeah, if you want to choose your tactics in reverse order, after you've drawn your starting hand of 5 cards, you want to choose you get your because that will determine
I will just.
or might influence your decision of which cards to take. Okay.
What can we see? What monsters have come out already? It's only one ice golem. It's 2.
Everything's so much movement now. Thinking about going back and having a pop at this mage tower, but it's just so far away. Right, 3, 6, 11, I think. Yeah, 11 to move on to that space.
Yeah, deserts are harder in the day, aren't they?
Yeah.
But I think there's more forests around, and that's so. It's, I think general movement is harder at night, isn't it?
Just happens to be where I am, I think.
Yeah.
The ruins flips as well in the day.
Or we better read
I
the.
don't remember.
Yeah, the
While
ancient
unconquered,
ruins should flip
yeah.
at the start of the day. We know what that is.
So I don't know what that means. Spend
Oh.
3 black mana to gain
White, I think
7.
that's why.
Yeah. So it's not
Yeah.
a monster, which is interesting.
Gain 7 fame, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Blimey.
You need
Yeah, I was going to
3
say that.
white.
That's really tough. Right, have you picked your card yet?
No, I'm having a
All
thing.
this mana search needs to come back. Can you pop that over there by him, please?
Yep.
Just try to remember what was in there. It was the one that I took last time, which was 2 cards. An extra card if you had the 2 left.
I missed.
So you've gone for Mana Steel again.
Is it stealing the mana again?
Nothing much. We revealed this one because you do at the start of the
You do. So yes, now that it's daytime, and that is an altar. So if you go there, you spend 3 white mana, get 7 fate. That's it.
Okay, I don't think that one's too bad. Oh, there's a couple of really nice ones here. No, I think I'm going to go for the same one again.
Okay.
Planning. Now, with that in mind, even though it's an extra hand, I've got an extra hand size, haven't I? Because of the
You do. Yes.
So I get an
Yeah.
extra.
Your hand limit is +1 for each keep that you own, wherever it is on the map.
What about each monastery you burn down?
No.
No.
No, afraid not.
You've had your rewards for that.
You're going to get some nice juicy points at the end of the game, I can tell you.
Yeah.
Go for a rethink.
Okay, so discard up to 3 cards from your hand,
Yeah.
including wounds.
Have these been re-rolled?
I did re-roll them. Yeah.
Okay. And that red's been stolen, Davey?
No, I think that was for something else. There should be 5
okay.
dice.
Yeah,
Cool.
that was the roll for the artifact.
Something or other, yeah.
it's for the artifact. Yeah.
Then shuffle that one back in. Right, so turn order is Arathea first, followed by
Me.
followed by Goldix, followed by Norowas. Right. So Rob, she'll go first.
Right.
Now I think you are allowed to pillage the village just before your turn starts. I think. Sajat is the rules expert who's watching us live, so let me know if that is true. If the first player starts on a village, are they allowed to pillage it just before their turn starts?
Okay.
I would have thought so, but I'm not 100% sure.
So I could, in theory, take another card.
Sajat says correct about the village. Okay, you can. So
I
you can pillage it, draw 2 cards, lose a reputation.
Do we get points for reputation at the end?
No.
So I will do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So lose a reputation, draw 2 cards.
Thank you.
Just a quick pillage in the morning.
Yeah.
Never did any harm to anyone.
Get up, do some press ups.
They thought we
Steal
were
some stuff.
nice, but they were wrong.
They were wrong.
So that's 2 move. And I want to get onto the altar.
Don't forget the terrain movement costs have changed back to daytime.
Yes.
Yes.
That one.
Yes.
So that's going to be 2 plus another 3.
Yes. So that's 4 move total.
Mm-hmm.
So far.
1 more.
And I'll turn this one sideways. 5.
5 movement.
Yeah.
Yep. And you're going to spend 3 white mana.
So I spend the mana pool, taking
That one's
a black mana, and it doesn't matter which ones I take, does it? Well, only from a kind of strategic point of view. I can take any 2. What's what I'm trying to say? To get 2 white mana.
But that's only 2. You need 3.
I know.
Ah,
But
right.
I can also play my concentration for a white.
I can't see the cards when they're down here. So,
Yeah. So
you
so that
play
gives me a-
concentration to gain a white mana
gives me a
token.
white.
right hand for it.
Okay, yeah.
I would
this
have
is-
to do it as well.
Yeah.
That's annoying.
So I take these.
It's obviously where you went a turn before. To be
Well,
using
The
that.
basic version of mana pool or the powerful version?
I'm going to take these 2. I've paid for the powerful version, I think, haven't
No.
I? So I use this white from the pool to pay for the powerful version.
Take 2 dice. Set them
take
to
2 dice.
white.
Yeah.
Gain 2 white mana
Yeah.
and then spend the 3 white mana
Yeah.
for 7 fame.
Yeah.
There you go. Wow.
Sorry.
Annoying.
Nicely done.
Beat me
I
to
don't
it.
know what happened there, but congratulations.
Thank you.
He did a lot of shenanigans to get to
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Brutal.
So the white that you put on mana pool gets re-rolled.
Yeah, but
The
you go
other
in-
2 white don't get re-rolled.
go in as white.
Yeah.
And you use all of
I
that
think that's the
stuff.
perfect hand pull for that 7, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I
Well,
think any other cards would have given it to you, pretty much.
yeah, I wouldn't have taken the rethink.
No, exactly.
Because I saw you didn't take the 1. If you'd taken the 1, I couldn't have beaten you. But
No, but I needed the
You
mana
needed the
steal
mana.
to do
Needed
it.
the mana steal.
Because I had
Oh,
a
right.
white I could have gained there, and then there
Yeah.
was a white rolled, so
Was.
I had to go for that.
it's a
So
big.
And that's the player interaction in the game. It's
Yeah.
that taking things
And
before
I
other
just
people.
was not involved.
You were like, I'm still repainting it after Rob's weird black and red paint scheme.
I did
Sorry.
quite enjoy that.
Flips, isn't it?
That flips.
My hand size is
Yeah,
up.
so you're now level 5.
Yeah.
So your hand size has gone up.
Yeah.
When you get to level 5.
Interesting.
Still 3 armor, but hand size has gone up.
okay.
And that's it. That is your turn done. So over to Goldix.
Well, I was going to ask you,
Yep.
what do these symbols mean at the bottom?
So these ones you have to spend mana.
Got
to
you.
use
I kind
that
of figured that
ability.
was the case.
Yeah.
So I flip that. Have a look beforehand.
In fact, that should have flipped anyway.
Oh,
So yeah, just before
yeah.
your turn starts, as soon as Rob moved next to it,
Daytime.
that would have flipped because he's next to it and it's daytime.
So I would need 12. No, it has
No,
it's not resistant.
It's only resistant to
So
ice.
6 range, and I can kill it.
Not range, because it'll be fortified. It's in a. It's in a
Oh, it's fortified.
it's in a mage tower, so it's fortified. 6 siege would have killed it.
And ice block's not going to do anything against it.
Ice block will be half effective.
Yeah. Reduce the armor of one enemy block this way by 3.
But it's only 5. It's only 2 wounds.
Well, I've got all the wounds. So I'd need 10 block to block that, yeah.
10 normal block would block it, yeah.
I need to marker on those runes.
Oh yes, we need to put a marker on the runes.
Thank you.
I can't block it. I can. can kill him, I think. Oh no, wait, because I'll need... No, 'cause he's not resistant.
This is your first turn, isn't it?
Yeah, I was flipping it to move, sorry.
Oh, you were. You were.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
Because I think... Yeah, because I think... You play those two to kill him. Do I need to move in there as well?
You need to
Yeah.
assault the keep. Yeah.
That's
That's-
3 movement.
Yeah.
Well,
2 movement.
two movement with the flying.
Okay. Yeah, that's where that goes down.
But it is a mage tower. You get a spell.
Yeah, it's just means I'm taking wounds again. I do have a heal card in there somewhere, so I could just risk it.
You cannot fly into the mage tower. Yeah, I was just querying that. So I don't know if it says that on the actual thing.
No. Oh no, you must end in a safe space.
That's it.
That's
It's not a
obviously what
safe
it is.
space.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. So how much is it to actually move in there then?
It'd be, well, you could flip that to fly to there for free,
Yeah.
and then it would be 4 for the wasteland.
Yeah. That's 2 cards that I don't want to do. Okay.
Your other
that's
option is fly over here,
Yeah.
and
Still moving
the, and then you could still challenge that from there,
Yeah, it's only 2 fame.
and then you're in a position to explore here potentially.
I could explore, couldn't I?
Mm-hmm. And we're now onto the core tiles.
Yeah, go on. So I'll fly.
So 2 movement points.
Yeah.
So you fly to there. Okay, that reveals this because it's daytime.
Yeah.
So it's the swordsman. So no special abilities, just lots of armor and lots of attack.
Okay. And I think I'm just going to explore for 1 fame.
You didn't want to kill that with range 3?
Oh, I could kill that.
You
with
could just
range
kill that
three.
with range 3 easily.
Yeah, let's do that. That makes sense.
I mean, you could explore before you did that if you wanted to. If you had a spare move too.
That's fine.
So you challenge this,
Yep.
and you kill it with 3 range.
Yep.
There you go. So 2 fame.
Yep.
4 gold eggs.
1 rep.
1, 2, and a rep back. Yeah.
Hey!
Still not very well liked.
Lost your edge.
Yeah. Cool.
Yep. Smell that. Discard that.
Exhausted.
Right. What's Norowas going to do?
Not an awful lot, I don't think, compared to those pair. But I think I'm gonna try and recruit one of these.
Mm-hmm. So you're going to stay where
from
you
the
are.
keep.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're on
so
+1 influence if you interact.
Yeah. Now, as far as I can tell, there's not really very much point in using a lot of these, so I think I lose 1 reputation. I think. Oh wait, there. Can't do that because I've got red over here. Interesting.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna have to spend a lot of them then.
So the keep is the swordsman or the guardian golems.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking at, but I don't think I can afford it without that red mana. And there's no way for me to gain red mana, I don't think, looking at my cards. I think it is going to have to be, so 2. Not do an awful lot, I think. 2, 3. 4. How much do I need? 6.
6 for the swordsman, 7 for the golems.
They're all very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
No other way I can do it. I don't think I've got a way of.
Those are sideways, those 2 cards.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
sideways.
2, 3, 4, plus your 1 is 5.
So just 1 more.
One
Which
more.
one do I want to keep? I think we'll keep that one.
Okay, so there's the 6. So you get the swordsman, so you
Yeah.
can replace the peasants. So they
There we
they
are.
just disappear. They serve their purpose.
They serve their
Yeah.
purpose,
That
exactly.
goes there. And you didn't use the boosted threaten, so you don't lose the reputation.
No.
And that's it.
Yeah, I'm going to keep these 2 because that gives me an extra hand size.
So your hand size is
Which
actually
moves
7.
first. 7, yeah.
So yeah, well, your hand limit is 6, but then planning is draw 1 extra card.
Yeah.
Oh no, it is hand limit. It does say hand limit. Okay, so yeah, your hand limit 7.
7.
Right. So back to Arithea.
Right. I think that Mage Tower needs to be assaulted.
Okay.
But I'm going to have to accept that I'm going to take wounds because I'm not going to block 10.
Okay.
Um,
So 4 movement points to move on to the wasteland.
yeah. So I'm going to use. Well,
What's that mana pool doing? Is that your discard pile?
that should be my discard. Yeah. Sorry. I'm
I'm
going to
get rid of
use.
that as well now. We don't need that.
Yeah. I'm going to use. Oh, there is no red mana. Oh dear. That could be a problem.
Question in the chat: why is Paul running another Mage Knight tutorial and playthrough? So 3 reasons. First of all, although this is a sponsored video and I don't give my opinions on games in sponsored videos, this is scientifically proven to be the best game ever. So that's one reason. Second one is I get the opportunity to teach it to 2 new players. So happy days for me. And the third reason is there is a new expansion coming out for this later this year. So WizKids have asked me to create another video just to promote the game a bit more and let people know that the game still exists, is still out there and is still being played. So there you go. 3 reasons. Sad that I'm not playing it, but it's still just good just watching it and seeing it being played.
When was the last time you played it?
Probably about 3 years ago. Well, no, I played it this afternoon. So, yeah, a few hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played a practice game this afternoon. So,
Okay.
But 3 years before.
but about 3 years ago. Yeah. Which makes me sad because it is my favourite game.
It's a great game.
Okay, so
Yeah, I'm going to use my move 4
pop
then.
them up here so we can see.
Yeah. Okay.
So 4 movement.
Yeah.
To move
Go into
on
there.
to there. So you lose a reputation
Yeah.
and you're now fighting this. So it's fortified.
Yes. So no ranged.
So no range, but you can use siege. If you had, I mean, you have
I do have.
1 point of siege.
Well, I have 4, but that's not enough.
Oh, so close.
Yeah. So I mean, if I had concentration or something, that would be great.
That would have been awesome.
But no.
Yeah.
So I'm going
Okay.
to take 2.
So it's hitting you for 5 damage.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're going to take the.
2
You
wounds.
can take it to yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. Have 2 wins.
You don't mind when
still in your hand.
anyway.
Yeah.
And now you've got to deal 6 damage to it. So
Yeah.
you've got 1 from your skill.
So 5 more. And I've used my mana. No, I haven't used the mana. So I'm just going to
Just pop them up here so we can see.
pay for the crushing bolt,
That's another 3.
and then this sideways is another 2.
You do that once a turn.
Once per turn.
Yeah.
That's strong.
It is good.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. None of it's halved.
Yeah.
So dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 5 fame for Arathea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. And the reward is you get to mark the Mage Tower.
Yeah.
Because you are the one that conquered it. That does a couple of things. First of all, it means you can recruit things that can be recruited from a Mage Tower, which is that pointy symbol there. It also means that you gain a spell as your reward. So you immediately gain a spell as your
To the top
reward,
of
which
the
you
deck
gain
as well.
top of the deck. And as I mentioned, the spells, you have to spend a mana to do the top ability. The bottom ability is that mana and black. So it's either at night time or down a dungeon
Okay.
is when you can do the bottom part of the...
So for the most part, you're looking at the top part.
Yeah, for daytime. Now, while Rob's thinking about that, the other difference between a conquered Mage Tower and a conquered keep is that keep is owned by the player who conquered it. That is anybody's. So
Okay.
it has been conquered, but they are not owned by anybody.
So like a village, really. But
It's now
yeah,
effectively like a village. And now anybody can go in there, spend 7 influence and 1 mana to gain a spell of the colour based on the mana that they spent.
That makes-
So you can go to the Mage Tower and learn spells.
Are they worth fame at the end of the game?
Spells are, yes.
How do you know how much they're worth? Just
It's
one each?
on this sheet. Spells are worth 2.
Okay.
Spells are worth 2. Advanced actions are worth 1. Artifacts are worth 2.
Yeah.
Every 2 crystals is worth 1. Yeah. It's basically scoring for stuff that you've got and you've done. But that's it. We've seen a Mage Tower being
There we
defeated.
go.
It's excellent.
So I'm just going to draw up to 6, which is the spell that I just put on the top of my deck.
Yeah.
And that's it, I think.
Okay.
6 because of your...
Because of my level.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Goldix.
Which I can actually do because I have the movement. So I think I'm just going to explore.
Okay, so we have our first core tile. Is it the city? It is not the city. Okay, so we have one fame for exploring.
Mm-hmm.
We have a mage tower, which is going to go here. We have another ruins, which is face up because it's daytime. We have a white crystal mine, and we have a tomb. Now, a tomb visually looks very similar to a dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
It works in exactly the same way as a dungeon, but it is tougher.
Okay.
So it is a safe space. It is an adventure site. You can choose to go down the tomb if you want to. If you do, you cannot take your units. It's a fight at night, but instead of fighting a random, what was it down the dungeon? A random brown monster, it's a random draconum. These are dragons.
Right. Okay.
But if you succeed, you get a spell and an artifact.
Good luck.
Yeah. So the city is in one of these two tiles. So a tile can be placed here and a tile can be placed here. So these are the two possible exploration locations.
Believe it or not, but I think that's the end of my time.
You just explored and
And that's it.
yeah.
I need movement cards. I'm not drawing any.
So the end game for the tutorial was to find the city.
Yes, so officially the tutorial, once the city has been found, let me just double check this. End of the game, the first scenario is almost over when the city is revealed. Each player, including the one who revealed the city, plays one more turn and then the game is finished.
Okay.
But we're going to do something slightly different tonight, and I'll explain that when we get to the city, based on the time. And it's 10 to 11, so we might do something slightly different from what I had originally planned.
Okay. So what's this one, Paul?
So this is a ruins.
Yeah.
So again, it's a safe space. You can go on there. You don't have to encounter. You don't have to explore the ruins. But if you do, you fight random ones of those,
Yeah.
and you fight them both at the same time.
Okay.
Both must be blocked individually, and you must kill both of them to get the reward.
I'll leave that to you.
This is one of the most powerful ruins in the game.
Because there's two
It's a
artifacts.
really tough fight. It's an artifact, and I believe you get to recruit a unit from here for free
Okay.
because they've basically captured it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's a really tough one.
Really difficult to get around in this game, isn't it? The movement.
Mhm.
The
My movement's screwed.
proving to be problematic.
Needs planning, doesn't it?
Influence isn't really going to benefit me right now because I'm full on troops.
Except for healing or monasteries, if there was any monasteries left.
Davies put paid to those.
Yeah.
I think I'm just trying to work out whether I want to go this way for this mage tower
You can heal
or
here.
go that way to that mage tower. Or I might just run over there.
So
and-
if you go back here to this,
Yeah.
this can't be
I
explored
know,
because
yeah.
this is on the coast and we've only got core tiles left.
Ugh, it just means doing so little with my turn. But I think I'm going to have to.
I mean, do you have 6 movement to get here and get a red crystal?
yeah.
Or
That's what
do you
I
have
think I'm going to have
6
to do.
movement to go there and then next turn you get a gold mana?
Problem is, I think I'd rather be there because that's nearer to an explore
It is,
possibility. Otherwise, I would.
Someone said that's an advanced action.
Is it an advanced action?
Yeah.
It's not a unit then, is it?
I think so.
Okay, yep. Okay.
What does that mean?
It is an artifact and an advanced action, not a
Oh,
unit.
okay.
Thank you, chat.
Fine. Okay, so I am going to.
It's got a person on it. That's why I thought it was. I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to check that. Wherever that is. Is it on that ruin sheet? No, that's just a list.
Doesn't really benefit me. Yeah, we'll spend a blue from here.
It is.
Move.
It is an advanced action. Yep. Thank you.
Move 4. Then move 2 is 6. So I'm just working out where I'm going.
Yeah.
So I think I am going to go to the red one and then I'll see. Because now I'm outside that, I might as well spend.
So your hand limit is no longer increased because
yeah,
you're not
that's
near
what I'm
your keep.
thinking.
But
So I might go for this one.
Improvisation. Yeah.
Yeah,
Discarding another card.
yeah. And I'm gonna do that one to discard.
So that's discarded
Move
for
one.
what? Move 3.
Move 3. So
Forest?
I'm gonna move into the forest. And I think that doesn't really help me. Oh, okay.
So did those last 2 ones go anywhere? Are they not in the game now?
No, they are. The city's not been found yet.
So,
So
okay.
one of them can be here, and one of them can be here. But if one goes here, then the next one could be here.
Okay.
I don't think I can do anything else, so I think I will
Okay.
leave it there.
Yeah.
Oh, I could. No, I can't.
Okay. So you roll that dice, pop it back. Yeah, nice. Discard those cards. Draw back up to your hand limit, and then one more because of planning.
Yeah.
And then it is Arithia's turn.
Okay. Well, since I'm in a monastery and
And
there's
you're
some
doing a
nice guardian golems available, I'm going to play this promise
pop those in a discard pile.
Thank you.
with a white mana for influence.
Where are you?
I'm in the monastery.
Oh, you're in the Mage Tower.
Mage
Yeah.
Tower. Sorry, yeah. Did I say monastery? I'm in Mage Tower.
So
Turn this sideways.
promise is 4, 5, 6.
And then-
You're no longer on +1, so that's
Yeah. So I have to turn another one sideways.
7.
7 for guardian golems.
Guardian Golems. Nice.
And that's my
That
turn.
is your turn done. Roll that, pop it back.
Someone's
there you go.
got some
Loads of
white
gold.
mana.
Right.
So I've got a
What's your
question,
turn? Yes.
because this basically is whether I can do anything or not. If I put that on the side and play it as a move,
Yeah. Let's move 1.
can that buff it by 3?
Don't think
Can't
so.
do anything then.
Because it says, play another action card with it, get the stronger effect of that card for free.
Mm-hmm.
And if it gave you move
And
influence
anything.
block, it's the stronger
So-
effect of a card.
But if you play on its side, it's now not.
It's not anything. Yeah. It's just
So I
one
can't
move.
do anything on my turn.
Have you, you've not got your movement cards.
No, I've got movement cards coming.
Okay.
Annoying.
I mean, you could play your card sideways.
Yeah, and then I can't. I don't have enough to be
No,
able to
to
then.
just move.
I can't. It costs me 4 to move into any of
Yeah,
those
true.
spaces. There's nothing I can do. Unfortunately,
Because if you're going to not.
I'm penned in
Yeah.
because there's a mountain there, and then there's this 4-4-3. I can move to the forest, but I'm not doing anything.
You're not doing anything.
I want to go that way.
Can't.
So how you get out of this situation is you're going to have to choose some cards to discard in the hope that you then draw the movement cards. And this is where later on the skills that give you movement, or the units like the peasants which give you movement, they can be really useful at this
Yeah,
point.
movement's really impacted me here.
Yeah.
It's just that one.
Yeah, so you want to keep that. You definitely want to keep that.
Yeah.
So your base deck has wow.
I need that one because I want to get rid of my wounds. So that one's vital to keep in
Right,
my hand.
yep.
In case I draw any wounds, I can get rid of them.
Yep.
Bang, done. That one reduces his attack by armor by 3 after I block with it.
Okay, so that's
So
really
that's
good.
staying. This is one of my only other attack cards, so I really need to keep that. And it's these two could go, but then that one's really good.
Yeah. Your only option though is
Sounds
to
like those two.
discard some cards and
Mhm.
draw replacements.
Yeah, has to be these two. Oh, in fact, I could play that card and gain crystal instead.
Oh, just play that to gain a green crystal.
Yeah. Well, gain a blue, white, or red. Oh, it's a token or green crystal. Yeah, gain green crystal. Why not?
Okay. So you played that, and then you discard any number of other cards from your hand.
Yeah.
Keep those in hand.
I just need. Well, there we go. We
Got it?
the card.
Right. Okay. Norowas.
Okay. So
2 movement.
2 movement.
Is it the city? It is the city. Right. So we're going to put that there. We have the city. So we're going to put that on there. I'll go on to cities more later on, but this video is just a city. We have 2 Draconum.
Does the city go on the edge of the coast?
It's not the edge. This is the
there's
edge.
one
here.
more.
There's one more. So we have Draconum. Draconum are marauding or rampaging enemies. So they work in exactly the same way as the orcs, in that you can't move onto their space. You can challenge them from an adjacent space, but they're worth 2 reputation if you kill them.
Okay.
So there's that one, and there's that one. But let's just
They are quite hardcore.
they are quite hard. Let's just zoom in on these and show them off. One thing for the exploration. Yep.
Oh.
So those are the 2 dragons. So we've got the swamp dragon, which is 9 armor, 5 attack, but it's got swiftness and poison. And then we have the ice dragon that's 7 armor, but it's resistant to physical and ice, and it does ice attack 6 with paralysis. So these are the toughest monsters in the game, is the Draconin. And we have a ruins, and it is daytime, so it's face up. Oh, it's another altar. And then we've got a red crystal mine there. So technically, the way that this tutorial would end is that you each now play 1 more turn, including the player that discovered it. And because it's getting quite late in time, that's what we'll do.
Yep.
But then I'm going to show you something at the end of the video for how the cities actually work.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
right. So you finish this turn, and then you got 1 more turn each.
Okay.
Do you want to challenge this dragon?
Now the problem is, I actually fancy my chances against the other one.
This one?
This one.
The swamp dragon? Okay.
But I think if I move,
If you move from there to there, you'll provoke that one.
yeah, that's the one I don't think I
So
can
you
take.
could move to here and then to there,
Okay.
and that wouldn't provoke it.
It's only an extra 2 movement.
Now, in order to get through that, I'm going to have to do 14 damage. aren't
This,
I? Yeah.
14 normal regular damage, yes, but
Yeah.
any fire damage is normal full
Yeah, I
effectiveness.
don't
You're not about the
And
fire, right?
range
Range is fine.
14 though.
14 range,
Yeah.
no
that's
problem.
not gonna happen.
Do you do a split amount? So say you had
Yeah.
a fire of
Yeah,
4.
you add it all up.
Yeah, fine.
And its damage is
You'd only need to do
6.
6 damage.
But I
6,
need
but if you
12
take
block.
no, it's not swift. Oh,
You have a fame for the exploration.
yeah, we
Done
did
that.
it, didn't we?
Yeah, I did that.
Right.
Yeah, so fire block is effective.
Yeah.
Anything other than fire block is halved.
So 12 I will.
And if you take any damage, you lose all of the cards in your hand.
This is lovely. This is,
Yeah.
isn't it?
And I mentioned that units can't get killed. They can. So if a unit takes a wound from paralysis, I think it's killed. I can't.
I think I
100%
could
remember.
probably do him.
Yeah?
To be honest, I think.
With what you've got.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's because I've got this. That's what does it.
Okay.
And I've got this.
Okay.
So what I can do, I think, now, let's get this right.
And you've got units that you haven't used.
Exactly. So
So you're going to take the paralysis and let the units kill it?
No, I'm hoping
No.
to block it.
Okay.
So if I do 7,
Well, let's work it out. So if you were to stay here and challenge the dragon,
yeah. So I can play this one here.
yep, to be able to use 2 dice this turn.
Or I can change the dice for a white, but then that'll mean that I get 1 less and 2 more, but that could work.
Yeah, paralysis kills the unit. Thank you. Thought so.
So I don't know if it's going to work, but theoretically I could do that one to use 2 dice, use that one for the blue. I can then pay another because you've got to pay 2 mana for
Yeah.
that one, haven't you? Okay.
You've no crystals.
Okay. No crystals. Yeah, I think that puts paid to it. I think I needed to be able to do that. Because theoretically I can use both of those. That's no problem.
For
7.
block 7.
Block 7. Because actually, annoyingly, I've got quite a lot of ranged.
Right.
I've got 8 ranged, but that doesn't do me any good. Because I need 9 range for that guy. And this
one.
guy I need 14.
Mhm.
So both of
I
them
mean, you've
doesn't
got
do me
the
any good.
Utum crossbowman, and if you use your motivations or leadership
range.
skills,
All of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got a swiftness.
6, 7, 8. Oh.
Oh,
So you got a
it's-
concentration?
No.
no.
So I think, yeah, if I do that one, I would gain 7 block.
Which, how much block do you need? 12.
Need 12, but I've got, that's the problem. I wanted to be able to play that one as well. And I have no longer, because I've used those 2. And I'd have to spend the upgraded version of that one to make 2 blue, but I'd
Can
have
you not
to
block with this one instead?
Yeah, I can absolutely do that, but it was all about efficiency because I needed to use that for the attack, I think. So that would be 1, 2 block. How
That'd
much
be
more
9
block do I
block.
need?
You never
7.
3.
That's fine because I can use this one here. So I can
Well, you'd have to use it with one of those.
keep that one, use that one on that one.
Yeah.
So that would make 6.
Which is enough over by 1.
Yeah. So
So
that's
you're using
theoretically
leadership
enough
with the Utum Guardsmen for
Yeah.
block 6.
Yeah. Block 7 from there.
So that's block 13,
Yeah.
Mhm.
which is enough to block it because it's halved.
Yeah.
So it goes down to 6.
And then damage wise, I've still got to do 14.
You're still going to do 14
That is nuts. So it's both ways.
unless you've got fire. Yeah. That's where you
so-
need the firebolt, which is there.
Really
Yeah,
nasty.
so I
one,
think
that.
that's gonna.
It
I
is.
think
It,
that's
you
gonna
need
be-
fire really to kill this unless you're really powerful.
Yeah, I think I do. I do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Well, you've got 6, you can use that instead and
Yeah,
wound it.
but even 10. That's still not enough. I need 14. Yeah, I don't think
Close.
there's any way. To be honest, I could take that one, but
Yeah.
I don't want to provoke the other one
No.
because that'll kill me.
For an extra 2 move, you could go down here and then to here, right?
Yeah, but that's going to be because I can do it from
you've
here
got
without
12.
using movement. 12 what? Sorry.
Attack. 6, 7, 8. And then you've got a 4 attack in your hand. Oh, you've got
No, I've got no way of upgrading.
No.
Yeah, so I think the problem is it's 1, 2, and then to move there it's another 4. So
yeah,
6
I
movement.
see, right, yeah. You would have
So
to.
that's just basically getting.
So I
rid of the
just
whole lot.
suggested what I was thinking is use the pure magic to move to here.
Yeah.
Is
I think I'm
concentration
gonna
in
have
your
to.
discard pile?
I want to say no. That's a no.
So therefore it's in your deck.
So it is in the final 3 cards. So maybe that's one for next turn then.
You
All
would
right.
need a green mana though for it
That's
to
okay.
work.
So let me. One moment. So I'm going to be playing pure magic either way for movement.
Mhm.
And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So using the 2 gold,
Yeah, so
one is
we use-
blue, one is green
Yeah,
to go here and here.
there we go. That one, done.
So you've not used the leadership skill yet,
No.
and you've not used either of your units.
So that goes back.
Yeah.
And the other
Okay.
cards go in your
So
discard.
there we go.
Okay.
That one, that one, that one. That
Red
one.
CC in the middle,
And then
dragons
I've
on
got
either side.
3. Now I've still got, so that would let me draw my other 3. All right, that
Okay.
worked perfectly then. So re-roll these.
Oh,
What's
there you
green? Anyone?
Thanks a lot.
go. So you're done.
You're very welcome.
So cards to your discard pile. Discard any amount of cards from hand and then draw up. Your hand size, hand limit is 5, 6 because of the planning. You got the 6?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Last turn then.
This is my
Everybody
last
gets one last turn because the city has been revealed.
So I'm going to draw a card.
That does include me.
Yes.
Yeah, you were last.
That's not very useful. That's the least useful thing I could have drawn.
What's your plan?
So I was going to go here, but then I don't get to use my henchman.
Yeah,
So-
they don't go with you down
I'm
dungeons.
going to go here.
Okay.
So I need 6 movement.
So you need 6 movement, go through this space.
Sorry, but
New plan.
I'm going to go for the option that is viable.
Yeah.
So you what? Yeah, you need 6 movement.
Yeah.
Problem is getting the mana because all the right crystal. So if I play this sideways, it's 2.
Let's pop them up here.
Yeah, sorry, 4. This is a big problem, but maybe these guys can help me. I need range, so I can afford to take the wounds.
Yeah, you can afford to take the wounds. And
I
you just
would
need 5 attack.
5 attack.
Yeah, you got 5 attack, surely.
Well, that's I've got 1. Yeah, from these guys. Yeah,
That's 4.
3, 4.
Oh, yeah, 5. Yeah.
So I just need
You just need the movement.
2 more, is it?
Yeah, 2
1,
more
2,
movement.
3, 4. So oh yeah,
There you
use
go.
the swiftness. Yeah,
6 movement. So you move through there into here. You lose a reputation for an assault on a keep.
yeah.
You can't kill them with 5 siege because you don't have
No,
5 siege.
Yeah.
So they hit you for 6.
Yeah.
You're not blocking it.
and it has to be me, doesn't it, rather than these? Otherwise,
Yeah,
so-
if you wound them, you then can't use them.
yeah,
So 2 wounds to hand.
I could afford to win because I could afford to do one of them and turn 2 sideways to do 2 attack.
Okay.
Should I have a look at the tomb card?
You can.
I think. Is that right? Yeah, so if I take 1 wound to me and 1 wound to that guy, or this guy.
Aha. Now, something we've not mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
The Guardian Golems actually have physical resistance.
Okay.
So what happens is when you assign a wound to them, the first 3, or when you assign damage to them, the first 3 damage of that is absorbed by their physical resistance.
Oh, okay.
So actually, you're taking 6 damage. That will wound this once, and there's no more damage to carry over.
Okay.
Right, so
Okay.
that seems like a good thing
So
to
you,
do.
so you wound them
Yeah.
for the 6 damage,
I still need to do another 5.
and now you need to do 5 to it. But you've got 1 there,
2,
2
3,
there,
4, 5.
4, 5.
Yeah,
Dead.
don't get to use my nice spell. But
So 4 fame, 1, 2, 3, 4, which is a level up.
Yeah.
So you get another skill and another card, which is really just
shot
more
round.
points.
just for points at this stage. But you now mark that keep as your own.
Very
Yeah.
nice.
And if we were to carry on playing, Norowas would come along after you and take it off you.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what he does.
Because that's what I do, yeah. Okay,
So yeah, just grab one of those 3 and
I'll just take one of these, doesn't matter, does it?
yeah, it doesn't matter now.
Probably doesn't.
I think
No, it
normally-
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Because I can get rid of a wound.
I know, because you're taking this at the end of your turn.
Ah, it's all right. Okay,
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
It's basically after your turn has finished, you
Okay.
level up.
And these doesn't matter either, except
No.
potentially denying someone else something.
Yeah.
They can draw it on the same turn, but no.
Right, so you're done. Your game is finished.
Yes.
Does Rob lose a reb for the assault?
No.
We-
Yes, I
Yeah,
think I did
typically
Oh,
it.
did
we
you?
did
Yeah,
that.
I think I did it.
You
I remember
said
saying
you were
it.
Yeah. I think we did, yeah.
So your last turn.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Can you go down the tomb?
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to win though, but I might as well. Let's see.
So 4 movement to get there.
Yeah.
Draw
Cool.
cards, really.
Might as well use...
Yeah.
Well, unless you... No, because there's
No.
only green and black.
Yeah.
And you've got your mana steal as well. Okay.
Well, it's all white though. This is the problem. I've got all blue spells. I
Right.
think I'm screwed.
So down the tomb.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't use your units. The
Yeah.
fight is treated as if it's at night.
Yeah. And that's
And
another
what
thing
are we
that screws
fighting?
me. Red Draconum.
It's the Red Draconum.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's fire.
It's the fiery dragon.
Yeah.
So you can kill it with ranged if you're able to.
Nope.
Okay. So it's hitting you for 9 fire. Are you blocking it?
No, because I can't have my.
Okay. So
Well, I've got ice block 3, but that's
yeah,
it.
there's no partial block in this game. So that ice block.
Oh, so I can't play the bottom anyway because it reduces its armor by 3.
because you've no blue.
I can gain a blue,
Oh, okay.
but then
So you could gain a blue crystal
Yeah.
and then use the blue crystal to ice block 3, and it reduces the armor of the enemy blocked by 3.
so it's on 4, but I still need to do 8 to kill him, so I
Yeah.
can't do it. Yeah. I'm just taking wounds.
So it's 9 damage.
Yep.
Which for you with 3 armor is 3 wounds.
Mhm.
Now you do have the Holy Grail in hand.
Yep.
So the Golden Grail.
Yep.
So
Which I will be using.
and then and you're saying that you're not killing it.
No, I can't kill it. I don't think I can only deal because that reduces it by 3. So that puts them down to 4, but I need to deal 8, and I've only got 4. So that's
Yeah.
that.
Okay. So does this stay on?
Been building up to this 4 the whole
Yeah.
time.
Whether or not you defeat the enemy, discard it afterwards. A new one will be drawn if you go down there
Yeah, fine.
the next time.
But I will play the Golden Grail and
To
gain
heal
2
2?
fame.
So you heal 2 and gain 2 fame.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Yeah.
Right. All done.
Yeah.
Right.
Awful last turn, but it's one of those.
Last turn of the game. Are you going to challenge this dragon
So
then?
normally, I assume you could attack the keep if
Yes.
there was a chance.
Yeah.
Like, assuming that I wouldn't A stand a chance and B we're not doing that because it's tutorial. bit.
Well, what we're going to do is if you can take this on, that's what we'll do now.
Okay.
And then we'll do a wibbly wobbly time warp
Okay.
and we'll go back and I'll explain what happens about the city.
Okay.
And maybe you can have a go at the city.
Yeah, I think it depended. Can we have a dice roll here? I think there's one used. Okay. Blue.
Does that help?
I needed.
Yes, it does.
I could have actually killed him if I had a blue.
Oh,
Because I had the ice ranged on the bottom of the
that's
game.
where
Yeah.
you're saving up
Okay.
the crystals.
So I think
Yeah.
crystallise.
Yeah.
Do that one. Gain a crystal of any
What
colour.
would you like?
Now, I think I'm gonna try Oh, actually, I don't think I even needed to do that. Because I've got concentration and I need to use that one anyway with the upgraded version, don't I? So yeah, there's no point. Right, so I'll do concentration instead. Do that one there. Play this card with another one.
Yeah.
And do the upgraded version.
So that's ranged attack 5.
Ranged attack 5. Now, I think 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, and you didn't even need your leadership.
Yeah.
Leadership would be 8.
Yeah.
So you're concentrating on the swiftness, which are ranged attack 5.
Yeah.
Plus those,
Yeah.
2, plus your own inherent 2.
Yeah, so I actually didn't need.
So you've killed the Draconian with ranged.
Yeah.
So it didn't even get to attack you.
No.
That's very good.
That is very good. So 7 rep. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And, 7 fame,
And then
2 reputation.
Go there.
That would be that.
There we go. And I've got some cards left actually.
Yeah,
But I
now,
don't think there's a...
This is a rule. You would never do this in this situation. But when you challenge and there are multiple things, you could have actually fought both of them at the same time.
Got you.
Right? So that's just the rule.
Yeah, I mean, I would have died horribly if I did that. But
Okay.
yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to score up the game now.
Yep.
But then stay tuned because I'm then going to explain how cities work and what's in the full game. So we have our default fame here. Take your cards, all of your cards, your deck, your hand, everything together. Leave your units. Units stay where they are. And the first thing we need to do is work out the knowledge that you've gained. So it's 2 points per spell and 1 point per advanced action. Now you can tell it's an advanced action because it looks like an action card and it doesn't have your icon in the top right. And each of you definitely has 2 of them from leveling up, and you may have some more from other things.
Just the 2.
Apparently, Goldix could have had an extra 2 blue crystals.
Ah.
Oh yeah, there you go. Flip that over, have a crystal.
That's only white.
No, it's gain a blue crystal and a white mana.
I could have done it.
Oh, there's your blue thing.
Yeah, I thought that was a white crystal.
No, it's a blue crystal and a white mana.
Yeah, I could have done it.
Could you have done it?
Yeah.
Should we do that quickly then?
I don't mind.
If you could have done it, which one was it? It was... Wherever put it. It was dragon, wasn't it?
It was a dragon.
Was it this one?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so. Or maybe I didn't. I might have needed 2 blue crystals because that one does that one, reduce it by 3, but I still need 1 for the actual 3 range attack.
Mm-hmm.
Because then that would have taken it down to 1, which I then would have played the red. So I might have needed 2 blue crystals,
Okay.
which is fine.
Okay. Cool. Right. So, 2 points per spell.
1 more turn is what I needed.
Yeah. So you've gained a spell.
Yep.
So 2 points for Arithea. 1 point per advanced action. So how many advanced actions did you get?
3.
1, 2, 3.
Just the 2 for me.
2. Goldix.
3 for me.
1, 2, 3. Who gained the most points from that? That would be Arithea.
So
So
both
you-
of us got 3.
Eagle
Those 2
5.
combined.
Oh, you got
It's
5
spell-
as well.
spells and
And
advanced
that
actions.
is spells
So
as well.
you've got the greatest knowledge, so you get an extra 3.
Nice.
Next, we have the greatest loot. So 2 points per artifact
4 for me.
and 1 point for every 2 crystals.
So it's 2 artifacts, which is
2
4
artifacts and
points.
4 crystals.
Yep.
So that's 6 points.
Oh, nice.
6 points for Goldix. Noras?
0.
No artifacts, no crystals.
2.
2 points. So you've got the greatest. So 1, 2, 3. Next, the greatest leader. So your units score points equal to their level. If they were wounded, it's half, round down.
So 2 for me.
2
4.
for Goldix. 1, 2, 4 for Noroas.
3.
3 for Arithea, which means you are the greatest leader. The greatest conqueror. So, monasteries, keeps, and mage towers. So Goldix has burnt down 2 monasteries.
Yep.
So that's 4 points. 2, 3, 4. Noroas, there's a keep.
And there's oh, it's not.
Yeah, I think it's just a keep,
Yeah.
which is 2 points. And Arithea, a keep.
And the Mage Tower.
And a mage tower, so 4 points. So 2 people are tied for the greatest conqueror. which means they get 1 each, which is green. Next is the Greatest Adventurer. So it's monster dens, dungeons, ruins, spawning grounds that we didn't see, and tombs. So how many of those have you got?
None.
I got the one monster's den.
You got 1 monster den.
Yep.
I got 2. It's the ruins and the dungeon.
1, 2. You got the ruins and the dungeon, which means you get another 3.
How you played before?
Right. The Greatest Beating, -2 per wound.
This is where I'm going to get big.
Well, no, I've got a load.
How many?
6.
6. So -12.
Yeah.
So 10, 12.
It's a shame.
0.
0 wounds.
There's a wound on my highling count.
No.
So I have 5.
Did you score?
I
You
scored
couldn't
that-
have got
I
4.
scored that half. I scored 3 total.
You scored 3. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who got who lost the most points
You
from
take
that?
5 off, isn't it?
Should
2
be
per.
10.
Oh, I should have to do a face I can't count. There you go. You took the Greatest Beating.
Yeah.
So you lose another 2.
Oh, you should get an achievement for that.
Yeah,
You did,
yeah,
you did.
yeah.
Sorry, no, -3.
Cheers.
-3. It's all -3.
Now while he's there.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's the scoring for the tutorial scenario.
Perfect.
So we have Arathir with 50, Norowas with 39, Goldix. Even though you burnt down 2 monasteries and got all the artifacts,
Yeah.
unfortunately those wounds hurt you in the end.
Yeah, I drew all my wounds after I just played this as well, so I could
Yeah.
have got rid of up to 6 wounds, which would have been
Yeah.
nice.
I think you did really well for a first game.
Yeah. So that's the
Yeah.
tutorial. Now, what the full game is 6 rounds. So it's day, night, day, night, day, night. And the main objective is to defeat the cities. But actually, you don't need to defeat any of them because it's whoever's got the most fame at the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
The reason why you want to defeat the cities is because they're worth a load of points. So that is the incentive for defeating the cities. So each city is a HeroClix base. You decide at the start of the game how tough you want the city to be. There is a recommendation of, well, we were playing Blitz, which was 3. So let's say it's a level 3 city. Now, each city is slightly different. What happens is as soon as the city is revealed, we take the city cards. Well, there's the city card. So this is the red city. So as soon as the city is revealed, if it's a level 3, we look on the base and it's a white and a brown. So we take a white and a brown and we put them on the card. As soon as anybody goes next to the city, even at night, you reveal them. That's because if you assault a city and it's got multiple enemies and you don't know what they are, you literally get completely wiped out. So for game balance purposes, as soon as you're next to a city, it gets revealed. Now, the white ones, I don't know whether they're as powerful as the Draconum or they're about the same. They're really, really tough.
Similar.
To assault a city, it's always 2 movement points, irrespective of the terrain that it's on. It counts as an assault, so you lose a reputation. And if it doesn't work, you have to go back to where you came from. But you fight both of the monsters at the same time.
Okay.
So in this case, and they're treated separately. So you've got 7 block, although it's got swiftness. Well, ranged first, although they're fortified. So you can't use ranged, but you could use siege. Then you've got to block them individually. And if you don't block them, you'll take damage from them individually. And then you need to attack them back individually. So you can't combine your attacks together. Now, it could happen that you attack it, maybe do some blocking, maybe take some damage, maybe kill one of them. Right? If you manage to kill one of them, you will then place one of your tokens on the city to say, I've killed one of the defenders. Force retreat, you go back. Then, at some point in future, you can go back and kill the other one, or somebody else might. Now, each city is thematically tied to its colour. So in the red city, everything that has physical attack is brutal. So this one, because it's got physical attack, would be swift and brutal. That one has fire attack, so it isn't.
Would that be 28, or is that going to be...
This, no.
So
So
the swiftness is...
swiftness means it's twice as hard
So
to
it's still
block,
only 14, because it's...
and brutal means if you
Ah.
don't block it, it's twice damage.
Yeah.
In other words, if it's got swiftness and brutal, you might as well treat that as 14.
Yeah.
That's 14.
Right? But remember, if you're playing the full game, I mean, look at how much your characters have improved after just two rounds.
Yeah.
You are going to be getting artifacts, you're going to be getting spells, you're going to be saving up the crystals, and you're going to be having these epic turns where you're going to be playing loads of cards. and powering them up.
Yep.
And ideally, one of the strategies in the game is that you attack the city near the end of the day. So because it's a deck building game, you might think, oh, well, what happens if I don't have the right cards for when I attack the city? What you do is you plan the day. So you draw your starting cards and you go, right, there's a city killer. I'm going to keep that in my hand. I'm now going to play the whole day out, moving around, playing there's another card. And what you do is over the course of the day, you build up your perfect hand.
So you'd be getting ice block and fire attack.
Yeah, getting what you need. And then near the end of the day, you go, right, we're going to go in. Now, I also mentioned before we started that even when you're playing the competitive version of the game, players can cooperate with city attacks. And this is what happened this afternoon. So here's the situation. Noroas is here. Goldix is here. The city's here. We've got these defenders. Let's say, right, and you're gonna think this is crazy, but I know people that play on level 12 cities. Right? But let's say it's a level 7 city. Right, this is gonna be insane. So it's a brown. Is that 2 purple? I think it might be 2 purple and a white. Right, so there we go. We got a brown, we got 2 purple, we got a white. Oh, let's just say it's that. Right?
Yeah.
It's Noronas's turn. Noronas is thinking, I'm going to assault the city, but I can't do it on my own. So even in a competitive game, Noronas can say, Goldix, do you want to join me? If Goldix agrees, you flip the token face down, which means you skip your next turn. Because effectively, you're having your turn now. Noronas, as the person who is initiating the fight, will say, right, we've got 3 defenders. I'll take on 2, you take on 1, or I'll take on 1, you take on 2. Whatever, you will agree to it or not. If you don't agree to it, he's on his own. But let's say Noronas says, okay, I'm going to take on 2, you'll take on 1. Right, great. You then must each individually move to the city, and unlike every other space in the game, multiple players can occupy the city. We then take the tokens, we give them a shuffle, because you've decided how much of the ramparts you're taking on, but you don't know what's going to be there. We then decide randomly, there's yours, and you both do the fight. And you can both do that simultaneously if you want to. The advantage of taking on 2 is you get more frames. So I said cities are worth a lot of points. That, because of killing monsters, gets you points. Right. So the bigger the city, the more monsters it's got, the more points you're going to get from it.
So they're not inherently worth very many points in and of themselves.
No. So let's say you do that and you manage to kill them all in one combat. You're going to put 2 markers on this city because you killed 2 monsters. You're going to put 1. You're the leader of this city. That is going to get you supplies, as in if it was a keep, so your hand size is going to go up. And every time you do any influencing in the city, you get +1 for each token that you've put on there.
Okay.
Gold units. We never got to the gold units, but some of the gold units, like the Amatec Preasers, can be recruited in a city. And the most powerful unit in the game is the Altum Guardians, which can only be recruited in a city. Cost 11 influence. But again, later on in the game, you've got cards, you've got other things, you've maybe got 2 tokens on here.
Well, it's effectively twice as long as what we've done, right?
Yes. Also, each city has, as well as the special ability, a reward. So in the red city, once it has been conquered, anybody who's in there can spend 12 influence to get an artifact. And the other cities do different things.
Yeah.
So you can customize the game. One of the things that I really like about this game as a solo game is that you can customize the difficulty by increasing the level of the cities. But by doing so, you'll score more points.
Yeah.
So in other words, if I say to you, oh, I played a game of Mage Knight and I scored 150, if you say, oh, but what difficulty level was you playing on? It kind of doesn't matter. Yeah. Because if I decide to up the difficulty level, then it's harder, but I will score more.
Yeah.
So it's not like, oh, you scored 150, but what difficulty level you were playing? It's like, well, as you progress the difficulty, you'll actually score more points.
Yeah.
If you can. And as I say, they go up to 12.
Yeah. Nice.
So, yeah, 11. Turn it up to 11, obviously. So a level 11 red city is 3 white, a purple, and a brown.
3 white,
and brown. Yeah, the purple ones, so the white ones are very, very powerful. So the main scenario is called Full Conquest. You play with 1 city tile per player. and the objective is to defeat the cities. But as I say, even if you do or you don't, it's just whoever's got the most fame. But in a 3-player game, if 2 people manage to defeat a city on their own and 1 player doesn't, they're not going to win.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be massively behind on fame. The cooperative version of the game is almost identical to what we've played today, but there is 1 more city than the number of players, and the objective is you have to defeat the cities, and you have to. If you don't, you don't win.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the
But it's a lot easier cooperatively, though, of course.
The cooperative version of the game easier.
Well, I mean to take on a city, because theoretically you could both bid next to a city, and your mate says, "Nah."
You'd be properly working together to time it,
Yeah.
rather than just happen to be there at the same time.
Yeah.
There's other scenarios included in the game as well. There's a blitz scenario, which is a 4-round scenario, but it speeds up the level progression. It's a lot of people play that because it's shorter. There's another one called Dungeon Lords, where the dungeons are special and do different things. There's another one, I can't remember what it's called, but the magical glades are inhabited by fairies or druids. Druid knights, that's it, or something else. So there's not that many scenarios compared to these modern games with like 100 scenarios, but every single one is very replayable because of the order in which the tiles comes out. We didn't see all of the core tiles.
These shops.
These, everything.
Yeah.
Different monsters you're going to get.
Yeah.
So you said half a day or a full day. Are we talking 6-7 hours?
If you were to play full Conquest with 3 players, you're probably looking at 5 to 6 hours.
Yeah.
I think. Unless you are really experienced with the game and can play it really fast. But if I ever play a game for 5 or 6 hours, it needs to be an epic feeling game.
Yeah.
And this is.
Yeah.
You know, once you have got your character so tooled up, filled with so many things, and we didn't see the spells, but if you just have a look after the stream of some of these powerful spells at night,
can't they?
yeah, absolutely massive. I mean, which is the one which is it Earthquake or something?
That's cool. That would be nice for me. Heal.
I mean, Disintegrate is just amazing. It just destroys enemies.
Yeah.
But I think there's Earthquake. There you go,
Well,
Earthquake.
this one was pretty good, yeah. Well, even the basic one, target enemy gets armor
Armor
minus
minus
3.
3. Yeah, so Earthquake, target powered up. Target enemy gets armor minus 3 or armor minus 6 if it was fortified, because you're causing all of the rubble to fall on it. So it basically reduces the armor of enemies, and then you just go with a couple of arrows.
Yeah, all that.
And all that. And again, as you progress through, you will get more and more skills. Now, one thing we didn't see in the game is we didn't see, everybody's got a skill with a black helmet on it. That is an interactive skill which actually hurts other players in one way or the other. If you're playing the cooperative version of the game, you take that one out and you replace it with that one.
Okay.
So Arethea's interactive skill is remove a card from hand out of the game and give another card in hand to another player. So literally just giving wounds. Yeah, giving the wounds out to other players. I can't remember what Goldix is. It's probably something to do with crystals.
Yeah.
This one's
I don't remember.
Unlock a source, pretty much.
Right.
Once
okay.
around, put the skill token on a source. While it is there, other players cannot use their usual one die from the source. On your next turn, gain 1 crystal of any basic colour represented in the source you inventory.
Yeah, so it
You
locks the
reroll
source
die.
for a whole round.
Yeah.
What's your interactive skill
basically +1 movement for me and -2 for everyone else.
for the round?
Yeah, but that's for every tile they want to move on as well. So
Oh, it makes the movement cost of
move
terrain.
cost of all terrain is reduced by 2 for me,
Yeah,
and is increased by 1 for all other
all the
players.
players.
Yeah, that's it. The wrong way around.
That's so
Yeah.
painful.
Yeah. So there are those skills, and as I say, if you don't want to use them, you play the cooperative version. But if we were playing the cooperative version today, the game wouldn't actually be that much different.
No.
There's very little rules changes between the two,
Yeah.
and I'm not going to explain how PvP works because I've never played it, and I probably never will. But for those people that really want the characters to actually be attacking each other, there are rules that cover that.
Realistically, myself and Rob would probably add a little fisticuffs over the fort, right? But
Yeah. Well, I think I've
That
got
was
Davey
great.
as well.
I'm really happy. Really happy with how the playthrough went because we saw so many aspects of the game. We saw killing a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
We saw burning down a monastery. We saw taking a keep and then somebody else taking it. So we actually saw. I mean, you probably know now 90% of the rules of the game,
Mm-hmm.
maybe even 95.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's good.
Just from that, it's the tip of the ocean in terms of what the game has to offer. But in terms of rules, you've seen it and, and you know how it works.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, not give an opinion on a game you're sponsored of, but
Nope.
the actual tutorial actually does its job.
Yes,
that's kind of the
and
point.
this was the walkthrough. What we did today is we followed through the walkthrough. It reveals the tiles in numeric order, and it says, "Oh, we've now got a keep. I'll explain how that works. We've now got a mage tower. I'll explain how that works."
You can hit the ground running with it.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
Yeah, and some games have tutorials. Some people don't like tutorials, but for a game like this, I think it's well worth it because it gets you playing as early as possible, and it teaches you the rules as you go. And when you're learning the game for the first time, you don't want to know how city combat works because you need to walk before you can run. So we're all done. Big thank you to everybody for watching tonight, keeping us company, and for Sajak for all of the strategy hints and reminding me of a couple of things that we've forgotten. Thank you very much to WizKids again for sponsoring this video. And if you were new to Mage Knight, then I hope this has helped you make a decision about whether it's the kind of game that you like. And there is a new expansion, the Apocalypse Dragon, which is going to be coming later this year, which is going to have all sorts of new stuff in it. And if you're interested in hearing more about that, I do have a video on my channel from a couple of months ago where I interviewed the designer and he went into the details of what's going to be included in the expansion. It is still in development. It hasn't gone to print yet, so it's not going to be out anytime soon, but at some point later this year, it is going to be coming out. Thank you very much to Rob,
Thank you.
Andy, and James for joining us. These two are a member of the Whose Turn Is It Anyway podcast, so if you like listening to podcasts, how many of them on the team are there now? 8? 9,
I believe.
9 members of the team.
9 members of the team.
But they do a podcast. It's very good if you want to listen to them. And I'm sure on the next podcast, you'll be talking about Mage Knight. So.
Yeah, our next podcast for sure.
Yeah.
So I will find out what you two think about it in 5 minutes' time.
Excellent.
Right. Thank you very much for watching. We'll
Thanks,
see you all next
everyone.
time. Bye-bye.
Cheers.